Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Chapter 1: Assassination of the First Hokage. Ninja World was a land filled with countless clans. Over time, more and more clans emerged, inevitably leading to escalating conflicts. Ninjas, armed with chakra as their weapon, resorted to the simplest and most effective method of resolving disputes: war. The powerful clans waged battles against one another, fighting fiercely for dominance and resources. Meanwhile, smaller clans struggled to survive in the cracks, forming alliances or being swept into the chaos. This unending cycle of slaughter earned this period the title of the Warring States Era. For over a century, this era of turmoil raged, until a shift began. Ninjas awakened to the possibility of peace and started forming villages, backed by nations that provided a steady supply of resources and funding. These villages, in turn, were responsible for their nation's security and defense. This gave rise to the One Nation, One Village system that soon dominated the continent. The 5 most powerful villages: Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Mist Village, Hidden Sand Village, and Hidden Stones Village, were established. Alongside them, smaller nations also built their own villages. One such nation was the Land of Waterfalls. Though small, only about 1/10 the size of a great nation, it founded its own hidden village, Hidden Waterfall Village. A fierce wind swept through the land, scattering sand and pebbles in its wake. Trees on both sides swayed violently, their leaves rustling in the wind. High above, flocks of birds flew into the distance, their cries echoing like mournful laments. Standing atop a mountain peak, a 26-year-old man gazed out over the landscape, lost in thought. My name is Kakuzu. I was originally from the 21st century. I never imagined something as unbelievable as transmigrating could happen to me. Kakuzu felt a twinge of nostalgia but wasn't overwhelmed. On the contrary, deep within, there was a hint of excitement. In his previous life, he had been young but plagued by chronic illness. Suffering from endless pain and disease, his days were consumed by physical and mental exhaustion until the illness finally claimed his life. But when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely different world. Memories of the Warring States era flooded his mind, along with the knowledge of the body's original owner. Raising an arm, Kakuzu studied his hand, his deep eyes reflecting the thoughts racing through his mind. In this life, my name is still Kakuzu. I was born in the late Warring States era, a time of chaos and bloodshed. I don't even remember what my parents looked like, as I was taken in by a ninja clan when I was very young. They trained me ruthlessly to become a skilled assassin. Life hasn't been particularly joyful in this world either. But at least my body is healthy, free of the constant pain that plagued my previous life. For the first time, I can live like a normal person. Kakuzu delved into his memories. He had killed his first target at the age of 7 during a mission. Years of slaughter honed his strength, but also left him numb to the harsh realities of the ninja world. Then came the founding of Hidden Waterfall Village. The clan leader who had taken him in, Goto Tsubasa, became the first village leader of Hidden Waterfall Village. Thanks to his strength, Kakuzu rose to the rank of captain of the 2nd unit. For a moment, it seemed as if peace had finally dawned upon the ninja world. Shaking off the memories, Kakuzu came to terms with the world he now lived in. This was the predecessor to the Naruto world, a time belonging to the first Kage of each village. As for his current identity, on the surface, Kakuzu was just a jonin of Hidden Waterfall Village. But he couldn't shake the feeling that he might end up like the unlucky fool from the original story who died to a wind style. Because SHH. A figure suddenly appeared behind Kakuzu, moving with the speed of the body flicker jutsu. It was a man clad in armor, a long sword strapped to his back. A vicious scar ran across his face, adding to his menacing aura. Kakuzu, your next assassination target has been assigned. The man said. Kakuzu remained still, his eyes shifting slightly to glance at the newcomer. This was Chiba Mai, captain of Hidden Waterfall Village's 1st unit. Like Kakuzu, he was a formidable fighter, but he hailed from a noble family and was considered aristocracy in Hidden Waterfall Village. Instead of immediately following Mai, Kakuzu asked, the conflicts in the ninja world have barely settled. Why are we already moving again? Mai's expression tightened, clearly irritated by the question. But he replied nonetheless, the village is newly established and needs funds. It's time for you to contribute. Oh? The words village, bonds, and for the greater good are starting to surface now, are they? Kakuzu thought, smirking inwardly. Without another word, he stepped forward, brushing past Mai. Let's go. The two walked in silence, with Kakuzu leading the way. Hidden Waterfall Village, though newly founded, was far from prosperous. The village had a single main road running north to south, with winding dirt paths branching off from it. Houses dotted the area sparsely, most of them simple huts. Stone buildings were a rare sight. Clearly, the village, born from the chaos of war, was still struggling to find its footing. But not everything in Hidden Waterfall Village was bleak. At its heart stood a 3-story stone building, a testament to the village's aspirations despite its humble beginnings. This place served as the command center of Hidden Waterfall Village, the very heart of the village. Accompanying Chiba Mai, Kakuzu stepped into the room where he met the supreme leader of Hidden Waterfall Village, Goto Tsubasa. Goto Tsubasa was a man in his 60s. Despite his age, his eyes were sharp, and his presence exuded strength. Not only did he hold dominion over all of Hidden Waterfall Village, but his personal combat ability was formidable, at least at the level of an elite Jonin. Goto-sama, may I ask why you've summoned me? Kakuzu bowed respectfully, one hand over his chest. The honorific Sama was how Kakuzu addressed Goto Tsubasa in his memories. While Goto was the head of Hidden Waterfall Village, he did not hold the title of Kage. That honorific was reserved solely for the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages. Thus, Sama was the most appropriate form of address. Goto Tsubasa regarded Kakuzu with a nod before reaching out with a bony hand to pick up a scroll from the table beside him. He handed it over to Kakuzu. Kakuzu, this is a new mission for the village. We're entrusting it to you. Don't disappoint me. Kakuzu accepted the scroll with both hands and unrolled it. His sharp eyes scanned the contents quickly. Target, Senju Hashirama. Objective, assassination. A sharp intake of breath escaped Kakuzu as his black pupils widened in shock. His breathing grew ragged, and the hairs on his body stood on end. In his mind, a memory from his previous life resurfaced, a meme from the internet about throwing shuriken across 800 miles to kill the first Hokage. Is the legendary scene happening already? Kakuzu thought, his emotions a swirl of disbelief and absurdity. In his past life, he'd watched Naruto, but he'd done so haphazardly, skipping through its 720 episodes. While he couldn't recount every detail of the plot, certain iconic scenes immortalized in fan-made videos stuck with him. Like the one where he boasted to Kakashi that the first Hidden Leaf Village ninja he ever fought was none other than the first Hokage himself. Back then, that memory had been amusing. But now, as he truly became Kakuzu and stood face to face with this mission, recalling that scene only made him break out in goosebumps, his breath growing even more uneven. To Goto Tsubasa, however, Kakuzu's reaction painted a different picture. Kakuzu, are you scared? Goto asked, his voice carrying a hint of disapproval. In Goto's eyes, Kakuzu had been trained from a young age to be a ruthless assassin. After countless missions and the baptism of blood, he should have become a cold and unfeeling machine, unburdened by fear or hesitation. Such emotions, Goto believed, had no place in Kakuzu's heart. Chapter 2, Conspiracy. Kakuzu lifted his head and stared silently at Goto Tsubasa, saying nothing. He understood the value of speaking less to avoid making mistakes, especially when he was on someone else's turf. Having only been in this world for a few days, he relied on the memories in his mind to navigate this unfamiliar environment. Listening more and talking less was the safest approach to avoid revealing any flaws. Tsubasa, observing Kakuzu's expression, came to his own conclusions. Asking Kakuzu to go up against the first Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village, Hashirama Senju, was indeed a tall order. However, a glint of gold flashed in Tsubasa's eyes. No matter how difficult the mission, he was determined to instill his philosophy in Kakuzu. Kakuzu, I'm sure you've heard of Hashirama Senju's power. He's the one who proposed the one nation, one village system, a visionary leader of incredible strength. But even he is not invincible. You can employ assassination, poison, or strike while he's asleep. No matter how strong a man is, there's always a moment of vulnerability. As Tsubasa prattled on, Kakuzu bit his lip to stifle his laughter. Don't laugh. I absolutely can't laugh, he thought, struggling to maintain a composed expression. To Kakuzu, Tsubasa's elaborate suggestion seemed far less effective than simply throwing a shuriken from 800 meters away. When Tsubasa finished, he noticed Kakuzu remained unmoved. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Tsubasa decided to sweeten the deal. Kakuzu, I understand how challenging this mission is, but great difficulties come with great opportunities. If you complete this mission, I'll grant you the Earth Grudge Fear Jutsu, the most treasured jutsu of Hidden Waterfall Village. Tsubasa slapped Kakuzu's shoulder firmly, his tone full of encouragement. You've been trained by our clan since childhood. I may grow old one day, but the future belongs to you. I trust you'll handle it well. Kakuzu, catching the implied promise of succession, feigned gratitude. Don't worry, my lord. Hashirama Senju may be powerful, but I, Kakuzu, am no ordinary ninja. I will bring you his head. Good. With that, I feel at ease. Go prepare yourself, I will personally see you off. Tsubasa replied with a satisfied nod. With the act complete, Kakuzu respectfully took the mission scroll and exited Tsubasa's office. Watching Kakuzu's retreating figure, Tsubasa's gaze lingered until he was sure the man was out of earshot. Standing nearby, Chibamai crossed her arms, a faint sneer appearing on her lips. My lord, you don't seriously intend to give Kakuzu the Earth Grudge Fear Jutsu, do you? Tsubasa chuckled, sipping tea from the cup on his desk as a nostalgic look crossed his face. Years ago, I had the fortune of witnessing Hashirama Senju clash with the Uchiha at the Naka River in the Land of Fire. What a spectacle it was. Kakuzu won't be coming back. As for this mission's reward, over 1 billion ryo. Well, we'll consider it completed. After all, we'll lose an elite jonin in the process. Even if we can't claim the full amount, we can at least secure half. Do you understand? Tsubasa's excitement over the payment was evident. In the shinobi world, currency was standardized across the 5 great nations, making it universally valuable. By the logic of inflation, money would only depreciate over time. A bounty of 1 billion ryo today could easily be worth 10 times more in a few decades. With this fortune, whether it was to develop the village or build himself a lavish estate, Tsubasa wouldn't have to worry about funds ever again. The cost? Merely Kakuzu's life, a negligible price to pay for such a lucrative deal. Chibamai raised another concern. But my lord, what if Kakuzu isn't killed by Hashirama Senju? What then? Tsubasa's expression immediately turned serious, the mirth disappearing from his face. Setting his tea down, he responded coldly. The likelihood of Kakuzu surviving against the god of shinobi is negligible, but unforeseen events can happen. If by some miracle he returns, you know what to do. Chibamai nodded, understanding the unspoken command. If the mission fails, the fault lies not with the village but with Kakuzu's incompetence. And incompetence must be punished, whether by imprisonment or as a scapegoat to appease the client. Satisfied, Tsubasa patted her shoulder, a silent affirmation that she understood perfectly. A knowing smile crept onto Chibamai's face as well. Outside the office, Kakuzu stood under a tree 20 meters away, his eyes closed as he silently waited. The wind carried faint murmurs from the office to his ears. To a skilled ninja like Kakuzu, separating useful information from background noise was second nature. The whispering wind carried more than just the rustling of branches or the movement of sand, it carried words. Assassination, god of shinobi, reward, impossible mission, dungeon. Kakuzu's expression darkened, and a cold smile played on his lips. So that's how it is. A myriad of names echoed clearly in Kakuzu's mind, bringing a faint smile to his lips. Stepping forward, he made his way home at a steady pace. Once there, Kakuzu didn't immediately begin preparing for the assassination, nor did he focus on planning his escape route. Instead, he took a long, relaxing hot bath. While soaking in the water, he carefully revisited the memories of the original host. After finishing his bath, he dressed himself and retrieved a sheet of white paper from his ninja tools pouch. This wasn't ordinary paper, it was chakra paper, a tool essential to every major shinobi clan. Extending his right hand, Kakuzu held the paper between his index and ring fingers. He concentrated, directing chakra from his heart. In less than a second, a warm energy coursed through his body, easily flowing wherever he directed it. This was the essence of chakra, energy generated by 1.3 trillion cells in the body, all converging at the heart. When a shinobi needed this power, they could draw upon it effortlessly, wielding it as if it were an extension of their own will. Kakuzu channeled the chakra from his heart to the 2 fingers holding the paper. Swish. With a slicing sound, the chakra paper split into 4 pieces. As the fragments drifted through the air, each exhibited a different reaction. One crumbled into dust, another became creased, a third burned to ashes, and the fourth grew damp with water. Oh? All 5 chakra natures? Kakuzu murmured as he glanced at his right hand. This result didn't surprise him. As a top-tier shinobi and a weapon of destruction, he was already at the level of an elite jonin. Mastering all 5 chakra natures wasn't unexpected. From the reactions of the chakra paper, it was evident that his affinities leaned towards wind style and earth style. However, Kakuzu wasn't satisfied with just this. He knew there was still one technique, his life's work, that he had yet to master, secret jutsu, Earth Grudge Fear. Chapter 3, Earth Grudge Fear. 3 days later, a genin from Hidden Waterfall Village stood respectfully outside a small house, his voice low and deferential. "Captain Kakuzu, the village leader and the elders have been waiting outside for quite a while." As he spoke, the Genin nervously glanced toward the house. His mission was to urge Kakuzu to act, but he didn't dare be too direct. Instead, he danced around the point, hoping the message would land. Inside, Kakuzu sat calmly, leisurely sipping tea. His reflection in the teacup showed a young man of only 26, yet his gaze carried the weight of countless battles. For the village, he had slain innumerable enemies. His contributions, if not celebrated, were undeniable. And yet, in the end, the same village sought to trade his life for money. A mocking smirk tugged at his lips as he placed the teacup down. "Let them wait," he said coldly. "This." The Genin outside hesitated, wanting to protest, but Kakuzu's commanding tone made his heart tremble. At the gates of Hidden Waterfall Village, Go Tsubasa stood with the village's senior officials, waiting for Kakuzu's arrival. Time dragged on, yet there was no sign of him. "Lord Goto." Chibamai volunteered. "Kakuzu's behavior is outrageous. Allow me to drag him out personally." Chibamai was from a prominent clan, while Kakuzu was merely a skilled assassin elevated by the village's need. The disparity in their statuses ensured there was no camaraderie between them, despite being nominal allies. Go Tsubasa, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, finally opened them, glancing toward Kakuzu's residence. His tone remained calm, devoid of any emotion. This is likely the last farewell we'll give him. Can't you be a little more patient? Besides, where else could Kakuzu go? He'll come eventually." His confidence was born of years of control. Kakuzu had been shaped by the village's training since childhood. Go Tsubasa was sure he understood Kakuzu better than anyone. After all, Kakuzu had already accepted the mission. If he dared abandon the task of assassinating Hashirama Senshu, it would mean betraying the village outright. And did Kakuzu have the nerve for that? Go Tsubasa's composure silenced the others. They returned to their quiet wait. Unbeknownst to them, several kilometers away, Kakuzu had arrived at a secluded, elegant estate. A Chunin guard, clad in a vest, immediately recognized him and stepped forward, bowing. "Captain Kakuzu, how can I assist you?" Kakuzu glanced at the imposing manner. "I need to see Lord Goto." The estate belonged to Go Tsubasa himself. The Chunin, unaware of the plans surrounding Kakuzu, replied truthfully, "Captain Kakuzu, my apologies, but the village leader is not at home. If it's urgent, I can deliver a message for you." "Very well," Kakuzu said, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Go inform him. I'll wait inside." "Understood, Captain Kakuzu. Please, come in." The Chunin led him into the sprawling estate, intending to guide him to the reception hall. However, Kakuzu suddenly halted. His sharp gaze fixated on a specific direction, and without another word, he strode toward it. "Captain Kakuzu, please, this way." The Chunin's words fell on deaf ears. Following a memory etched deep within his mind, Kakuzu approached the innermost room of the estate. Staring at the locked door, his hands formed a rapid sequence of seals. As the last seal completed, lightning chakra crackled around his right hand. Lightning style, his arm shot forward like a blade, leaving behind several afterimages. SHH. In mere seconds, the wooden door was reduced to splinters, the protective seals and barriers shattered by the lightning-enhanced attack. The room's interior was revealed, rows of scrolls lined one side, while another showcased jade ornaments and other treasures. It was clearly a secret stash of valuables. Kakuzu stepped forward, but his sharp instincts caught the sound of projectiles slicing through the air. He turned slightly as kunai whizzed past him. "Stop right there. What do you think you're doing? That's the clan head's private training room. Unauthorized entry is forbidden. Not even you, Captain Kakuzu, are exempt." The destroyed barriers and the alarm cries of the Chunin had roused the entire estate. Loyal guards swarmed in from every direction, some darting along the ceilings, others readying their weapons or forming seals. Kakuzu's smirk deepened. "Interesting." As he spoke, his hands blurred into another sequence of seals, this time faster and more intricate. Chakra surged within him, gathering at his throat. Wind style, pressure damage. A ferocious gale erupted, spiraling outward with devastating force. Wind blades tore through the air, shredding furniture and walls alike. In some areas, the vortex intensified, forming miniature tornadoes that flung everything, tables, doors, and even people, into the sky. Simultaneously, a series of deafening crashes echoed through the air. Bang! 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 Vases, porcelain, cups, and wooden posts shattered into fragments under the relentless barrage of wind blades. The immense repulsive force, the overwhelming gusts, and the razor-sharp slicing power combined to devastating effect. Finally, boom, the force exploded like a cannonball, blasting through the roof of the villa. The ceiling was sent flying into the sky before crashing back to the ground, turning everything upside down. The explosion's roar echoed across several kilometers, startling people in its wake. Villagers on the streets looked toward the rising plume of smoke, their faces filled with confusion and alarm. For a moment, no one could make sense of what had just happened. Nearby, Goto Tsubasa and his group turned toward the source of the explosion, their expressions immediately sharpening into alertness. After all, they were shinobi, and such occurrences could never be taken lightly. An explosion within the village? Could it be an attack from another village or clan? The possibility existed, but it seemed unlikely. The shinobi world had just begun to settle into a fragile new order. Most people cherished the hard-earned peace, and even the warmongers wouldn't dare act recklessly in such a precarious era. At most, they might resort to assassinations or covert operations. But no one would openly provoke war, as doing so would turn them into a target of the entire shinobi world. Moreover, the scale of the explosion wasn't large enough to suggest a full-blown assault. It lacked the magnitude of a declaration of war. Still, after a few tense seconds of vigilance, Goto, who had been protected at the center of his group, suddenly pushed past his companions and stared toward the source of the blast. Wait a second, that's my house. Meanwhile, Kakuzu surveyed the blood-soaked room, his ears filled with the unrelenting wails of agony. He showed little concern, such scenes were commonplace in the shinobi world. Without hesitation, he turned his attention back to the secret chamber. The earlier explosion had significantly damaged the chamber, leaving a large section of the floor caved in. Kakuzu reached into the rubble, steadied his breath, and with a thunderous shout, he hauled out a massive safe from the debris. Ignoring the lock, Kakuzu slammed his fist against the safe. When he withdrew his hand, a fist-sized dent was left on its surface. Through the hole, the contents became visible, a neatly stacked collection of scrolls. Each one bore the bold inscription, Earth Grudge Fear. It wasn't surprising that Kakuzu knew the precise location of this secret technique. After all, he was the captain of Hidden Waterfall Village's second squad. Chapter 4, The Enraged Village Chief. With a clenched fist, crack, the iron door of the safe was ripped off with brute force. Tossing the twisted metal aside without a second glance, Kakuzu's sharp gaze locked onto the secret technique scroll hidden within. Seizing it in his hand, he prepared to leave immediately. However, as his fingers touched the scroll, an unusual sensation snapped him back to attention. A barrier? Unexpectedly, the Earth Grudge Fear scroll had an embedded trigger barrier. Any attempt to forcibly take it would activate the seals, obliterating both the intruder and the scroll. Kakuzu's sharp eyes caught sight of dozens of explosive tags concealed within the barrier, now glowing ominously as they prepared to detonate. Boom! A thunderous explosion engulfed Goto Tsubasa's estate once again, the second in quick succession. Flames surged, shockwaves tearing through everything in their path. The wounded ninja who lay scattered on the ground, some barely clinging to life, were consumed by the blast, their struggles ending in an instant. The once proud estate began collapsing into ruins as the explosion continued for nearly half a minute. When the flames and smoke finally subsided, the area had been reduced to rubble. Among the wreckage, a blackened iron fist burst out, shattering a massive stone overhead into fragments. Kakuzu leapt out of the crater, one hand gripping the Earth Grudge Fear scroll tightly, the other supporting his weight as he emerged unscathed. Standing tall, he clenched his fist, a feeling of exhilaration coursing through him. This was power, absolute power. The most noticeable change in Kakuzu's appearance was the addition of a pitch-black armor-like coating over his body. This wasn't just for show. This layer, a result of his ultimate Earth-style technique, enhanced his physical defense tenfold. Ordinary weapons like kunai or swords couldn't even scratch him. Even a cluster of explosive tags detonating point-blank would fail to harm him. But now wasn't the time to bask in his strength. After all, Hidden Waterfall Village was not his domain. Staying any longer would be courting death. Glancing at the scroll in his hand, perfectly intact despite the chaos, Kakuzu didn't hesitate. With a single leap, he vanished into the distance. Simultaneously, the clone he had left in his room dispersed in a puff of smoke. The entire operation, from infiltrating the estate to seizing the scroll, had taken Kakuzu no more than 3 minutes. By the time Goto Tsubasa and his men arrived 5 minutes later, the estate was in ruins. Guards lay scattered and incapacitated, some dead, others barely alive. Goto Tsubasa stood frozen, his mind reeling. The scene before him was a nightmare. His personal sanctuary, obliterated, his guards, decimated. An elder approached cautiously, attempting to offer words of comfort, but Goto suddenly shoved him aside and rushed into the debris. He searched frantically until he unearthed a charred but recognizable steel object, his custom-made safe. Its interior, however, was empty. Damn it! Unforgivable. Goto's roar, laced with violent chakra, echoed throughout the area. The overwhelming pressure left nearby ninjas clutching their ears in pain. When his anger subsided slightly, Chibamai appeared in front of him, landing gracefully and kneeling. Lord Goto, it's confirmed. Someone saw Kakuzu fleeing westward just minutes ago. The truth was clear. Taking deep breaths to calm himself, Goto steadied his trembling hands. Though furious, his mind worked quickly. The Earth Grudge Fear was a family heirloom, its loss was a devastating blow. However, as the village chief, he knew emotions couldn't cloud his judgment. West, is it? Planning to seek refuge in the land of Earth? That's not happening. Spread my orders immediately. Goto barked. All Chunin and above, regardless of mission or leave status, are to mobilize. Block every exit from the village. He paused, his voice growing even colder. Send a message to the daimyo. Request that he deploys his samurai to seal off the entire country. Focus on the west, but don't neglect other directions, because you might try to mislead us. No matter what, he cannot escape. Chibamai nodded and vanished in a flash, leaving Goto to seethe in silence. Within minutes, Hidden Waterfall Village sprang into action. Ninjas moved swiftly across rooftops and narrow streets, while messenger birds were released from the village's tallest watchtower. The pigeons carried messages to the daimyo's palace and the watchtowers scattered across the land of waterfalls. By dawn, the entire country would be locked down, impenetrable even to the smallest insect. Watching the swift execution of his orders, Goto's rage eased slightly. He sneered. Kakuzu, you're nothing more than a tool crafted by my family. Did you really think you could betray us? No, you will always live under my shadow. He clenched his fists, determination blazing in his eyes. When I catch you, I'll flay you alive before the entire village. Only then will my authority be absolute. In a dark cave illuminated by flickering firelight, Kakuzu sat silently, his expression calm and composed. He knew that Goto Tsubasa must be turning the world upside down searching for him. But Kakuzu didn't care. With deliberate ease, he unfurled the scroll in his hands, the faint glow of the fire reflecting off its surface. The scroll's width was similar to that of an average summoning scroll, with a thickness of about 5 to 6 centimeters. Judging by its size, it seemed to contain quite a bit of text. Unrolling the scroll, words gradually came into view. My name is Ryuin, a monk of Nanji Temple and the creator of the secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear. Nanji Temple. Kakuzu recognized the name. He had heard of this temple from others before. It was a renowned Buddhist temple located in the southern lands during the Warring States period. Unfortunately, it was ultimately destroyed in the fires of war. Based on the timeline of Nanji Temple's disappearance, it had been roughly 2 centuries since its fall. This meant the scroll was at least 200 years old. What followed was a detailed account of how the monk Ryuin developed the Earth Grudge Fear technique. The specifics were lengthy, and Kakuzu didn't dwell on them. What intrigued him was the mystery. If Ryuin had created such a powerful technique, how did he meet his end? The logic didn't quite add up. As he read further, the scroll provided an answer. The creation of Earth Grudge Fear granted me the potential to live as long as the heavens and earth themselves. Immortality was within my grasp. However, my arrogance and ostentation drew the ire of powerful clans. Thousands of shinobi besieged me underground. At this point, the situation became clear. The monk Ryuin, despite his immense power, had ultimately met a violent end. In his final moments, he recorded the Earth Grudge Fear technique in this scroll, leaving it for a destined successor. Over the course of centuries of chaos during the Warring States period, the secret technique eventually fell into the hands of the Goto family. However, none of the Goto clan members succeeded in mastering it. Only now had it reached Kakuzu's possession. What kind of advanced technique could remain unmastered for over a century? Driven by curiosity, Kakuzu turned to the next page. From the beginning, the page detailed the training method for Earth Grudge Fear. Yet, when Kakuzu read the opening line, he froze completely. This is, for a moment, Kakuzu felt as though he was holding a forbidden manual, the kind one might expect to find in a legend. The instructions were clear: to master this art, one must first. Chapter 5, Success or Death. Kakuzu couldn't help but recall someone's words: every technique carries risks. No matter how powerful or miraculous a jutsu or secret art may seem, it is never without flaws. The Earth Grudge Fear was no exception. This secret art, capable of granting longevity to rival the heavens and the eternal brilliance of the sun and moon, was rarely seen even in the original story. Another infamous immortality jutsu was much more familiar to fans: the living corpse reincarnation. Someone constantly used it for body swapping, treating gender as a mere afterthought. By using younger vessels, they truly achieved immortality. However, the side effects were significant. Constantly replacing bodies damaged their soul, leaving them so weakened that the mere sight of a Sharingan would have them cowering. The Earth Grudge Fear had its flaws as well. Of course, they weren't as drastic as self-castration. While it had its drawbacks, the benefits, like stealing others' hearts to achieve genuine immortality, far outweighed them. For those willing to sacrifice everything, it was a trade worth making. Yet, despite its allure, the technique had been around for over 2 centuries without a single successful practitioner. The reason was simple: it was incredibly difficult to master. My secret art involves stitching one's body with threads, enhancing its capabilities to an extraordinary level. Success allows the body to house 5 hearts. However, the process of using these threads to modify the body is excruciatingly painful. The pain is akin to being pierced by thousands of arrows or enduring endless slashes by blades. It surpasses the limits of human endurance. If one cannot endure it or falters midway, the threads will spiral out of control, wreaking havoc on the body and ultimately leading to a gruesome explosion. Before pursuing my secret art, proceed with caution. This was why, despite its allure, no ninja had mastered the earth grudge fear in over a century. Mastering such a godlike secret art required opportunity, a robust physique, and unyielding willpower, none of which could be lacking. Kakuzu smiled faintly, setting the earth grudge fear scroll gently on the ground before slowly unfurling its contents. Taking a deep breath, he studied his slightly restless heart. This was his destiny. His ultimate technique. He would succeed. As for the pain, he scoffed. Compared to the torment of illness in his past life and the numbness brought by slaughter in this one, it was nothing. Success or death. With unwavering resolve, he shouted, "Ha!" Threads shot from Kakuzu's body, his long hair standing on end. His eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging as the earth grudge fear ritual began. 3 days later, useless. Worthless scum. The terrified eyes of a messenger ninja glazed over, life leaving his body. Seconds later, he collapsed, dead with a look of eternal disbelief frozen on his face. His killer wasn't an enemy. It wasn't even a rival. It was his own village leader, Goto Tsubasa of Hidden Waterfall Village. Goto, seething with rage, flung the lifeless body aside with a growl. This was the 3rd messenger he'd killed in as many days. The reason for his fury was simple. Despite mobilizing Hidden Waterfall Village's entire force and scouring the land of waterfalls, there was still no trace of Kakuzu. Every report was the same: nothing. This outcome drove Goto to the brink of madness. To lose their clan's secret art like this? It was unacceptable. Keep searching. Find that damned Kakuzu? His enraged roar echoed through the office. First Squad Captain Shibamai accepted the mission under tremendous pressure. Privately, though, Mai was on the verge of collapse. Where the hell is Kakuzu hiding? We've been searching non-stop for 3 days and nights. If this keeps up, we'll all be dead from exhaustion. Though cursing Kakuzu in his heart, Mai didn't dare disobey Goto's orders. Forcing his tired body into action, he vanished with the body flicker jutsu. As Mai left, the room grew quieter. Several elderly men, representatives of Hidden Waterfall Village's major ninja clans, gestured for the fallen messenger's body to be removed. Clan ninjas entered, cleaning the room and taking away the corpse. These elders, effectively the village's council, had been exhausting themselves searching for Kakuzu as well. Finally, one of the eldest stepped forward to speak. "Village chief, we've deployed all available resources. Continuing like this will only weaken the village." Goto's face remained tense, but the elder's words brought a trace of clarity back to his anger-clouded mind. He stood, nodding slightly. "You've all worked hard these past few days. Go and rest. I'll handle the rest." Satisfied, the elders took their leave. Alone, Goto's gaze turned toward the window, his mind a storm of frustration. He couldn't understand. They had scoured the entire country. How had Kakuzu slipped away? Could he truly have escaped the land of waterfalls in just 3 days? Sighing, Goto disappeared in a flash, leaping down to the streets below. The moon hung high, its pale light illuminating the road as Goto wandered, hands clasped behind his back, deep in thought. Where are you, Kakuzu? By ninja standards, this made no sense, absolutely no sense. Lost in thought, Goto Tsubasa came to an abrupt halt. Without realizing it, he had arrived outside Kakuzu's house. On the very first day of the incident, this place had been sealed off. Just thinking about Kakuzu filled Goto with rage. He turned on his heel, ready to leave, when a sudden thought struck him. Goto paused again, then stepped forward and entered the house. The room was pitch black, devoid of light or any signs of life. Yet, in the stillness of the air, Goto caught a faint, familiar scent. That smell. Could it be from the scroll? Goto sprang into action, leaping into the air. His hands blurred through 6 seals in less than 2 seconds. Fire style. A raging inferno erupted from Goto's mouth like an unstoppable torrent, engulfing the wooden floorboards below. The flames roared, consuming everything in their path. Water style, water wall. In an instant, Goto countered his own fire with a surge of water, dousing the inferno. The intense heat followed by the deluge left the floor brittle and fragile, like paper. Letting out a fierce roar, Goto slammed his fist into the weakened floor. Veins bulged on his forehead as he mustered his strength, tearing a large section of the ground apart. A faint glow emerged from beneath the shattered floorboards. There, standing shirtless with rippling muscles and unkempt hair, Kakuzu exuded an aura of wild confidence. Slowly, he opened his eyes and gazed upward, unhurried and composed. "Village chief, it's been a while. How have you been?" Kakuzu's calm tone and indifferent expression made Goto's head feel like it was about to explode. He had spent days without sleep, mobilizing nearly the entire country, exhausting everyone in the process. And yet, the person at the center of it all, Kakuzu, had been right under their noses the whole time, casually training in secret. Chapter 6, Breaking All Ties. "Kakuzu, you bastard. How dare you betray the village? Have you forgotten the teachings of Hidden Waterfall Village? Traitors are unforgivable. Your name will forever be a stain on this village's history." Goto Tsubasa's eyes burned with fury, his body tense and bristling with rage. Even his hair seemed to stand on end, as though electrified by his anger. His pupils dilated, silently demanding an explanation from Kakuzu, as though his glare alone could force the truth out. Kakuzu, however, merely smiled. Resting his hands on his knees, he rose slowly. If Goto Tsubasa wanted an answer, Kakuzu was more than willing to provide one. "I fought for this village on countless battlefields for 20 years. I've killed more enemies than I can count. Yet, when the time came, you ordered me to confront Hashirama Senshu, a mission you knew was suicide. And if I refused or failed, you'd label me a disgrace and throw me into prison, just so you could profit from my death. Isn't that right, village leader?" A cool breeze swept through, adding a chill to the already tense night. Goto Tsubasa's fevered mind suddenly cooled. So Kakuzu had uncovered the plan to use him as a sacrificial pawn. No wonder he had turned his back on the village. Though the logic behind Kakuzu's betrayal stilled Tsubasa's outward anger, the murderous intent simmering in his eyes only deepened. If Kakuzu already knew everything, there was no longer any need to pretend. Placing his hands behind his back, Goto Tsubasa straightened, his expression turning cold and superior as he looked down at Kakuzu. "Kakuzu, you're nothing but a pawn crafted by the village. A pawn should know its place. Sometimes, cleverness isn't wisdom, it's arrogance that leads to self-destruction. Do you understand?" With the charade exposed, there was no need for further pretense. "Hey!" Kakuzu chuckled, his voice laced with disdain. He opened his mouth to retort but was abruptly interrupted. Swish! Goto Tsubasa's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as his hands moved behind his back. In an instant, they completed a final hand seal. "Kakuzu? Pawns will always be pawns. Now, die." Fire style, flame spear. A blazing inferno shot forth from Tsubasa's mouth, forming a spear of fire that tore through the air with deadly speed. The attack came too quickly for Kakuzu to react, there was no time to dodge or harden his body. Bang! The fiery spear pierced Kakuzu's shoulder, the impact throwing him to the ground. Hiss! Sizzle! Flames burrowed into the wound, their intense heat devouring flesh and muscle like a ravenous beast. Even a hardened shinobi like Kakuzu couldn't suppress a pained groan. Seeing Kakuzu fall, Goto Tsubasa surged forward, hand reaching for the short blade at his waist. The blade gleamed coldly as he unsheathed it, the sharp edge glinting under the moonlight. Clang! The blade hovered just above Kakuzu's neck, poised to cut deep into his jugular. One small motion, and Kakuzu's life would end in a pool of blood. Though Goto Tsubasa maintained a facade of cold authority, his heart raced wildly. Kakuzu was one of Hidden Waterfall Village's elite jonin, one of the few who could rival him. Before making his move, Tsubasa had assumed he'd need the help of other shinobi to take Kakuzu down. But to his surprise, a single sneak attack had brought Kakuzu to his knees. "Kakuzu, your skills have dulled." Tsubasa sneered, pushing the blade closer to Kakuzu's throat. Though he projected confidence, his body remained tense, ready to strike at the first sign of resistance. Tap. Tap tap. From a distance came the sound of approaching footsteps, steady and purposeful. Other shinobi from Hidden Waterfall Village were closing in, their movements swift and precise, some leaping from rooftop to rooftop. Within moments, they would arrive, ensuring Kakuzu's capture and sealing his fate. "Kakuzu, is there anything you'd like to say before this is over?" Though victory was assured, Goto Tsubasa didn't immediately deliver the killing blow. He wanted to make a spectacle of Kakuzu's execution, to solidify his authority as the village leader and send a clear message: betrayal would not be tolerated. To Tsubasa's surprise, Kakuzu showed no fear. Instead, a faint smile crept across his face. Ignoring the blade at his throat, Kakuzu rose to his feet unhurriedly, his expression equal parts amused and enigmatic. "Thank you for your contribution, Village leader. What? What are you talking about? Tsubasa frowned, his instincts flaring with unease as he met Kakuzu's gaze. Kakuzu's gaze was calm yet laced with the amusement of a predator savoring the chase. It sent an involuntary chill down to Tsubasa's spine. For a fleeting moment, he had the unsettling feeling that Kakuzu was the one holding his fate in his hands. No, impossible. I just need to take one more step forward, and this guy Kakuzu will, gah. Tsubasa's body froze, muscles locking up as if bound by invisible chains. His back arched unnaturally, bending from a straight 180 degrees to an agonizing 200-degree curve. In that brief instant, his eyes bulged, veins spreading like fractured glass across his sclera. His face, once flushed with resolve, turned ghostly pale. His mouth opened to scream, but all that emerged were broken groans of awe and duck. Desperate, he forced his head downward, his gaze landing on the source of his agony, a hand. A hand that had pierced clean through his chest and abdomen, front to back. Drip. 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 Blood flowed, staining the intruding hand, then trickled off the longest finger, pooling onto the scorched earth below. The vivid red mixed with the charred blackness of the ground, creating a grotesque tableau. In the world of shinobi, strength is a paradox. They wield incredible ninjutsu capable of reshaping landscapes and altering the terrain itself. Yet, they remain fragile enough that a single kunai or senbon can end their lives. Tsubasa's body, now impaled from behind, betrayed the gruesome aftermath. His intestines had been dragged out, tangled around the invasive arm. The veins on his forehead pulsed as he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to remain standing, refusing to collapse. Even now, with blood spilling freely and consciousness fading, Tsubasa wanted answers. His trembling hands and faltering breath betrayed his agony, yet he tried to turn, desperate to see the truth with his own eyes. But Kakuzu wasn't one to leave him waiting. With a flick of his middle finger and thumb, Kakuzu sent the broken blade that had been pressed to his throat spiraling into the air. Rising slowly, his movements unhurried, Kakuzu revealed the grim reality. It was then that Tsubasa noticed it. Kakuzu's left arm was no longer attached to his shoulder. Instead, black thread snaked through the earth, connecting the severed limb to the ground beneath. Realization dawned, but it came too late. The hand that had impaled him, Kakuzu's severed limb, explained everything. Tsubasa's eyes widened in horror, blood spurting from his mouth in a final, violent cough. He swayed, his body on the verge of collapse. Yet still, he forced himself upright. There was one last thing he had to know. You really mastered Earth Grudge Fear, didn't you? Kakuzu didn't bother to answer with words. His expression alone sufficed, a cold, unshakable certainty that Tsubasa's fate had been sealed the moment he dared challenge him. Chapter 7, 1 vs Many. Kakuzu rose slowly. The wounds burned through by fire-style techniques began to mend themselves, the black threads in his body weaving seamlessly until every trace of the injury was erased. Within seconds, he stood tall, his gaze calm and unwavering as it locked onto Tsubasa. Tsubasa had spent most of his life as a shinobi. His combat strategy was sound, but age had dulled the sharpness of his body. While he was still on par with elite jonin in terms of experience and tactics, his physical prowess was no match for a younger, more vital opponent like Kakuzu. The safest way for Goto to defeat Kakuzu would have been to overwhelm him with sheer numbers, dozens, even hundreds of shinobi striking together. And in the heart of the village, assembling such a force would have been trivial. Yet, Kakuzu had anticipated this. He subtly buried his left hand underground from the very start, lying in wait for the perfect opportunity. Tsubasa's momentary lapse in focus was all Kakuzu needed. A faint twitch of Kakuzu's right index finger sent his buried left arm surging upward, threads constricting with deadly precision. In a heartbeat, the arm pierced through Goto's chest, wreaking havoc inside his body. Goto's pupils dilated as every muscle in his body strained to maintain its final resistance. The pain was unbearable, but the man who once founded Hidden Waterfall Village in the chaos of the Warring States period could not summon even a whimper. His pale face and trembling eyes told the story of his defeat. Kakuzu's threads coiled tightly around Goto's heart, their searing heat palpable even through the layers of flesh. It was the last sensation Goto would ever experience. Whip. With a swift retraction, Kakuzu's left arm emerged, pulling Goto's heart free. The black threads quickly enveloped the organ, integrating it into Kakuzu's body. The stitching process occurred naturally, requiring no conscious effort on his part. A few seconds later, Kakuzu opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing through his pupils. Unseen energy coursed through his body, invigorating every fiber of his being. Raising his left hand to his chest, he clenched it into a fist, savoring the surge of power. Hey! Village leader, you were no slouch. Kakuzu muttered, his tone laced with mockery. Fire style, lightning style, wind style, earth style, water style, You dabbled in them all. Fire style was your specialty, though. Too bad they're all mine now. Ha ha ha. The ability to absorb another's strength and make it his own, that was the true, broken power of the Earth Grudge Fear technique. Comparable to the legendary energy-absorbing arts of Tails, it was a system-breaking cheat in this world of shinobi. Kakuzu's laughter echoed ominously, but it was soon interrupted by the arrival of several hidden Waterfall Village shinobi. Among them was Chiba Mai, his sword sheathed at his waist and his armor reflecting the flickering light. His eyes widened in shock as they fell upon Goto's lifeless body. Kakuzu? You bastard, you killed the village leader. Mai roared. Kakuzu ceased his laughter, his expression calm as he turned to face Mai. You plotted against me first. Kakuzu replied evenly. Don't blame me for retaliating. Save your lies. All I know is that you're a traitor to Hidden Waterfall Village, a monster beyond redemption. Mai shouted, unsheathing his sword with a sharp clang. Everyone, attack formation. Mai commanded. Take this traitor down together. So, that's your answer? Kakuzu asked, taking a single step forward. A wave of oppressive air radiated from Kakuzu, swirling outward like a physical force. The shinobi flanking Mai felt the weight of his killing intent pressing down on them, their resolve wavering. For a moment, memories of Kakuzu's past flashed through their minds. This wasn't just any traitor. He was once Hidden Waterfall Village's strongest shinobi, the commander of their second squad, a warrior who had slain countless enemies for the sake of their village. The hesitation was palpable. Was he truly a traitor? Or had circumstances twisted his actions into something unrecognizable? Their doubts, however, were short-lived as Mai launched forward, his body a blur of motion. Water style, 3 moons of clarity. Mai cried. Chakra surged into his blade, encasing it in spiraling currents of water. As he swung, multiple shimmering afterimages of the sword appeared, making it impossible to discern the real strike from the fakes. The technique, though rooted in ninjutsu, combined elements of taijutsu, its speed and precision meant to overwhelm the opponent's senses. To most, this move would be a nightmare to counter. But to Kakuzu, it was a minor inconvenience. In his sharp eyes, the trajectory of every blade, real or illusory, was perfectly clear. Clang. With a decisive motion, Kakuzu brought his palms together, trapping the real blade between them just inches from his throat. Chiba Mai's sharp gaze locked onto his target, his hands gripping the hilt of his blade tightly. With a deliberate motion, he began rotating the hilt counterclockwise, intending to alter the trajectory of the blade. However, screech. Screech screech, a piercing, grating sound echoed from the blade, like the mournful wails of steel crying out in resistance. Chiba Mai's expression darkened, his furrowed brow deepening as tension weighed heavily upon him. The plan had been simple, a quick shift in the blade's position to injure Kakuzu. But reality proved otherwise. Kakuzu had already activated partial hardening of his body. His hands were coated in a black, iron-like layer, making his arms appear as unyielding as steel. No matter how Chiba Mai twisted and turned his blade, it failed to make even the smallest dent. Had enough fun? Kakuzu sneered, his lips curling into a mocking smile. The disdain in his tone was palpable, mirrored in his eyes, which shone with an unparalleled arrogance. Chiba Mai was no ordinary shinobi, he was one of the few elite jonin of the small Hidden Waterfall Village. Yet, this was the stark gap between him and Kakuzu. As a member of the noble Chiba clan, Mai had grown used to looking down on others like Kakuzu, a shinobi not from the clan. But in the brutal world of ninja combat, titles and lineage meant nothing when faced with overwhelming power. Damn it! Mai hissed through gritted teeth, his eyes burning with frustration. If the blade couldn't harm Kakuzu, then... Without hesitation, Chiba Mai shifted tactics. He abruptly pulled his blade back with a heavy swing, leaping backward several meters to create distance between himself and Kakuzu. He landed roughly 5 or 6 meters away, his breathing slightly unsteady. It had been only half a minute since their exchange began, but the surrounding area was now filled with over a dozen additional shinobi. Kakuzu has assassinated the village leader and betrayed Hidden Waterfall Village. Mai's voice rang out, commanding and resolute. He is guilty of heinous crimes. As captain of Squad 1 and a representative of the Chiba clan, I hereby order everyone to form an attack formation and eliminate Kakuzu. Unable to overpower Kakuzu in direct combat, Mai shifted to strategy. His sharp gaze swept across the gathered shinobi, each one feeling an oppressive weight under his scrutiny. Among them were several loyal to the Chiba clan, who immediately responded to his call, stepping forward and forming hand seals with practiced precision. Momentum was contagious. Seeing others take action, even the hesitant shinobi pushed aside their doubts. It was clear to all that Kakuzu stood in a precarious position, outnumbered and outflanked within the heart of Hidden Waterfall Village. Failing to act could brand them as traitors as well, a risk no one was willing to take. In unison, They closed in on Kakuzu from all directions, forming a battle formation designed to overwhelm and annihilate their target. Their hands flew through hand seals, preparing techniques capable of turning the tide of war. Chapter 8, Shrimp and Pork Dumplings. Kakuzu, there's nowhere left for you to run. Chiba Mai, hidden among the 20 ninjas surrounding Kakuzu, gazed at him with a glint of triumph in his eyes. In a one-on-one fight, no one in Hidden Waterfall Village could stand a chance against Kakuzu, not even Chiba Mai himself. However, Mai had meticulously studied Kakuzu's arsenal of jutsu. Earth Style, Earth Spear. One of Kakuzu's signature techniques. By channeling Earth-style chakra, he could harden his body to an almost indestructible state, increasing its durability tenfold. Explosive dugs? Useless against him, at least one or two at a time. But dozens? Hundreds exploding simultaneously? Mai was certain even Kakuzu couldn't endure that. Surrounded and under relentless assault from 20 skilled ninja, Chiba Mai doubted Kakuzu could hold out for long. Kakuzu, however, knew exactly what Mai was planning. When all else fails, rely on sheer numbers, a crude but effective tactic. Yet, Kakuzu wasn't one to go down easily. As the Hidden Waterfall Village ninja tightened their formation, the black threads on Kakuzu's back suddenly snapped to life, bursting outward. Emerging from the mass of threads was a new entity, a humanoid figure with a dark, ink-like body and a fiery red mask. Inside this figure pulsed a beating heart, freshly stolen from Goto Tsubasa. This heart, now Kakuzu's to command, granted its previous owner's mastery over fire-style techniques. The creature wasn't human, it lacked intelligence. Yet, when imbued with a single elemental chakra, its combat prowess could rival even an elite Jonin. Kakuzu had named this new creation Fire Armor. The 20 Hidden Waterfall Village ninja launched their synchronized assault, their combined power formidable. But Kakuzu wasn't alone, Fire Armor was ready to counterattack. Kakuzu's eyes gleamed as his hands flew through a series of seals. Fire Armor, reacting to his intent, began to gather searing heat in its mouth. Wind Style, Pressure Damage. A massive gust of chakra-infused wind roared through the battlefield, enveloping half of the Hidden Waterfall Village ninja in its chaotic force. Meanwhile, Fire Armor unleashed its own attack, Fire Style, Intense Heat Wave. Whoosh! The wild winds fueled the flames, amplifying their intensity and coverage. What began as a mid-range attack grew into an inferno of devastating proportions, a monstrous blaze roaring towards the Hidden Waterfall Village ninja. The combined power of wind and fire created an unstoppable force. The inferno consumed everything in its path, turning the battlefield into an unrelenting sea of flames. The ninja, caught in the onslaught, screamed in agony as their clothing, hair, and even their bodies ignited. Their desperate attempts to smother the flames were futile. Within moments, the relentless firestorm claimed their lives. As the last vestiges of fire died down, Kakuzu lowered his hands, his expression unreadable. He glanced at the few surviving ninja who had miraculously extinguished the flames on themselves. Ugh! Meeting Kakuzu's cold, piercing gaze, the survivors froze. Their trembling hands and unsteady legs betrayed the terror coursing through them. In that moment, they understood a harsh truth: the strongest in Hidden Waterfall Village, both then and now, was Kakuzu. Even with their combined strength, they stood no chance. The remaining Hidden Waterfall Village ninja looked at Kakuzu with a mix of fear and despair, knowing their fate hung by a thread. However, reality proved that they had been overthinking. Kakuzu looked at the terrified shinobi before him and sneered with disdain. They were nothing more than fodder, not worth his time or effort. Kakuzu's deep eyes shifted forward, and he took a single step ahead. The fire mask followed closely, ever vigilant by his side. After a few steps, Kakuzu stood before Chiba Mai. The once arrogant Chiba Mai was now unrecognizable. He lay sprawled on the ground, his body charred black. The combination of Kakuzu's wind and fire style had been aimed squarely at him. Although Chiba Mai was a proficient water style user, his jutsu was no match for Kakuzu's devastating synergy of wind and fire. Now, Chiba Mai clung to life by a thread. Kakuzu crouched slowly, his left hand pressing onto Chiba Mai's scorched body. Black threads pierced through the man's skin with ease. The Earth Grudge fear had a simple prerequisite: the victim needed to be alive. A corpse offered no value, only lifeless remains. Even if the target was on the brink of death, as long as they drew breath, Kakuzu could harvest their final worth. The black thread snaked deeper, sensing the faint beat of Chiba Mai's heart. It was weak, almost imperceptible, but that didn't matter. Once in Kakuzu's possession, it would beat strong again, for him. Chiba Mai. Kakuzu murmured, his voice cold and devoid of emotion, your strength is now mine. You. Chiba Mai's eyes widened with his last ounce of strength. If Kakuzu had simply killed him, it would have been a clear loss, proof that he wasn't strong enough. But this. Kakuzu wouldn't just kill him, he would take his power, make it his own, and use it in battles to come. This realization stabbed through Chibamai's mind like a blade. His chest swelled with bitterness and regret, but his body was too broken to act. Kakuzu, observing the anguish in Chibamai's gaze, smirked faintly. His free hand waved dismissively. "Don't overthink it," Kakuzu said. "Your strength barely piqued my interest. Your water style is passable, nothing more. To be clear, your power is only a temporary asset. The moment I find something stronger, I'll discard you without hesitation. Understood?" Even in his weakened state, Chibamai heard every word. They echoed in his mind, sharp and clear. You. Chibamai wanted to shout, to rage, but the words stuck in his throat. His last thought was bitter and clear. Kakuzu? What a heartless bastard. Chapter 9, The Strength of Kakuzu. Beyond the outskirts of Hidden Waterfall Village, the corpses of more than a dozen ninjas lay scattered across the road, their lifeless forms testament to a recent battle. At the center of the carnage stood Kakuzu, holding one of the village elders by the throat with a single hand. The elder, despite his dire situation, formed hand seals with a desperate urgency. Electricity began crackling in his hands. Lightning style, thunder strike, his words were cut short, his breath stolen by Kakuzu's iron grip. Gasping for air, his hands faltered, and the lightning dissipated. His eyes filled with defiance, but his body betrayed him, growing limp in Kakuzu's grasp. "Kakuzu, you, hey." Kakuzu sneered, his voice cold and mocking. "Your lightning style is decent, for someone from Hidden Waterfall Village. I'll make good use of it." Black tendrils snaked from Kakuzu's body, piercing the elder's flesh. Within moments, the elder's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, and Kakuzu's wounds began to stitch themselves closed, his vitality restored. Standing amidst the battlefield, Kakuzu stretched his arms wide, tilting his head back to gaze at the sky. A smirk played on his lips as he exhaled in satisfaction, reveling in the surging power coursing through him. For several days, Kakuzu had been on a relentless hunt, targeting the upper echelons of Hidden Waterfall Village. A village as small as this had only a handful of elite Jonin, most of whom had already fallen to Kakuzu's rampage. This was his vengeance, a calculated purge of those he deemed responsible for betraying him. 5 o'clock. Movement spotted. Let's check it out. Stay sharp. Faint voices and the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the distance. Kakuzu turned his gaze in their direction, a glimmer of disdain flashing across his eyes. Likely reinforcements from the village, he mused. But what could they do? With most of Hidden Waterfall Village's Jonin either dead or cowering in fear, the remaining forces were little more than fodder. Kakuzu had no interest in wasting his energy on lower-ranked shinobi. In an instant, he vanished, leaving behind only the lifeless bodies as grim evidence of his assault. On a remote mountaintop, Kakuzu stood alone, savoring the tranquility. He inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with the crisp, untainted air. Clenching his fists, he felt the raw, boundless energy flowing through him. "Open," he murmured. The black threads that composed his body surged outward, unraveling as 4 distinct figures emerged from his back. Each figure was unique, their appearances tailored to their elemental affinities. Fire Alpha wore a red mask and had a towering, muscular build. It specialized in fire style. Water Beta donned a blue mask, its body bristling with spiked threads, capable of unleashing devastating water-style techniques. Lightning Gamma, with its slim, angular form and triangular threaded head, mastered lightning style. Wind Delta, the most humanoid in appearance, wielded wind style with lethal precision. These 4 entities were not merely extensions of Kakuzu's power, they were fully autonomous fighters capable of executing his strategies with unwavering obedience. Though each specialized in a single elemental jutsu, their strength rivaled that of elite Jonin. Together, they significantly amplified Kakuzu's combat potential, providing him with additional angles of attack and overwhelming his enemies with their combined might. Should he choose, Kakuzu could recall them into his body, consolidating their power and granting himself access to all 5 elements simultaneously. His original heart, which governed Earth style, remained his foundation. With it, he could perform techniques like Earth Sphere, which enhanced his body's durability tenfold, both a potent offensive weapon and an impenetrable defense. As the threads retracted, the elemental masks returned to Kakuzu's back, sealing themselves in place. 5 elite Jonin's worth of power and 5 lives to spare. Kakuzu muttered, flexing his hands. A dark satisfaction settled over him. Once, he had been the strongest shinobi in Hidden Waterfall Village. Now, armed with the forbidden art of Earth Grudge Fear, he was untouchable. The village was nothing more than an afterthought, a remnant of his past that held no challenge for him anymore. But as Kakuzu savored his newfound supremacy, his gaze darkened. Somewhere, he knew, there would always be those foolish enough to stand in his way. Kakuzu's piercing gaze swept over the valley below, his sharp eyes reflecting the figures of several Hidden Waterfall Village shinobi. They were moving cautiously, combing the area in search of him. For over a week now, Hidden Waterfall Village had been relentlessly hunting him, deploying teams of shinobi in a ceaseless, grid-like search. And Kakuzu had indulged them. He often made a point of revealing himself, only to slaughter every shinobi they sent his way. By his count, at least 20 Jonin and elite Jonin had fallen by his hand, not to mention the countless Chunin. Hey! If none of you fear death, who am I to deny you? Kakuzu murmured, a cold grin tugging at the corner of his lips. In an instant, his form vanished from the mountaintop. The next moment, what are you looking for? The calm, almost mocking tone came from behind a patrolling squad, making them jump in fright. 7 or 8 shinobi spun around, kunai raised, their faces pale with terror. When their eyes landed on Kakuzu, their expressions froze. Legs trembling, their very souls seemed to flee their bodies. This was no ordinary enemy, this was a demon incarnate. The sheer number of their comrades who had perished at his hands these past days was unthinkable. Kakuzu's sharp gaze swept over the group, a smirk playing on his lips. Not bad. You've even brought a Jonin along. Looks like Hidden Waterfall Village's leadership is feeling generous these days, sending out Jonin as though they're disposable. Lowering his folded arms, Kakuzu began to step forward, his every movement deliberate and menacing. The squad leader, a Jonin, felt the weight of Kakuzu's gaze fix upon him. His mind blanked, and his body moved instinctively. Thud. Overwhelmed by fear, the Jonin dropped to one knee. It wasn't a full prostration, but the single knee kneel was a gesture of both submission and deference in the shinobi world. Please, Kakuzu-sama, stay your hand. The Jonin stammered, his voice shaking but desperate to convey his intent. We didn't came to hunt you. The new village head, Lord Kimu, wishes to negotiate with you. He respectfully asks for your audience. After all, once, we were comrades of the same village. The Jonin poured out his words in a single breath, terrified that even the smallest delay might spell his death. Sweat dripped from his face as his breathing quickened. He kept his gaze lowered, not daring to meet Kakuzu's eyes, and knelt there silently, awaiting judgment. Kakuzu stopped in his tracks, raising an eyebrow at the words. Oh? He tilted his head slightly, intrigued despite himself. Hidden Waterfall Village's leadership, reaching out to him for negotiations? That was unexpected. Chapter 10, Departure. A quiet pavilion stood 10 miles outside of Hidden Waterfall Village. 2 men sat facing each other. On one side was Kakuzu, and on the other, a man in his 50s named Kimu, a figure of authority within the village. Behind Kimu, about 7 or 8 meters away, stood over a dozen shinobi acting as guards. However, he had instructed them to keep their distance. He knew well enough that if Kakuzu turned hostile, they would be little more than fodder, unable to offer any real protection. Better for them to stay away and not spoil the atmosphere. For now, Kimu held the position of acting village leader, tasked with negotiating with Kakuzu on behalf of Hidden Waterfall Village. Kakuzu, I'm glad you've come. As per your request, everything is prepared. Please, take a look. Kimu pushed a pillow-sized bundle of documents across the table toward Kakuzu, his expression remaining politely neutral throughout the motion. You seem remarkably unconcerned about the village's current predicament. Kakuzu said, unwrapping the bundle with a calm demeanor, his sharp gaze never leaving Kimu. Kimu let out a soft chuckle, his smile unwavering. Shinobi are shinobi, and the village is the village. The two should not be conflated. His meaning was clear. The death of Goto Tsubasa, one of their own, was not something Kimu mourned. After all, it was Goto's miscalculation that had brought Kakuzu's wrath upon them. In fact, Kimu owed Kakuzu a debt of gratitude. Without Goto's demise, he would never have risen to his current position. That said, Kimu sincerely hoped Kakuzu would not continue his rampage. Nearly half of Hidden Waterfall Village's upper echelon and elite Jonin had already fallen to Kakuzu. Surely, enough blood had been spilled to quench his fury. Kakuzu, unhurried, began leafing through the documents, his eyes scanning every word with precision, though his expression remained impassive. These records document everything about you, Kakuzu-sama. Kimu said. I've brought them all here, as requested. Furthermore, I've already dealt with anyone who knew too much about you. Is there anything else you'd like from the village? Kimu's tone was respectful, devoid of any condescension. His demeanor stemmed not just from etiquette but from the pragmatic understanding that Kakuzu could end his life effortlessly. Requests? None, really. Kakuzu replied, still focused on the files. I understand that keeping everyone silent is impossible, but I expect you to minimize any leaks about me. Satisfied that the documents were genuine, Kakuzu placed them in his left hand. His gaze shifted back to Kimu, calm but piercing. His reasons for agreeing to a truce with the village were simple, continuing the slaughter served no purpose. Hidden Waterfall Village was small, but to underestimate it was a mistake. It was, after all, the only minor nation to have obtained the tailed beast. Moreover, the village possessed the hero water, a secret weapon that could amplify chakra tenfold, albeit at the cost of one's life. While Hidden Waterfall Village couldn't deploy the tens of thousands of shinobi that larger nations could, it could still muster over 1,000. If pushed to desperation, the village could unleash a barrage of techniques that even a Kage-level shinobi might struggle to withstand. Kakuzu's revenge had been exacted. There was no need to burn the village to the ground. Taking the stack of documents in hand, Kakuzu formed a quick seal with his free hand. Fire style. A small but intense flame erupted, consuming the files in an instant. The records, once filled with Kakuzu's history and exploits, turned to ash, carried away by the wind as tiny blackened fragments. Kimu's brow furrowed slightly as he watched. Kakuzu-sama, I don't understand. These files contain the record of your deeds, your victories over countless enemies. Why destroy them? Kakuzu stood, glancing at Kimu before speaking. For most people, a written legacy serves as proof of their existence, something to be remembered by. But for me, that's unnecessary. Kakuzu removed his Hidden Waterfall Village forehead protector and, with a single slash, carved a deep line through its center, splitting the village symbol in two. He didn't put the protector back on. Instead, he slipped it into his pocket, keeping it as a memento, a reminder of the time he had once served the village. Kimu, I believe you'll make an excellent leader. Under your guidance, Hidden Waterfall Village should find peace. Kakuzu's assessment was pragmatic. Kimu had shown a willingness to negotiate rather than engage in fruitless conflict. That alone spoke volumes about his capability as a leader. Thank you for your kind words, Kakuzu-sama. You are a strong individual. I have a feeling that in the future, you will carve out a place for yourself in the shinobi world. Kimu stood up, offering a polite smile as he bid farewell. Kakuzu had already made up his mind to leave, so Kimu saw no point in trying to persuade him otherwise. Even his tone of address shifted immediately. Whether his parting words came from genuine foresight or were simply flattery was unclear. Regardless, Kakuzu responded with a carefree smile before vanishing in a flicker of movement. Soon after, Kakuzu arrived at the edge of Hidden Waterfall Village, where the village met the outside world. The sound of rushing water filled the air, whoosh, whoosh. He stood within a mountain cave, gazing out at the cascading waterfall before him. Taking a step forward, he infused chakra into his feet. The energy clung to his sandals, allowing him to walk across the water's surface effortlessly. Each step created ripples that expanded outward, the sound of the flowing water growing louder with every movement. Closing his eyes, Kakuzu allowed the waterfall to crash over him, the cold water drenching his body as he stepped forward steadily. The sensation lasted only a few seconds, and when he reopened his eyes, his body felt lighter. Though thoroughly soaked, he had successfully passed through the outermost barrier of Hidden Waterfall Village, the waterfall. Without hesitation, he resumed running. This wasn't the kind of sprint he had used in his previous life, with arms pumping and exaggerated movements. Instead, it was the natural, streamlined run of a shinobi. His arms hung loosely at his sides, his body leaned forward in a relaxed posture, and all unnecessary movements were eliminated. His legs alone propelled him forward, driving his chakra into every step to maintain speed and stability. It was the epitome of a ninja's run. The rhythmic splashing of water echoed as his boots skimmed the surface, leaving a trail of spray in his wake. Watching this style of running in his past life, Kakuzu would have dismissed it as impractical, mere theatrics. But now, experiencing it firsthand, he understood its purpose. On Earth, a human sprinting at full effort might reach speeds of about 10 meters per second. For a shinobi, that was child's play. Running at 20 or even 30 meters per second was entirely achievable. Such speeds made feats like scaling walls or running on water second nature. The secret lay in chakra. While chakra reserves were finite, a shinobi's ability to channel it efficiently was key. To conserve chakra and maximize its use, shinobi relaxed their upper bodies and minimized extraneous movement, focusing all their energy into their legs. This technique allowed for faster, more efficient movement. In this world, the ninja run wasn't just stylish, it was practical. Only someone who didn't run like this would seem strange. Chapter 11, The Side Effects of Earth Grudge. Fear. In the past, this land was engulfed in blood and fire, clashes of blades and swords, endless battles between ninja clans and warring factions. The flames of war swept across the shinobi world like drifting smoke, sparing no one. Men took up arms to defend their clans and families, while women and children left behind at home had no escape from the ravages of conflict. The chaos paid no heed to age or innocence. But then came the establishment of the shinobi village system, where each nation founded its own ninja village under the one country, one village policy. With clearer borders and relative order, the continent began to settle into a fragile peace. Though this peace was tenuous, Marred by irreconcilable tensions between nations, it marked the end of mass slaughter against innocents. To honor this hard-won stability, the year of this accord was designated as the start of a new era. Now, 6 years into the new era, the scars of history remain, but life presses on. White Tree Town, a settlement straddling the borders of the Land of Fire, the Land of Waterfalls, and the Land of Iron, was a testament to this tumultuous history. Its unique geographic position rendered it a place of chaos, beyond the reach of any nation's governance. Yet in this chaos thrived a strange kind of vibrancy. Step right up. Freshly made 3-color dango from the Land of Fire. Delicious and affordable. Sir, have a look. Sticky clay treats from the Land of Earth, chewy, flavorful, and unforgettable. Here we go. Sugar candies from the Land of Wind. The finest specialty you'll ever taste. Merchants of all kinds filled the bustling streets, hawking their wares in accents from every corner of the shinobi world. Travelers and traders brought vitality to the town, and where merchants gathered, so did the people. Families strolled the streets, lovers wandered hand in hand, and swordsmen stood vigil in silent watchfulness. Even veiled figures darted through the crowds, avoiding notice. But the lively atmosphere shifted in an instant with the arrival of a singular figure. One by one, row by row, the people fell silent. All eyes turned to the newcomer with astonished gazes. Draped in a loose black robe that concealed most of his form, his towering 190-centimeter frame was impossible to miss. Even the robe couldn't hide his explosive musculature. His piercing gaze sent a shiver down the spine of anyone who met it, carrying a presence honed through countless battles. Those who recognized him bowed their heads in deference, for this was a man who radiated a bloodlust so intense it could only come from a life steeped in slaughter. As he stepped forward, the crowd instinctively parted, clearing a path before him. His mere glance compelled others to avert their eyes. The town, which thrived on disorder, fell eerily quiet in his wake. Kakuzu swept his gaze over the street, smirking faintly. He ignored the wary stares and entered a nearby inn. The innkeeper hurried over, his demeanor servile. "Welcome, honored guest. How may I assist you?" "I need a room. Quiet, especially quiet. I don't want to be disturbed." "Understood?" Yes, absolutely. You have my word." The innkeeper nodded fervently, handing over a key to an upper-level suite. Kakuzu glanced at the key and nodded. A high-floor, premium room, isolated enough for his purposes. Without a word, he ascended the stairs, his heavy steps echoing in the silence. Upon entering the room, he locked the door and surveyed his surroundings. Everything was immaculate, luxurious bedding, a plush sofa, and fine toiletries. Even the small card by the door offered an array of additional services. Uninterested, Kakuzu sat cross-legged on the bed, ensuring no one was nearby. Satisfied, he retrieved a scroll from his robes. Earth Grudge Fear, Secret Jutsu. This was his lifeblood jutsu. Although he had already mastered it, the final notes in the scroll intrigued him. Turning to the last few pages, he read the reflections of the jutsu's creator, a monk from the temple. To the brave soul who has reached this point, you have likely mastered my secret technique and uncovered its flaws. Transforming your body into black threads enhances physical capabilities and serves as a formidable weapon. However, it comes at a cost, the forfeiture of the body's potential for growth. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed. So the monk had recognized the inherent risks. Raising his right hand, he demonstrated the jutsu. Whoosh! His palm shot forward, black threads extending from his arm like a grotesque web. These threads, now integrated into his entire body, functioned as his new circulatory system. He could manipulate them effortlessly, stretching and retracting without risk of infection, unlike Kamimaru's Shikatsu-myaku. But therein lay the crux of the problem. With nearly all of my flesh replaced by threads, my body can no longer develop. Kakuzu muttered, staring at his hand. In the original story, he had lived over 90 years, yet fell to a young shinobi with barely a decade of training. Now the truth was clear. My remaining decades may be free from the fear of aging, but my surface body is forever frozen as it is. He said, his voice tinged with resignation. Without the internal workings of the human body, only its external shell remains. Chakra can no longer progress, not even by an inch. Kakuzu's daily functions, eating, sleeping, even the most intimate activities, all remain normal. But the ability to activate his cells for training had been entirely stripped away. In the time I have left, there's only one way to grow stronger, continually seizing the hearts of powerful individuals and making their strength my own. This was the side effect of the Earth Grudge Fear. Technique. He could no longer cultivate power through personal effort. If he only focused on stealing from the weak, his growth would stagnate. But the strong, like the 5 Kage, not only possessed immense power themselves but were constantly surrounded by an elite squad for protection. These squads typically consisted of at least 10 shinobi, all at the level of Jonin or higher. Faced with such formations, how could Kakuzu even begin to make his move? Ah, so this is the price of immortality. A heavy sigh escaped his lips as he rose from the bed and walked slowly to the window. He gazed out at the bustling streets below, the once frozen scenes of life resuming their lively rhythm. Am I destined to be a fleeting blossom, here one moment and gone the next, like this view before me? Hey, don't even think about it. Kakuzu shook off his doubts. He had no intention of becoming fodder for someone else's story decades later. Returning to the bed, he picked up the scroll and continued reading the words left behind by the monk. Earth grudge fear has rendered me unable to develop my own strength. Such an outcome is unacceptable. Over the years, I traversed countless nations and regions, searching for a way to break this impasse. At last, I found a theory. The black threads of earth grudge fear have merged with my body, they are now a part of me. They have replaced the living tissues of my body with inanimate threads. If I can find a catalyst and slowly activate life within these threads, they may form a new body. The monk didn't elaborate further but simply left his blessings for whoever might read his words. Kakuzu guessed that the monk had been killed before he could complete his research. He likely only uncovered the theory behind breaking earth grudge fear's limitations but lacked the necessary materials to put it into practice. Closing the scroll, Kakuzu shut his eyes and meditated quietly. The monk's insights are incredibly valuable. If I can harness earth grudge fear while continuously growing stronger, I would truly possess the power I desire. This, Kakuzu felt, was the only way to break the curse of his fate. He had to find a way to overcome the side effects of earth grudge fear. Activate life. A catalyst. Form a true body. Suddenly, Kakuzu's eyes snapped open. The answer was there, lurking in his mind. The catalyst described by the monk might not have existed in his era, but in Kakuzu's time, it certainly did. Or rather, it hadn't been discovered yet. Hashirama's cells. Chapter 12, The Underground Exchange. Hashirama Senju. That man again. No matter how much I try, I can't seem to avoid his shadow. What is this world trying to force on me? Do they want me to reenact the ridiculous feat of throwing 800 shuriken to take him down? Ha! Kakuzu chuckled dryly. He knew there was no point in such theatrics. But this line of thought opened a new door for him. Hashirama's cells were used by many in later generations. They're even said to play a key role in future events. Perhaps they could benefit my earth grudge fear technique. My body's current condition leaves much to be desired, after all. It might be worth a try. Kakuzu began crafting a plan, though he knew better than to rush. Hashirama's cells were little more than a concept right now, no tangible samples existed because Hashirama himself was still alive. And who would dare pluck fur from a tiger while it growled? That was a death wish. Only when Hashirama lay in his grave would someone brave enough attempt to steal from his corpse. The exact time of Hashirama's demise was uncertain, but one thing was clear, he would die eventually. And Kakuzu had plenty of time. For now, there was no need to be hasty. With his plan set, Kakuzu shelved his worries about the side effects of earth grudge fear for the time being. But another issue quickly surfaced, money. Clink-clang. Clink-clang. A burly man swung a bell as he moved, signaling the crowd ahead to make way. Behind him, a caravan of horse-drawn carts rolled along, their wheels carving tracks into the dirt road. Merchants flanked the carts, while a dozen swordsmen served as guards. The impressive convoy caught the curious eyes of passers-by. The banners atop the carts bore the insignia of the Land of Birds Merchant Guard, a unit directly established by the daimyo. No wonder the caravan had such an imposing presence. The convoy passed through narrow streets, past inns and stalls, never pausing. From the rooftops above, Kakuzu stood, his black cloak billowing in the wind. The fluttering fabric mirrored his turbulent thoughts. Watching the caravan below, he discovered an intriguing ability in his new life. While the crowd below speculated about the cart's contents, Kakuzu needed only a glance to make an accurate judgment. The first cart? Definitely goods, though I couldn't say what exactly. But the last three? His eyes gleamed with a sharp light. I'd stake my life on it, they're filled with money. His certainty wasn't baseless, it was ingrained, a skill honed through years of experience. Kakuzu's innate sensitivity to wealth bordered on supernatural. As the caravan rolled away, Kakuzu sighed. He didn't move to rob it, letting it disappear from his view instead. His restraint had its reasons. The ninja world was governed by unspoken rules, and Kakuzu was a man who understood the delicate balance of power. Ninja, for all their strength, were not producers. Like ordinary people, they needed money for food, clothing, and shelter. Thus, they relied on the daimyos and their nations for financial support. This dependency formed the foundation of the one nation, one village system. Where did the daimyos get their money? Partly from taxes, but mostly from trade. Merchants played a crucial role in maintaining the flow of funds. Over time, they became an untouchable class in the shinobi world. Anyone bold or foolish enough to rob a merchant caravan would face relentless pursuit, hunted by every nation. Their only refuge would be a life of misery as a mountain bandit. Kakuzu folded his arms and withdrew his gaze. He avoided such crimes not only to adhere to the unspoken rules but also because he saw no purpose in slaughtering the defenseless. Though the caravan had guards, samurai were relics of a bygone era. No matter how proud, they were mere paper in the face of overwhelming ninjutsu. Killing them without provocation would be meaningless. Kakuzu had other ways to earn money. Rustle, rustle. With a few swift leaps, Kakuzu reached a secluded spot. Behind him, a young boy appeared, wearing a polite yet somewhat nervous smile. "Excuse me, are you Lord Du?" Kakuzu glanced over his shoulder, examining the boy. Around 15 or 16, the lad had basic ninja training but posed no threat. His innocent appearance could easily belong to a simple tradesman. But Kakuzu knew better. These inconspicuous types were precisely the kind to serve as intermediaries. "I am," Kakuzu replied. The name Du was an alias he'd casually chosen. As he spoke, he pulled a black mask over the lower half of his face, leaving only his sharp eyes visible. The boy smiled faintly after hearing the request. "Du-sama, my name is Heisei Kuno. I'm in charge around here, and we can meet your requirements. Please, follow me." Heisei Kuno immediately lowered his head respectfully as Kakuzu turned away, then leapt down from the rooftop to lead the way. Kakuzu lightly pushed off with one foot, vanishing from his spot and following closely behind. Kakuzu's money-making methods were something many could guess, the underground exchange. Not only was this Kakuzu's bread and butter, but over the past few days, he had grown even more familiar with this line of work. This place required neither a real name, a real face, nor even a real person. You only needed to pick up or hand off tasks. As for who you were, no one cared. It was a perfect fit for Kakuzu's need to operate discreetly while making money. The underground exchange could truly be called his destined place. On the way to the exchange, Heisei Kuno displayed a remarkable level of caution. Although town was a lawless zone, the exchange was an underground operation, one that couldn't afford to be exposed to the public. Kuno wandered the streets aimlessly for quite some time. Kakuzu didn't mind. He knew that making big money required patience, so he silently followed behind. After about half an hour, and once certain they weren't being tailed, Kuno finally led Kakuzu into an alleyway. After another dozen or so meters, they stopped in front of a shop. Kuno turned, smiled, and pointed to the entrance. "Du-sama, this is the place." At that moment, the shop door opened. A young woman, no older than 16 or 17, sauntered out. She wore very little and moved with a seductive grace. Without hesitation, she latched onto Kakuzu's arm. "Big brother, why don't you come in and have some fun?" Both Kuno and the young woman smiled at Kakuzu, who was momentarily stunned. He glanced up at the shop's name. "You've got to be kidding me." Kakuzu's eyes, the only part of his face visible, practically shot flames as he glared at Kuno. His mind raced as he processed the situation. He had asked for work, and this idiot had brought him here? "You bastard. Are you suggesting I work here? Or worse, that I spend money here?" Chapter 13, Bounty. The room was tense, filled with the faint hum of danger. "You think you can toy with me?" Kakuzu growled, his hand shifting from a fist to a claw. He gripped Heisei Kuno's neck, lifting the man entirely off the ground. Kakuzu's fury was palpable, a searing heat that filled the air. Anyone would be furious after being played, and Kakuzu was no exception. Arg! Kuno's legs kicked desperately, trying to find purchase, but the floor stayed just out of reach. He clawed at Kakuzu's hand with one, while the other pointed frantically toward the shop's interior, as if trying to explain something. A nearby woman with striking violet hair gasped, her expression briefly frozen in terror. But she quickly regained her composure, stepping forward with a forced calmness. "Sir, please. There's no need for this. We only acted out of caution. What you seek is inside the store," she said evenly, her voice steady despite the situation. Kakuzu's gaze flickered between the two, his grip unwavering. But the explanation piqued his interest, and after a moment, he released Kuno. The man crumpled to the floor, gasping for air, too frightened to delay further. He scrambled to the door and pushed it open, the violet-haired woman leading the way inside. "Follow me," she said, her tone now polite and measured. They moved deeper into the shop, past rows of mundane items, until the woman stopped before a hidden panel. She opened a concealed door, revealing a narrow, pitch-black passageway. Kuno stayed behind, guarding the entrance without the needing instruction. The woman lit a torch, illuminating the hidden corridor. "This way." Without hesitation, Kakuzu followed her into the shadows. The passage sloped downward, ending in a staircase that descended about 5 meters. At the bottom lay a large, dimly lit room. The chill in the air was unmistakable, emanating from an imposing refrigeration unit against the far wall. A lone table occupied the center of the room, its surface covered with photographs and documents. The violet-haired woman walked over and began lighting additional torches, chasing away the room's oppressive gloom. With the added light, the photographs came into clearer view, faces of people from every corner of the shinobi world. The woman's demeanor shifted as she turned back to Kakuzu. Gone was the coy allure, in its place was the poise of someone who understood their trade well. These are the most sought-after targets in the ninja world, nobles, merchants, and even shinobi, people someone wants gone but can't deal with directly. So their names end up here, she said with a thin smile. We handle over 70% of such contracts in the ninja world. Naturally, the bounties vary depending on the target's strength and influence. Let me show you. Kakuzu's gaze lingered on the documents as the woman spoke, his interest steadily growing. He stepped closer, his sharp eyes scanning the names and figures on the table. The bounties were arranged in descending order, from left to right. The first was a striking portrait of a man with long, flowing hair, clad in red armor. His face was strong, exuding an aura of power. Below the image, the name Senju Hashirama was written in bold, accompanied by an astronomical bounty. Kakuzu's lips curled into a faint smile. He wasn't surprised to see Hashirama here. After all, his grudge against the first Hokage was part of why he had left Hidden Waterfall Village in the first place. What intrigued him was a different question. Who wants Hashirama dead? Kakuzu mused to himself. The answer didn't matter, there were too many who resented the man who ended the Warring States period. The next photograph showed a man with wild, spiky hair that obscured part of his face. His stern features radiated an intimidating presence even through the still image. Madara Uchiha. Kakuzu chuckled softly. If Madara ever saw this list, he'd likely destroy the entire exchange out of sheer indignation. Why is my bounty lower than Hashirama's? Kakuzu imagined the Uchiha fuming. Beyond the top 2 names, the bounties dropped significantly. Names like Hyuga Tenin, Raikage First, Tsuchikage Ishikawa, Mizukage Byakuren, and Senju Dobirama were listed, each with formidable sums. The woman pointed out the logic behind the numbers. Those with the title of Kage, or those deemed to possess Kage-level strength, command the highest rewards. They're not only powerful but influential, which makes them far harder to eliminate. Kakuzu nodded, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Targets like the head of the Hyuga clan or the Mizukage represented more than individual strength, they were symbols of their respective villages. Taking them out would be no easy feat, especially when considering the repercussions. Lesser bounties followed, elite jonin, prominent clan members, and other key figures. These were still formidable, but their roles often placed them in more vulnerable positions, making them easier to target. Half an hour passed as Kakuzu studied the list, the gleam of interest never fading from his eyes. He finally straightened, his lips curling into a wicked grin. This bounty exchange is quite the enterprise. As long as the money's good, you'll take on anyone, won't you? The woman returned his smile. Indeed. So many choices. Do you see any that catch your eye? Of course. He replied, reaching toward the table. The thrill of the hunt burned bright within him. Eliminating someone like Senju Hashirama or Madara Uchiha was out of the question. Next in line were the clan leaders and village higher-ups, all of whom were heavily guarded. Such high-risk targets were not jobs Kakuzu would bother taking. Among the hundreds of bounty posters spread before him, some of the simpler tasks stood out. For instance, assassinating minor country officials. The people issuing those bounties weren't important, and the rewards were laughably low, only 2 million ryo. Kakuzu couldn't help but sneer. For the sake of his reputation, such jobs weren't worth his time. His eyes swept across the pile of bounties, pausing on a few. After a brief comparison, one poster caught his attention. Name, Ganraku. The image showed a young man with a head full of wild, curly hair. Affiliation, missing nin from Hidden Stone's village bounty. The purple-haired clerk noticed Kakuzu's interest and immediately understood. She sifted through the pile of documents and retrieved additional information about Ganraku. Ganraku was originally the captain of the elite Hidden Stones village's explosion corps. However, after the establishment of the village, he clashed with the Tsuchikage over ideology. Rumor has it that he severely injured the Tsuchikage's prized student, Mu, using explosive techniques before defecting from the village. Abilities, unknown. Oh? A missing nin? Kakuzu's interest deepened, even beneath his mask. From the looks of it, Ganraku's bounty was personal. The Tsuchikage must have inflated the price to avenge his student. That suited Kakuzu just fine. Bounties with this kind of high return were rare. This one it is. Chapter 14, Pursuit. This is for you. I believe it will prove helpful. The violet-haired woman retrieved an object from the refrigeration unit and handed it to Kakuzu. He took a closer look. It was a square ice block, still unmelted, with a small note sealed in its transparent center. Kakuzu tucked the ice block and a bounty slip into his sleeve, then exited the establishment alongside the woman. Outside, Heisei Rokuno was still diligently standing guard. "Kid, you're not hurt, are you?" Kakuzu's tone was calm, though he felt a twinge of guilt for the earlier misunderstanding. Heisei flashed a relieved smile. "There's no need to apologize. I'm just honored you came here. A few scratches are nothing, after all, what's a ninja without a few wounds?" Seeing the young man's upbeat attitude, Kakuzu decided not to press further. From his earlier conversation with the violet-haired woman, he'd learned that Heisei had been the one to introduce him to the world of bounty hunting. If Kakuzu completed his first transaction successfully, Heisei would earn a small percentage according to the long-standing rules of the black market. While a few tens of thousands of ryo were mere pocket change compared to millions, it was more than a month's wages for many small-time merchants, enough to make a difference for someone like Heisei. "By the way, I still have a question," Kakuzu said, turning to the violet-haired woman. "Ask away." She replied with a warm smile. "Are you truly the one running this place?" Kakuzu glanced at the sign above the establishment. Something about her demeanor felt at odds with her supposed role as the head of a black market exchange. At his question, the woman chuckled softly, her laughter like a gentle breeze. Her expression shifted, becoming more playful and flirtatious. She took Kakuzu's hand, her grip light but suggestive. "Business isn't exactly booming these days. A girl's got to make a living somehow." She leaned closer, her voice taking on a teasing lilt. "Actually, I have a fondness for strong, commanding men like you. Would you stay a while and keep me company?" Women were indeed unpredictable creatures. Whether her words were sincere or not, they carried a charm that was difficult to ignore. The softness of her touch, the allure in her eyes, the subtle sway of her voice, it was enough to make any man's heart race. For Kakuzu, with 5 hearts beating within him, the sensation was even more pronounced. A faint smile appeared in his eyes as he reached out and gently patted her head. The gesture was firm yet careful, catching her off guard. A slight blush crept across her face. "What's your name?" "Minami." "A good name." Kakuzu retracted his hand and glanced at her bashful expression. "Wait for me." As he said those words, Kakuzu felt as though he was indulging in an act of kindness. It reminded him of his past life, seeing young women shivering in the cold, clad in thin stockings on winter streets. Back then, his circumstances never allowed him to act on his softer impulses. But this world was different. Here, the laws were more lenient, or rather, more indifferent. Establishments like this one weren't rare. Adapt to the customs of the land. Kakuzu thought. Flexibility ensures survival. The thought of taking things slower, of enjoying this new world, briefly crossed his mind. But for now, there was work to be done. By the time Kakuzu reached the bustling street outside, the ice block in his pocket had nearly melted. He fished it out, applying just enough force to crack it open and retrieve the note inside. Holding the note up to the sunlight, faint outlines of a map began to emerge. A map. Kakuzu studied it carefully, quickly understanding its significance. The note detailed the locations of underground bounty exchanges scattered across the region. For instance, the Land of Rivers had 2 exchange points, the Land of Iron had 4, and larger nations like the Land of Fire boasted as many as 12. Clearly, the black market was thriving. As Kakuzu mulled over the map, a sudden heat began to emanate from the note in his hand. Without activating any fire-based jutsu, the note began to burn on its own. Thorough measures to ensure secrecy. Kakuzu remarked. The note had been imbued with a trigger seal that activated once exposed to air for a set amount of time. A clever way to prevent the black market's locations from falling into the wrong hands. As the burning paper crumbled to ash, Kakuzu's expression turned serious. It was time to get to work. Ganraku, a rogue ninja from the Land of Earth, had been fleeing westward since his defection. Reports suggested he'd recently been spotted in the Land of Iron. As a rogue ninja, he wouldn't dare linger in the Land of Iron for long. Heading south to escape was his only logical choice. This meant he was likely passing through or even hiding in a place like Whitetree Town, a lawless zone. With this basic information, Kakuzu could already narrow down the potential area where the target might be hiding. Of course, the odds weren't in his favor. The town itself had thousands of residents, and the surrounding villages brought the population to tens of thousands. Searching for one person in this sea of people was a daunting task, especially since the target was a rogue ninja. Naturally, they would have covered their tracks meticulously to avoid being discovered. Fortunately, Kakuzu was trained for situations like this. Raised to be a perfect ninja from a young age, he had mastered the arts of reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. This hunt was shaping up to be a battle of wits between predator and prey. Where to begin? Kakuzu's hawk-like gaze swept over the town's narrow streets and crowded alleys. It didn't take long for him to identify his first lead. "I'll start there," he muttered, striding forward. He approached a group of thuggish young men with bleached hair and cigarettes dangling from their lips. The moment the group noticed Kakuzu's imposing presence, their expressions soured. One of them stomped his cigarette onto the ground and stood up, grabbing Kakuzu's collar with an aggressive sneer. "Who the hell are you?" Kakuzu didn't answer immediately. His cold, calculating eyes silently assessed the group. In a town of just a few thousand, any newcomer would stand out. People like these would have their ears to the ground for anything unusual. Without wasting words, Kakuzu pulled out a bounty poster and held it up. The photo of his target was clear. "Seen this man?" The thugs didn't even glance at the poster, their focus locked on Kakuzu. I asked who the hell you, 10 minutes later. The group of thugs now sported swollen faces and tear-filled eyes. "Yes, sir, it's here. We swear." One of them stammered, pointing to a spot nearby. "We saw someone like that here before. That's all we know, I swear. Please, just let us go." Kakuzu ignored their whining and tossed them aside. He crouched down, pressing his fingers against the muddy ground. Slowly, he began inching forward, examining the area. The battered thugs stood frozen, not daring to move without permission. 20 minutes later. "Found it!" Kakuzu's sharp exclamation startled the group. Carefully, he brushed away the dirt, revealing faint traces of footprints. Though the road was muddy and covered with overlapping tracks, Kakuzu's trained eye could discern subtle differences. What seemed like a chaotic mess to most was a clear trail to him. Among the many footprints, Kakuzu focused on a single pattern, the imprint of a soft padded boot. Ninja footwear is distinct from civilian shoes, he thought. And Hidden Stones Village as shinobi have their own unique style. The terrain around Hidden Stones Village is rocky yet flat, making it practical for their ninja to wear soft padded boots for maneuverability. These prints matched the description perfectly. Could it belong to another shinobi from the land of Earth? Possible, but unlikely. Hidden Stones Village was one of the 5 great ninja villages. Their shinobi were known for their loyalty and rarely operated alone. Examining the footprint further, Kakuzu noticed subtle signs of urgency. "Hey, let's see if this really leads to 15 million ryo," he muttered, a rare smirk tugging at his lips. Chapter 15, Hunter and Prey. A crimson maple leaf drifted to the ground, filling the last cracks of the earth and painting the landscape in vivid autumn red. The fiery hue extended beyond the valley floor, spreading to the mountain slopes on either side, heralding the arrival of fall. This was a secluded path on the outskirts of the fire country, located dozens of kilometers away from the nearest village. Framed by towering peaks resembling a canyon, the area remained undisturbed due to its remote location, preserving its breathtaking scenery. Measured footsteps echoed through the valley, their rhythm amplified by the natural acoustics. A figure clad in a black windbreaker strode purposefully along the mountain trail. Kakuzu's gaze appeared fixed ahead, but his sharp peripheral vision took in every hidden corner. Even the faint sound of an insect flipping over did not escape his attention. To see in all directions and hear every sound, this was the essence of a shinobi's training. "This is a beautiful place," Kakuzu murmured, his gravelly voice resonating through the crisp air. "Fitting for either burying a body or being buried yourself." Evidence of a recent campsite was strewn across the ground, a smoldering fire, the charred remains of a meal, and other traces of human activity. These clues led to the mouth of a narrow gorge, where crimson leaves painted the surrounding mountains. Kakuzu halted, his piercing gaze scanning the cliffs above. After a moment, a flicker of emotion crossed his otherwise impassive face. Hunting a living target in this world was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Prey could flee, and more cunning ones left false trails to mislead their pursuers. Fortunately, Kakuzu's finely honed skills ensured he had followed the correct path without falling for such tricks. But, as he saw it, there was one more critical factor behind his success. "My unerring sense for money," he muttered, a faint smirk forming beneath his mask. After a relentless pursuit lasting half a month, he had finally cornered his target. From a cave halfway up the mountainside, a man emerged. He wore no headband, but the dark red vest of Hidden Stones Village as shinobi marked his allegiance. His wild, curly hair gave him an unruly appearance, and he clutched a roasted chicken in his hands, tearing off a chunk and chewing carelessly as he sized up Kakuzu. "Well, this is unexpected," the man said with a crooked grin, his voice laced with amusement. "Even after hiding here, someone managed to find me. So, tell me, are you here to die, or to bring me a payday?" Kakuzu's eyes glinted with cold determination as he replied, his tone calm and steady. "A bounty of 15 million ryo. I trust you'll be worth the effort." The man, Ganraku, laughed dismissively. "If it's a fight you want, I won't stop you. But I have one request, let me finish my meal first. Kakuzu tilted his head slightly, as if considering the proposition. Then, with a faint smirk, he nodded. Take your time. A few minutes won't make a difference. Much appreciated. Ganraku said, taking another bite. But the moment he lowered his gaze to his food, the faintest whisper of movement reached his ears. By the time he looked up, Kakuzu had vanished from sight. Only the rush of wind betrayed his position. In an instant, Kakuzu scaled the rocky wall, leaping toward Ganraku with startling speed. The distance between them shrank to mere meters. Ganraku's expression twisted in surprise as if accusing Kakuzu of breaking some unspoken code of honor. But Kakuzu's cold smile conveyed his thoughts clearly. There's no honor in a shinobi's battle, only survival. Victory justifies all means. If you want honor, Kakuzu thought, pulling out several kunai midair, go sign up for a tournament. Being a shinobi probably isn't for you. He flung the kunai with lethal precision. The weapon sliced through the air, their speed rendering them nearly invisible to the naked eye. Despite his earlier shock, Ganraku's instincts kicked in. He didn't rely on his eyes but on the reflexes ingrained by years of training in Hidden Stones Village. With a subtle bend of his knees, he dodged effortlessly. Thunk. 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 The kunai embedded themselves harmlessly into the rocky wall behind him. Ganraku straightened, his confidence returning. You're right, life's been tough recently. But whether or not I continue living is my decision to make. He smirked wickedly. Besides, I've wondered, does the black market have a bounty on you? Imagine how much I could earn. Ganraku's laughter echoed through the valley, his eyes glinting with a feral hunger for bloodshed. In the world of shinobi, the roles of hunter and prey could shift in an instant. Kakuzu remained silent, his expression unreadable. A breeze stirred the fallen leaves, and Ganraku raised his meal for one final bite before the battle began. Yet, as the wind passed, his eyes flickered with sudden realization, a fleeting warning carried by the shifting air. The fight was far from over. Ganraku didn't look back, he knew it was too late. 3 kunai were lodged in the rock wall behind him, and the one in the middle had a neatly folded explosive tag attached to its tip. The subtlety of the shuriken technique, the way the explosive tag was folded to avoid detection. Ganraku's mind felt like it was unraveling. His grin froze on his face. He finally realized he was up against a battle-hardened, high-ranking shinobi. Kakuzu, standing motionless in place, silently counted down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. With less than a meter between him and the explosive tag, even if he started running the instant he heard the explosion, it wouldn't make a difference. Unless, of course, he has a body of steel. Or something equally absurd, Kakuzu mused. His gaze was calm, as though everything had been calculated the moment Ganraku took his first step down the mountain. And now, everything seemed to be proceeding as planned. Boom. The explosive tag detonated. The kunai embedded in the wall shattered into fragments. The force of the explosion caused the rocky cliff face to collapse, sending debris tumbling down. The blast's shockwave engulfed a radius of 3 meters, obliterating everything in its path. Any carbon-based life forms within that radius would have been instantly reduced to dust in the ensuing cloud of smoke and ash. The red maple leaves scattered across the ground were torn apart, their tiny fragments hurled into the sky by the explosion. Step. 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 Seconds passed. The shockwave dissipated, and the smoke began to clear, revealing the shattered debris on the ground and the slowly descending fragments of torn maple leaves. These fragments started to settle back into the deep crater left by the blast, once again covering the ground in a thin, fragile layer. Kakuzu stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression as calm as still water. Yet, deep inside, there was a faint sigh. The law of smoke without harm applies no matter what world you're in, doesn't it? Chapter 16, Chukra's Transformation. Nature, damn it, you nearly killed me. Deep gouges scarred the ground in front of Ganraku, evidence that he had leapt clear of the explosion just in time. His earlier composure was nowhere to be seen. The roast chicken he'd been holding was long forgotten, and his body tensed as his hands moved into position. Crossing his thumbs, his right hand gripped over his left, forming the tiger seal. A chilling bloodlust radiated from his narrow pupils. Ganraku was genuinely enraged by Kakuzu. Oh? You managed to escape the blast unscathed, just with speed? Kakuzu, a survivor of countless battles, was unfazed by Ganraku's killing intent. What intrigued him was how Ganraku had evaded the explosion in the first place. As Kakuzu's calculating gaze locked onto Ganraku, every subtle movement was analyzed and processed like data in his mind. It's his legs. Within 2 seconds, Kakuzu came to a conclusion. Most people, whether standing casually or at attention, naturally adopt an outward toe stance. But Ganraku's posture was inward, his toes pointing slightly toward each other. The churned up dirt around his feet indicated an immense amount of chakra focused in his legs. focusing chakra into your legs to achieve near teleportation speed. As expected of Hidden Stone's village's explosion core. Kakuzu's tone wasn't mocking, it carried genuine admiration. Every village had its elite units, and Hidden Stone's village's explosion core was notorious for their mobility, destruction, and sheer power. Even a rogue ninja from such a unit couldn't be underestimated. Kakuzu pulled his hands from his pockets, his stance shifting as he bent his knees slightly, his hands curling into claw-like shapes at his sides. Both men were now in combat mode. Yet, a minute passed, and neither made a move. It wasn't hesitation, it was strategy. Both were intent on gathering as much information as possible before attacking. Intelligence could tip the scales in battle, and for seasoned fighters like them, even a stalemate served a purpose. Kakuzu's expression turned curious as he studied Ganraku. Maintaining such a high level of chakra in your legs. Isn't that exhausting? Ganraku's face twitched, but he quickly masked it with a cold sneer. I know you're strong, but you can't kill me. Understand? His voice brimmed with confidence, as if declaring the outcome was already decided. Kakuzu responded with a dry chuckle. A clumsy attempt at provocation. He wasn't about to be baited into a premature attack. But Ganraku wasn't entirely wrong, Kakuzu didn't have the patience to drag this out any longer. Fine. Ready yourself. With those words, Kakuzu's eyes flared with an overwhelming aura, and he lunged forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. So fast. Ganraku's pupils contracted in shock. For the first time, he fully realized Kakuzu's physical prowess. In pure taijutsu, he knew he couldn't win. But a ninja's strength wasn't solely in their body. Humphrey. Ganraku's eyes gleamed with determination. Ninja battles weren't won with brute strength alone. Kakuzu's figure blurred as he closed the gap in an instant, his clawed hand aiming for Ganraku's chest. Ganraku countered with a kunai while retreating quickly, his movements precise but defensive. As the exchange unfolded, Kakuzu's sharp eyes caught a crucial opening. There. He raised his right fist and swung it down with incredible force. The air howled as the punch carved through it, a fierce shockwave heading straight for Ganraku's chest. This was a strike meant to shatter ribs and end fights. In the split second before impact, Ganraku crossed his arms over his chest to shield himself. Boom. The impact was like being struck by a speeding car. Even with all his strength, Ganraku couldn't completely block it. He gritted his teeth, struggling to keep his feet planted as the force drove him backward, leaving deep trenches in the ground. Panting heavily, Ganraku's heart raced, and his breathing grew ragged. Surviving a direct hit from Kakuzu felt like it had cost him half his life. But he had endured. With an immense effort, Ganraku suppressed the pain and steadied himself, a faint smile curling on his lips as he raised his head. Because it was over. Die. Ganraku completed his hand seals, a final shout echoing with wild determination. Kakuzu had underestimated him, and it would cost him. Boom. A massive explosion erupted from beneath the ground, precisely where Kakuzu and Ganraku had first clashed. One explosion followed another, an endless chain of detonations. It was as if the earth itself had been laced with explosive tags, each going off in perfect succession. A series of explosions erupted in rapid succession, engulfing Kakuzu in a cloud of smoke and dust. The shockwaves swept through the area, leaving Ganraku's afro slightly disheveled. Fortunately, he had maintained just the right distance, avoiding any direct harm from the blasts. That bastard is really something else. Ganraku clutched his chest, his face pale. To be honest, he wasn't doing too well himself. Kakuzu's punch had caused internal injuries, and he had burned through a significant amount of chakra. He'd need a good period of rest after this fight, provided no other bounty hunters found him in the meantime. Still, the battle wasn't without its rewards. Ganraku turned his gaze toward the dissipating smoke. That guy's head should fetch a good price on the market. Ha ha ha. Ganraku's face twisted into a grin, one tinged with a hint of madness. Limping slightly, he made his way toward the smoke to retrieve Kakuzu's body, intending to figure out a way to cash it in on the black market later. However, just as the smoke was beginning to clear, Ganraku's grin froze in place. He didn't need to see it clearly, his instincts told him something was wrong. Quickly gathering chakra, Ganraku slid backward in a hurried retreat, his eyes fixed on the scene ahead. Sure enough, a tall figure emerged from the fading smoke, walking slowly toward him. When Kakuzu reappeared, his body encased in a layer of black armor, Ganraku's expression twisted into one of disbelief. Not only had Kakuzu survived the explosion unscathed, but he looked as though he hadn't even been hurt. Kakuzu's gaze turned to Ganraku, and a faintly amused smirk spread across his face. To be honest, this particular transformation of Earth style is new to me. Not bad. Kakuzu remarked casually. As everyone knew, aside from yin and yang, chakra could be divided into 5 elemental natures. Each nature had various transformation forms, leading to different effects. For example, water style typically had two main variations, offensive and defensive. Offensive techniques included water dragon bullet or water severing wave, while defensive techniques featured moves like water formation wall or water prison. Earth style, however, had far more diverse transformations. Defensively, there was earth formation wall. Offensively, techniques like earth dragon bullet were common. It could even be used to enhance the user's body, such as Kakuzu's earth style, earth sphere. Lastly, there was a rare transformation of earth style, the ability to cause explosions by infusing chakra into the earth. This was likely the foundation for Hidden Stones Village's explosive core. The technique you're using must be a form of ninjutsu that turns chakra into buried explosives. Am I right? Kakuzu's calm analysis hit the mark, causing Ganraku's expression to twitch noticeably. Chapter 17, Secret Jutsu, Thunder Trail Bang. 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 A blackened arm slapped the dust off its surface, echoing like striking metal. As expected from someone trained in Hidden Stones Village's explosive squad, your techniques could easily pulverize someone. Kakuzu remarked, his piercing gaze analyzing the situation. After their brief exchange, he had a clear understanding of Ganraku's abilities. The constant track seal formed by Ganraku's hands wasn't for show, it channeled chakra through his body. However, it wasn't his hands releasing the chakra but his feet. By embedding earth-style chakra deep underground, Ganraku lured his opponent to a specific spot before detonating the pre-planted chakra, creating an effect similar to landmines. It was an ingenious but flawed jutsu. The technique required the user to maintain constant contact with the ground, channeling chakra continuously to keep the connection intact. This relentless output rapidly depleted chakra reserves, leaving the user physically drained. The heavy breathing and sweat pouring down Ganraku's face were proof enough. This limitation likely explained why Hidden Stones Village grouped explosive-type shinobi into specialized squads. They were most effective in coordinated efforts. Of course, if someone mastered explosive jutsu while conserving chakra efficiently, they would be nothing short of a prodigy. Huff. Huff. Ganraku gasped for air, sweat dripping like rain. This guy. Not only does he use such advanced earth-style techniques, but he's also seen through most of my jutsu, Ganraku thought, gritting his teeth. The pressure was immense. He knew he wasn't a match for Kakuzu. Kakuzu's deliberate approach was terrifying. Each step felt like death inching closer, his scythe gleaming with menace. Then, without warning, death stopped walking. Instead, Kakuzu leaped forward in a blur, closing the gap in an instant. Let me help you end your miserable, hunted life. Kakuzu growled, his voice devoid of sympathy. Ah. I won't let you take me down so easily. Ganraku roared, his face twisted in desperation. A ninja's pride wouldn't allow him to surrender without a fight. Earth-style wall. With a loud rumble, a sturdy wall of earth rose between them. It was a classic earth-style defense, but could it stop Kakuzu? Lightning piercer. Electricity crackled violently as Kakuzu's arm became a spear of lightning. He thrust it forward, piercing the earth-style wall with ease. The impact left a gaping hole at the center, the fractures spreading like a spiderweb. Kakuzu didn't waste time. Using the wall as a foothold, he propelled himself higher, launching toward Ganraku with unmatched speed. From above, Kakuzu could tell that Ganraku had prepped a significant amount of chakra beneath his feet. But Kakuzu wasn't going to fall for a trap. He shifted his weight midair, raising a blackened iron fist over his head, ready to strike. Ganraku's eyes burned with fury. You'll die with me. Secret jutsu. The ground erupted in a massive explosion. Kakuzu's mind raced. He's detonated the entire field? Is he trying to take me down with him? No. Ganraku lacked the resolve of a warrior ready to die. Kakuzu had seen true desperation before, Ganraku's aura didn't carry that weight. Still, the trap had been sprung, and Kakuzu needed to react. Twisting midair, Kakuzu's outstretched hand clawed at Ganraku's collar. He intended to use the man's body to cushion the blast. But before Kakuzu could secure his grip, an earlier explosion nearby sent Ganraku flying like a ragdoll. A series of deafening explosions followed. Boom. 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 The earth convulsed violently as the meticulously planted earth-style mines went off in sequence. The ground split apart, sending shockwaves that shook the mountain. Birds scattered in terror, animals fled in droves, and even the trees swayed precariously. It was as if a localized earthquake had been unleashed. Minutes passed before the chaos subsided. From a distance, the aftermath resembled a grim yet oddly artistic scene. The mountain's autumn foliage combined with the remnants of the explosions created a macabre masterpiece. At the center of it all, a small black mushroom cloud lingered in the air, a haunting mark of destruction. The black smoke hung stubbornly in the sky, refusing to dissipate. The once vibrant landscape was now eerily silent. No chirping birds, no buzzing insects. Only the crackle of lingering flames and the mournful whistle of the wind broke the stillness. After a long silence, splurt. Finally, another sound broke the stillness. Ganraku, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. A metallic tang filled his throat as he felt a sharp sweetness rise up. His eyes widened, and he quickly turned to his side, opening his mouth. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Ukdata. Ganraku groaned as he struggled to sit up, leaning heavily against a large rock behind him. His hand clutched his chest, and the pain moans escaping his throat made it clear just how much agony he was in. The earlier blast from his own detonating bomb had hurled him away from the center of the explosion, sparing him from the worst of it. But the shockwave still left his body battered, and judging by the sharp pain in his chest, he was likely suffering from severe internal bleeding. Even so, when his blurry gaze focused on the scene in the distance, Ganraku's pained grimace abruptly faded. His lips curled into a twisted grin, and a moment later, manic laughter spilled from his mouth. The transformation was almost absurd, agonized groans 1 second, triumphant laughter the next. The reason for this miraculous shift was simple. Ganraku had spotted something that made him forget his own suffering. He saw someone in an even worse state than himself. He saw the light of victory. He saw a glimmer of hope to keep living. Ahahaha. Bounty hunter, you've finally fallen, haven't you? Following Ganraku's ecstatic gaze, the scene came into view. A massive tree stood about 15 meters away, and slumped against its trunk was Kakuzu. His expression was hidden behind his mask, but Ganraku didn't need to see it. What he did see was enough. Kakuzu's hardened body, which had been comparable to an impenetrable fortress, was now shattered by Ganraku's Earth-style explosive, a bomb with the destructive power of dozens of explosive tags. Kakuzu's right arm and right leg were detached from his body, discarded like broken toys beside him. A person without legs couldn't escape. A shinobi without hands couldn't form seals. Kakuzu was finished. And compared to Kakuzu, Ganraku's injuries were almost laughable, mere internal bleeding. The stark contrast filled Ganraku with glee. This was a hard-won victory. Now you understand the power of my secret technique. Ganraku sneered. You must have guessed that I used my legs to channel chakra and create Earth-style explosives underground. But there's something you didn't anticipate. I didn't just rely on chakra sensing to detonate the bombs. I created chakra threads, linking each bomb together. This allowed me to control the direction of the explosions. I bet you didn't see that coming, did you? The mindset of a victor was always indulgent, and Ganraku didn't mind letting Kakuzu die knowing the truth of his defeat. Leaning against a rock for support, he slowly pushed himself to his feet. His body swayed, but he steadied himself, gripping a kunai in his hand. With uneven steps, he began to approach Kakuzu. Meanwhile, Kakuzu, still slumped against the tree, paid no attention to Ganraku's approach. Instead, he was lost in his thoughts, replaying the battle in his mind. Linking chakra threads to Earth-style explosives to control the blast direction. That's not something just anyone can do. But for a demolition-focused shinobi, it might not be that difficult. Hey, the ninja world is full of secret techniques. It seems I can't afford to underestimate anyone until I truly achieve invincibility. Chapter 18, The Hunt Ends. The sun tilted westward, beginning to reveal the beauty of the sunset. The soft crimson afterglow blanketed the earth, harmonizing with the ground covered in autumn leaves to create a breathtaking spectacle. Occasionally, birds would glide across the sky, adding a touch of life to the serene scene. Yet, the focal point of this picturesque landscape was unmistakably the valley shrouded in black smoke. Ganraku gripped a kunai tightly, advancing step by step with the calculated precision of a hunter closing in on his prey. His eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty satisfaction. This time, I don't need you to end my pain. Instead, I'll end yours. Ha ha ha. Ganraku, a skilled jonin of Hidden Stones Village, was not one to grow complacent over a mere handful of victories. What satisfied him about this battle wasn't the win itself, but the fact that his prey, once a ferocious lion, had now been stripped of its claws, its arms broken, and left utterly powerless. This reversal of fate was the true source of his exhilaration. When he was only a few meters away, Kakuzu finally shifted his gaze, breaking the silence. His masked face turned to Ganraku as he calmly asked, "Do you still have anything left to entertain me with?" "What?" Ganraku froze mid-step, bewildered. He couldn't grasp what Kakuzu was implying. Then, a chilling realization hit him. Kakuzu's limbs had clearly been blown off in the explosion earlier, but there wasn't a single drop of blood. Even with quick blood clotting, it was impossible for there to be no visible trace. The triumphant joy Ganraku had felt was suddenly shattered, like a tar pricked open to let in blinding sunlight, exposing the lurking darkness within. "Your performance was decent. Kakuzu said, his tone cold and detached. It's fitting for a jonin of Hidden Stone's village. I'll make sure your death isn't too painful. Still seated, Kakuzu's severed arms and legs twitched slightly. Swish. Black thread slithered out from within his body, snaking toward his detached limbs with a life of their own. They swiftly reattached his severed hand and foot. The charred and burnt threads that had been damaged were consumed and replaced by new ones, seamlessly knitting his limbs back together. Thump. Thump. The sounds of bones and sinew snapping into place echoed. Kakuzu stood up, towering over Ganraku once more. He flexed his right wrist with ease, as though nothing had happened. The threads that had reconnected his limbs withdrew, leaving no visible trace of repair. Anyone unaware of the earlier events would never have guessed Kakuzu had just walked away from an explosion. The sight left Ganraku utterly paralyzed with fear. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. His kunai slipped from his grasp, clattering uselessly beside him. You! What are you? Ganraku stammered, his voice trembling. Kakuzu frowned slightly, glancing at the sky as he appeared to ponder his answer. Then, with a swift motion, he reached down and hoisted Ganraku off the ground, lifting him high into the air. The much shorter Ganraku dangled helplessly, his feet a good half-meter above the ground. Despite his predicament, Ganraku didn't dare resist. It wasn't just because he was completely drained of chakra, it was the overwhelming killing intent radiating from Kakuzu that crushed his will. Faced with an unbeatable opponent, Ganraku could only resign himself to the role of a lamb awaiting slaughter. I think I understand what you're trying to ask. Kakuzu said, his voice steady. This technique of mine is troublesome. It allows me to repair my body, but it comes with its flaws, like the inability to bleed like normal flesh. It's one of the more frustrating limitations. To an ordinary person, Kakuzu's earth grudge fear was nothing short of monstrous. Yet, he explained it casually, as though it were a minor inconvenience. Does that make sense to you? Kakuzu's eyes narrowed as he studied Ganraku. Beneath his mask, a faint smile seemed to form. Ganraku's throat bobbed as he tried to swallow, but his body felt cold and lifeless. His cracked lips parted as if to respond. Ugh. The only sound that emerged was a strangled gasp, the kind of noise someone makes when pain reaches its absolute peak. Kakuzu's hand had already pierced through Ganraku's abdomen, punching straight through to the other side. Hey. I suppose I'm just as foolish as you. Kakuzu mused. Why does everyone insist on celebrating too early? He realized that both he and his now doomed prey had made the same error. Both had paused to savor their presumed victories before ensuring the battle was truly over. Then again. Kakuzu continued with a grim smirk. If I had waited until you were dead to explain my abilities, that wouldn't have been nearly as satisfying, would it? With a slight twist of his arm, Kakuzu shattered Ganraku's internal organs. Ganraku had seen only a glimpse of Kakuzu's true power, but that was enough. If Ganraku were to leave this battlefield alive, news of Kakuzu's technique would inevitably spread throughout the shinobi world. And Kakuzu knew that his greatest weapon was the mystery surrounding his abilities. To preserve that secret, there could only be one outcome. Anyone who learned the truth about him had to die. Shing. One hand still gripped Ganraku by the collar, while the other slowly withdrew from his body. Kakuzu hesitated for a moment, his gaze lingering on Ganraku's chest. Should he take the heart? Only for a second. Kakuzu dismissed the thought. Ganraku's earth-style explosives were intriguing, but they lacked versatility compared to Kakuzu's hardened earth spear technique. Risking too much for too little gain was the epitome of foolishness. Lowering the arm that held Ganraku's limp body, Kakuzu let him fall to the ground. The man was already dead, his life snuffed out before Kakuzu had even withdrawn his hand. The hunt was over. The game between hunter and prey had reached its conclusion. But Kakuzu's task was far from finished. He needed to bring Ganraku's corpse to the bounty exchange office to claim his reward. The closest exchange office. The Land of Fire, huh? Kakuzu muttered, recalling the terrain map scribbled on a piece of parchment. The 5 great nations had only recently been established, their territories roughly divided. Many borders remained poorly defined, leading to constant tensions and military standoffs. Armies of thousands guarded contested borders, prepared for the slightest provocation. However, Kakuzu knew the boundaries between the Land of Fire and the smaller neighboring countries weren't as heavily fortified. The path he intended to take was unlikely to cross a ninja patrol. To be cautious, he could always use back roads. The Land of Fire's defenses wouldn't notice a lone wanderer sneaking in. With his route planned, Kakuzu wasted no time. He turned sharply, his left hand swinging Ganraku's body through the air in an arc before slinging it over his back. This weight. Manageable. Kakuzu remarked. Carrying a man weighing over 100 pounds was as effortless to him as lifting a small bird. If he wanted, he could leap through the forest with Ganraku's body in tow, without breaking a sweat. In his current condition, Kakuzu figured he could keep running for 3 days and nights without feeling a thing. But just the thought of that is ridiculous. Kakuzu muttered, shaking his head. I am Kakuzu, a renowned figure in the ninja world. I have some standards. He started walking, the lifeless body slumped over his shoulder. At this point, some might wonder, why didn't Kakuzu simply cut off Ganraku's head and carry that instead? Surely it would have been far more convenient. The answer was simple, it violated the black market's code of conduct. Kakuzu worked for clients who issued bounties, and he made a point to meet their expectations. A ninja's corpse was valuable in its entirety. Those who issued these bounties, village leaders or high-ranking officials, almost always wanted the full body returned for their own purposes. Unless the bounty explicitly stated kill on sight or dead or alive. With clear indications of intense personal grudges, it was best to follow the rules. Bringing the complete corpse avoided unnecessary trouble with clients. As Kakuzu continued his silent march, the forest around him seemed almost serene, a stark contrast to the grisly task he had just completed. Chapter 19, Occupational Hazards. The midday sun blazed fiercely, casting its unrelenting rays over the vast landscape. High above, an eagle soared, its wings slicing through the air. On the ground below, ants marched in orderly lines, scouring for food. A tree snake slithered out of its hollow, its tongue flicking as it searched for prey. Amid this backdrop, Kakuzu treaded slowly, his path cutting through the land of fire. As expected, no one had stopped or interrogated him. However, his face bore an unmistakable scowl, his eyes radiating irritation. Even the most renowned hunters in the black market start as rookies, but this initiation process isn't exactly enjoyable, huh? Hey! Becoming a top-tier assassin in the shinobi world was no easy feat. Strength alone wasn't enough, cleaning up after the job was just as important. On his first mission, Kakuzu had underestimated the consequences of his own strength, leaving a gaping hole in his target's abdomen. Carrying the corpse had turned into a messy ordeal, with blood trailing in his wake. The scent quickly attracted predators, wolves, leopards, and other scavengers, none of which Kakuzu considered a threat. A single flick of his finger could kill them all. Yet, the ants on the ground and vultures circling overhead were far more persistent, constantly gnawing at the body whenever Kakuzu tried to rest. It was maddening. Frustrated, he finally stopped in a nearby village to commission a wooden coffin. However, even the cheapest, most poorly made coffin cost no less than 50,000 ryo. Faced with the prospect of his bounty being reduced to scraps, Kakuzu gritted his teeth and bought it. Sir, this coffin meets your specifications perfectly. Now, about the 50,000 ryo. Put it on my tab. Kakuzu growled, his menacing glare freezing the shopkeeper in his tracks. The man stammered out a nod, too frightened to protest. Though he had acquired what he needed, Kakuzu wasn't pleased. Freeloading and running up a tab, it's not my style. I never thought I'd be forced into this by my circumstances. It seems that in every world, working people struggle to make ends meet. Kakuzu prided himself on earning every ryo honestly, no matter how dirty the job. This was merely a rough start, he reasoned. Once his operation expanded, he'd repay the debt double, no, triple. Adjusting the wooden coffin strapped to his back, he quickened his pace. By the following day, the sun hung high in the sky, signaling lunchtime. Kakuzu entered a roadside tea house, its rustic atmosphere a welcome respite. Inside, an elderly woman was seated at a small table, leisurely eating sushi. The old woman glanced up, her eyes narrowing into slits. Welcome, dear customer. Are you here for a meal? Thud. Without a word, Kakuzu slammed the coffin onto the floor. The woman, still chewing her rice, stood and dusted off her hands. Ah, a special guest. Follow me. She led Kakuzu to the back of the shop, where she lifted a trapdoor hidden beneath the floorboards. A staircase spiraled down into the depths below. As Kakuzu descended, the old woman called out from above, "The old man's out having lunch. Please wait below." Kakuzu said nothing, merely stepping into the underground chamber. The facility was far more advanced than the one in White Tree Town. Electric lights illuminated the space, and a large refrigerated storage unit dominated the far wall, capable of holding 100 bodies at once. Near the corner of the room, another figure was waiting, a man with a fiery red mask and matching short hair. He was holding a rectangular box, presumably containing a severed head. A fellow hunter, Kakuzu concluded after a single glance. Leaning against a wall, he closed his eyes and waited in silence. 5 minutes passed. The sound of footsteps echoed from the stairway. Opening his eyes, Kakuzu saw yet another hunter arrive. This one wore a silver fox mask and had short silver hair. He carried a full body slung over his shoulder, strolling casually into the room. Glancing at Kakuzu and the red-masked man, he seemed utterly unfazed, taking a seat against a protruding wall ledge. 10 more minutes crawled by. Kakuzu's brow furrowed deeply as his patience wore thin. Just as he was about to lose his temper, the shopkeeper finally appeared. The man was frail and hunched, looking as though the slightest breeze might topple him. He shuffled behind the counter, coughing into his hand. Ahem. My apologies for the delay, esteemed guests. Let's begin the transactions. Who's first? Despite the long wait, the three hunters maintained their professionalism, silently queuing in order of arrival. The red-masked man stepped forward first, presenting his bounty and the associated wanted poster. After a meticulous comparison, the shopkeeper nodded, stowing the goods in the freezer. He then handed over a small suitcase. The red-masked man opened it, verifying the contents, around 10 million ryo. Satisfied with the weight and amount, he left without a word. The process flowed smoothly, demonstrating impressive efficiency. Kakuzu approached the counter, placing the wooden coffin down before opening it. Along with it, he handed the bounty notice to the old man at the counter. The old man carefully verified the target's identity through facial recognition and the physical details provided by the client. With practiced ease, the old man lifted the corpse, opened a refrigerated drawer with one hand, and stored it inside, all in one fluid motion. Despite his frail appearance, his steady movements and precise actions made it clear that he had once been a shinobi in his younger days. After securing the corpse, the old man retrieved a medium-sized chest and flipped it open. Inside, neatly stacked bills gleamed under the light. My first business deal is finally complete, Kakuzu thought, feeling the 5 hearts within his chest thumping wildly. This wasn't just the joy of successfully completing a venture, it was a primal excitement coursing through his very being. Why does this money feel so precious to me? Perhaps it was the fatigue from his years of endless killing, or maybe it was the sentimental value tied to this particular job. Whatever the reason, Kakuzu found himself oddly moved. Shaking his head, he cast these stray thoughts aside for now. As he prepared to leave, clutching the cash-filled chest, a sudden thought struck him. Looking at the neat bundles of notes, which seemed to total around 1,500 bills, Kakuzu furrowed his brow. What if there's 1 or 2 missing? Who would even notice? Money should always be counted on the spot. Kakuzu muttered to himself, resolving to give in to his professional instincts. Taking a step to the side to make room for the silver-haired man behind him, Kakuzu began counting the bills meticulously. One by one, he double-checked them to ensure there were no mistakes. 1,498, 1,499, 1,500. After counting twice, Kakuzu finally calmed the restless urge within him. By the time he looked up, the basement had grown noticeably emptier. Only he and the old man remained. Boss, you're a trustworthy man. Thanks for the deal. Kakuzu closed the chest and waved as he left. The old man returned the gesture with a smile. What a meticulous customer. I imagine he'll make quite a name for himself here at the exchange in no time. He mused silently, stroking his chin. As Kakuzu exited the tea house, he mulled over his next steps. First, I'll repay the 5 million I borrowed from the shopkeeper in town. Can't afford to tarnish my reputation. After that, what's next? Beyond savoring this world's delicious cuisine, I should also experience its unique cultures and customs. Kakuzu decided, his mind drifting. This world wasn't just about delectable food, it also had its infamous specialty shops. That, he thought, might be the most distinctive experience of all. Not only had he never indulged in such things in his previous life, but here, there were no restrictions holding him back. With 15 million, what kind of services could I enjoy? Not diving into the local customs would surely be a waste of this second life, Kakuzu mused, feeling his 5 hearts stir with renewed excitement. Unbeknownst to Kakuzu, as he pondered his future, a pair of eyes had already locked onto him from the shadows. Chapter 20, Masters. The sun's rays bathed the earth, invigorating the flowers, grass, and trees below. The scenery mirrored Kakuzu's mood, unusually pleasant. Whips, wax, shackles. I wonder what other services they offer here. Ah, forget it. When in Rome, might as well see what they have to offer. For Kakuzu, a millionaire accustomed to life's luxuries, the simplest pleasures were often the most satisfying. He was prepared to indulge in a unique experience, and such services were only found in towns. Border regions, in contrast, were mostly desolate. Luckily, there was a small town nearby, just a day's journey away. The town, under the jurisdiction of the Land of Fire, was a crucial crossroads connecting the lands of birds and waterfalls. Merchants, samurai, and ronin flowed through daily, creating a bustling hub of mixed fortunes. As Kakuzu approached the edge of the forest, the town was almost within view. But he stopped abruptly, his gaze shifting slightly behind him. Sometimes, ignoring something didn't mean you hadn't noticed it, it simply meant you didn't want to deal with it. But the persistent killing intent trailing him was now so thick it felt tangible. Kakuzu was certain the person following him wasn't planning to let him leave the forest. "Do I need to invite you out?" Kakuzu called out, his voice calm but firm. The moment he stopped, the stalker likely realized they had been caught. When Kakuzu turned, there was indeed someone standing there, a man he'd seen not long ago. The man wore a silver fox mask, the same one Kakuzu had noticed at the bounty exchange office earlier. Well, isn't this a surprise? It's not every day you see a highwayman," Kakuzu remarked, standing tall with his robes billowing slightly. His hands, hidden within his sleeves, were already moving. Whether this stranger was here to kill or for some other reason, Kakuzu wasn't about to be caught off guard. Preparation was key to ensuring a swift and decisive victory. "You knew I was following you the whole time," the masked man said, casually forming a hand seal. He didn't bother to hide his actions, exuding an air of confidence that bordered on arrogance. This kind of self-assurance usually came from one of two places, delusion or experience. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed as he studied the seal. That technique. It's been a while since I've seen it. The seal was part of a long-forgotten jutsu known as the pre-activation jutsu. It was common during the Warring States period, designed to circulate chakra throughout the user's entire body in advance. With chakra already flowing freely, ninjutsu could be cast instantly without the need for further seals. For shinobi, eliminating the need for seals was a game-changer. Battles often came down to fractions of a second, and this technique gave an undeniable edge. However, its drawbacks were significant. Allowing chakra to flood the body consumed an enormous amount of it, often leaving users drained after just 2 or 3 jutsu. A ninja without chakra was no better than a lamb led to slaughter. Because of these limitations, most clans abandoned the technique in favor of honing their seal speed. Mastering the ability to perform 4 or 5 seals per second rendered the old method obsolete. Yet, those who still used the pre-activation jutsu were a rare breed, ninjas with an extraordinary chakra pool. So, conventional attacks won't do much against him, Kakuzu thought, his stance lowering slightly. The subtle crackling of his joints was the only sound as he adjusted his strategy. His earth grudge fear would likely be ineffective here. His voice remained calm. "You're ignoring easier prey to come after me. Do I look like someone you can easily take down?" The intent behind his words was clear. Why not target the red-haired ninja from the exchange office instead? This man's actions suggested his motives went beyond mere robbery. The masked man chuckled, unfazed by the question. He seemed to weigh his response before speaking again. "You're right. He's weaker than you, so there's no point in targeting him. And..." He paused briefly before continuing, his tone carrying a hint of excitement. "Because I can sense it. Your life force is unusually strong, far beyond that of an ordinary person. That's why I'm here." Kakuzu's eyes remained calm, but his mind was racing. "He can sense my vitality? So, he's a sensory-type ninja, and a highly skilled one at that." The masked man's words carried a twisted enthusiasm, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. For Kakuzu, whose 5 hearts granted him unparalleled vitality, such an observation wasn't unexpected. But knowing the enemy's capabilities was only half the battle. With a faint smirk, Kakuzu prepared himself. This fight would be far from ordinary. The silver-haired man was testing Kakuzu's abilities, but Kakuzu was no less analyzing the opponent's techniques through their conversation. While the silver-haired man had indeed caught a glimpse of Kakuzu's power, he had no idea of the trump card Kakuzu was hiding. Kakuzu was willing to bet that his most significant advantage, the 5 hearts granting him 5 lives, had remained completely undetected. No matter how strong the man's sensory abilities were, they wouldn't pick up the faint heartbeats buried deep within his body. Especially since Kakuzu's skin was heavily fortified by the black threads of his earth grudge fear. Not even the legendary Sharingan of the Uchiha clan could see through his body. Perhaps only the Byakugan of the Hyuga might have a chance. "You know why I waited until now to expose your tracking?" Kakuzu's voice broke the tense silence. "Oh?" The silver-haired man's expression remained hidden beneath his mask, but there was a hint of surprise in his tone. He seemed puzzled by the abrupt shift in topic. Kakuzu's reaction, or rather, his indifference, was unexpected. After all, the man had just pointed out the unnatural aspects of Kakuzu's body, yet Kakuzu appeared completely unbothered. Instead, he posed a seemingly unrelated question. This abrupt change of pace piqued the man's curiosity. He wanted to know why Kakuzu had chosen this moment to confront him. Because... Swish. Before the silver-haired man could process Kakuzu's words, the latter's legs tensed like coiled springs. In an instant, Kakuzu's body launched forward like a cannonball, leaving only a blurred black streak in the air. The next moment, Kakuzu was already above the silver-haired man. Their distance close to less than half a meter. Die. Kakuzu's roar erupted like a thunderclap, shaking the air. His fist, wrapped in an intense gale, came crashing down with overwhelming force. Chapter 21, Fierce Battle. The silver-haired man slid backward, his feet skimming the ground as he dodged. The sound of a fist slicing through the air echoed by his ear, the silver fox mask on his face narrowly avoiding Kakuzu's incoming punch. Boom. Kakuzu's fist struck the earth, creating a shockwave that tore through the ground. Dirt and debris exploded outward, leaving a gaping crater in its wake. Kakuzu's gaze flicked upward, his posture low and poised for another strike. His other fist, already prepared, shot forward like a cannon. The silver-haired man crossed his arms to block the blow, the impact reverberating through his body. At the same time, his right leg whipped out like a steel lash, aimed straight at Kakuzu's face. Kakuzu tilted his head slightly, the gust from the kick brushing the back of his skull as it passed. His knees bent sharply, and with a powerful leap, he vaulted into the air. From above, he glared down at his opponent, his vantage point granting him the space to unleash his full strength. Whoosh! Another punch descended like a meteor. Behind the silver fox mask, the man's eyes narrowed. He raised his hands once more to defend, already planning his counterattack. The two combatants clashed relentlessly, weaving through the forest like phantoms. Each punch and kick aimed for vital points, each exchange marked by the brutal collision of fists and the grinding of bone against bone. If Kakuzu was a warrior forged in the blood of countless battles, then the silver-haired man was a seasoned veteran, honed through years of life or death combat. In pure taijutsu, they were evenly matched. However, in the initial skirmish, Kakuzu's sharp instincts had allowed him to seize a slight advantage. Though the silver-haired man quickly recovered, even the smallest hedge in a duel between equals could tip the scales. That split-second lead began to manifest, a half-second difference that could change everything. And Kakuzu knew it. His eyes burned with focus, silent but brimming with lethal intent. Earth style activated, his fist hardened mid-strike, transforming into an indestructible iron weapon. Ha! With a ferocious shout, Kakuzu's iron fist hurtled forward, faster and deadlier than before. Damn! The silver-haired man's acute senses instantly detected the shift in power. He knew that if he took this hit head-on, even his resilience wouldn't save him from a broken arm, or worse. But dodging was no option either, letting that fist hit his chest would shatter his ribs. In a flash of decision, he crossed his right arm over his chest and formed a defensive stance with his left hand in front. He didn't weave signs but assumed a ready posture. Water style, water formation wall. Whoosh! A torrent of water surged upward at his feet, rising to form a barrier between him and Kakuzu. When the iron fist plunged into the wall of water, Kakuzu's eyes flickered. The slight forward tilt of his body betrayed his surprise. A defensive water style? It won't stop me. Kakuzu could feel his punch connecting, but the water's cushioning effect had significantly weakened its force. When his fist finally struck the silver-haired man's arm, it failed to deliver the intended damage. A hairline fracture at most, not enough to hinder someone of his caliber. And the silver-haired man was far from ordinary. Water style, raging stream shot. Swoosh! 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 Jets of water, sharp as bullets, burst through the barrier, striking Kakuzu's body. Droplets scattered like shards of glass on impact. Though they didn't penetrate his hardened skin, the high-pressure strikes left his clothes in tatters and sent jolts of pain through him. His precision and adaptability. This one's no ordinary opponent, Kakuzu thought, crouching lower and planting his hand on the ground. Earth style, earth formation wall. A towering earthen barricade erupted between them, cutting off the silver-haired man's offensive. At the same moment, his water formation wall subsided. But the silver-haired man was already prepared. Chakra swirled within him, ready to be unleashed. His hands formed a single seal. Water style, water dragon bullet. Roar. Water surged to life, coalescing into the shape of a massive, serpentine beast. The creature's form glistened as it soared upward, its movement slicing through the air with an audible hiss. The sound was reminiscent of a dragon's roar, a reverberation that sent chills through the battlefield. Guided by the silver-haired man's will, the water dragon crashed toward Kakuzu's position with devastating force. But Kakuzu, ever the strategist, had already anticipated this move. The massive head of the water dragon bullet crashed into the sturdy earth-style wall with a deafening roar. Boom! 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 Waves surged like crashing tides, scattering debris everywhere. A chunk of earth broke free from the already crumbling earth-style wall in front of Kakuzu, tumbling to the ground. His peripheral vision caught sight of the water pooling around his feet. Not just there, streams of water surrounded him entirely, covering the once dry battlefield. Though it didn't seem like much on the vast, flat terrain, the faint movements of the currents were enough to indicate the strength of his opponent's water-style techniques. It was common knowledge, water may flow, but earth can defend. Earth-style was supposed to have a natural advantage over water-style. Yet, His earth-style wall had been nearly obliterated by a single water-style jutsu. It was clear, his opponent wasn't just strong. He was a master of high-level water style. Across the battlefield, the silver-haired man gazed at Kakuzu from behind his mask, his eyes carrying a hint of something unusual. This man. He's stronger than I anticipated. That thought echoed in the silver-haired man's mind, but retreat wasn't an option now. Their battle had already reached a fever pitch. If he wanted to defeat Kakuzu, he'd have to step up his game. From beneath his mask, the silver-haired man took a deep breath. And then, swish, swish, swish. Even through the screen of chaos, his hands blurred as they formed hand signs with astonishing speed. Faster than a human eye could follow, his movements would overwhelm anyone with a weaker mind. Many shinobi would freeze in panic at such a display. But not Kakuzu. He wasn't watching with his eyes. Instead, he listened with his ears. Each of the 12 standard hand signs had its own distinct sound, a faint but unique whisper produced as the fingers moved. It was subtle, like a mosquito's hum, but for someone as experienced as Kakuzu, it was decipherable. He closed his eyes, focusing on the rhythm: tiger, ox, monkey, rabbit, rat. 16 signs. Golden light flickered in Kakuzu's eyes. Water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. This wasn't the first time the silver-haired man had used a precast technique, where the jutsu could be activated without hand signs. Yet, here he was, going through the process anyway. That meant only one thing. Kakuzu's mind, like a finely tuned machine, processed countless possibilities in an instant. He's preparing something bigger. He plans to create a miniature water domain, where a water-style user can dominate the battlefield. Smart. As Kakuzu's thoughts crystallized, the silver-haired man finished his hand signs. Water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. This technique was on a whole other level compared to the Water Dragon Bullet. And a rank jutsu, it wasn't just about raw power. Its true purpose was transformation. Crash. 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 A roaring torrent surged forth, an endless cascade that turned the battlefield into a vast, flowing river. Kakuzu took a step back, leaping to gain distance from the rushing water. But he wasn't retreating. If his opponent had gifted him such a grand stage, Kakuzu intended to respond with a masterpiece of his own. Chapter 22, the face beneath the mask. The blazing flame surged outward like the claws of a ferocious beast, greedily spreading in every direction. Yet, the real transformation was only just beginning. Wind style, wind pressure. A razor-sharp gale sliced through the air, fueling the raging inferno. Whoosh. 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 Fire fed on wind, growing exponentially. By the time the flames nearly touched the ground, it was no longer a simple blaze, it had become an ocean of fire, crashing down with unstoppable force to meet the torrential water below. Two monstrous forms of pure elemental energy collided with a deafening roar, locked in a savage struggle. Water and fire clashed, each eruption leaving behind searing clouds of steam. Hiss. 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 The aftermath was not mutual destruction but a transformed battlefield. A thick, swirling fog enveloped the land. From above, it resembled a giant steaming cauldron. Amid the oppressive mist, a silver-haired man sharpened his senses, his gaze darting through the haze. His masked eyes swept his surroundings, wary of lurking danger. Not above, not behind, not to the sides. Then there's only one possibility. Boom. The ground beneath him exploded, scattering shards of rock. A black iron fist shot upward, aiming straight for his face. The silver-haired man sidestepped gracefully, narrowly avoiding the strike. Now, standing mere feet apart, he and Kakuzu faced each other, their battle reaching its climax. Without a word, the silver-haired man revealed a kunai crackling with electric energy. Lightning style, blade of 1,000 bolts. The kunai gleamed with intense lightning as it streaked toward Kakuzu. In response, Kakuzu's hands blurred, forming seals at blinding speed. Wind style, wind blade. A fierce wind, sharp as a giant blade, roared from Kakuzu's mouth, engulfing the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man's strike landed a fraction of a second faster. His hand clamped onto Kakuzu's left arm, halting his retreat. Boom. Lightning clashed with wind, tearing through the mist. The battlefield erupted again in a powerful shockwave, scattering fog, flames, and debris. When the dust settled, only smoldering embers, rushing streams, and crumbling ruins remained. Both combatants bore marks of their elemental clash. Kakuzu's hardened defense had fractured under the relentless assault, leaving a shallow wound on his arm. For Kakuzu, such injuries were insignificant, a mere nuisance for someone with the abilities granted by his Earth Grudge Fear technique. Yet, his sharp eyes were fixed on his opponent. The silver-haired man stood firm, blood seeping from the cuts left by Kakuzu's wind techniques. But something else captured the rogue ninja's attention. Crack. Crack. Pieces of the man's mask began to crumble, falling away in small fragments. A thin crack snaked across its surface, widening with each passing moment. Snap! The lower half of the mask shattered, exposing the silver-haired man's face. With calm determination, he reached up and removed the remaining piece, revealing his full visage. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed as a faint smirk crossed his lips. Obirama Senju. Silver hair, crimson facial markings, and sharp, predatory eyes, it was unmistakable. Obirama showed no surprise at being recognized. As the second of the Senju clan, his image and bounty were well known in the underworld. Cracking his neck, Kakuzu let out a low chuckle. The mighty Senju clan. How far they've fallen if someone like you is reduced to chasing coin in the black market. The insult was laced with mockery, but Tobirama's expression remained cold and unmoved. Kakuzu's words were no baseless jab. The Senju clan was powerful and wealthy, yet Obirama was here, seeking funds in secret. There could only be one reason: he was funding something outside the clan's official purview, something even his brother Hashirama couldn't know about. Seeing Tobirama's silence, Kakuzu's smirk widened. No witty retort? Whatever your reason, this should be entertaining. Obirama's steely gaze didn't waver as the tension between them thickened, both combatants preparing for the next deadly exchange. Since you know who I am, you should understand why I'm here, right? Hearing these words, Kakuzu grasped the deeper meaning behind Tobirama Senju's statement. All that talk earlier about robbery or interest was nothing more than a smokescreen, or at best, a secondary objective. The real reason Obirama had been following him was clear. He had sensed Kakuzu's strength and mystery, but most importantly, Kakuzu's chakra felt completely unfamiliar. As someone who had sensed countless individuals across the land of fire, Obirama had never encountered a chakra quite like his. It was akin to a tall, unfamiliar figure suddenly appearing in your neighborhood. How could that not raise alarms? Worried that Kakuzu might be a spy from another village infiltrating the land of fire, Obirama had decided to shadow him. But in truth, it was all just a misunderstanding. Kakuzu chuckled to himself. A spy? Far from it. He was simply a long-lived individual seeking to make money and enjoy a life. Generally speaking, the conflicts between shinobi villages had little to do with him. Don't get the wrong idea, I'm just... Kakuzu began, trying to clear up the misunderstanding. But as the words reached his lips, he hesitated. For a rare moment, uncertainty flickered in his usually composed eyes. How do I even explain this to him? He considered telling the truth. It was, after all, the simplest explanation. But then his actual purpose crossed his mind. Was he really supposed to say, Tobirama Senju, don't get me wrong. I'm just here to drift around and take in the sights and culture of your land of fire. Once I've had my fill, I'll be on my way without lingering. Would Tobirama even believe that? The recent battle had already proven his strength. Someone capable of trading blows with Tobirama Senju himself wasn't here just to enjoy a meal and relax. Kakuzu felt a headache coming on. Shinobi really aren't normal people, he concluded. How else could he explain their obsession with nonsensical ideals like the Will of Fire, legends spun from Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha's exploits, and treating it like a treasure passed down for generations? Obirama's words left Kakuzu at a loss for how to respond. Chapter 23, Rewriting History. The noon sun shone brightly, yet even its light couldn't pierce through the dense forest canopy. The autumn wind howled, bringing a biting chill that added an air of foreboding to the atmosphere. Obirama Senju formed the seal of confrontation with one hand. Bang! 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 5 bursts of smoke erupted around him, revealing 5 identical clones. Shadow Clone Jutsu. This technique, which Tobirama would later refine into the forbidden multi-shadow clone jutsu, demonstrated the ingenuity of the Senju clan. Since you've already seen through my identity, why not witness the power of the Senju firsthand? Obirama's voice was calm yet commanding. As the words left his lips, the clones spread out in 5 directions, each forming seals. The air buzzed with anticipation, the jutsu they prepared on the verge of unleashing. Oh? In that case. Kakuzu's deep voice rumbled as he grasped the edge of his cloak, yanking it aside with a dramatic flourish. Whoosh! The cloak drifted to the ground, revealing his heavily muscled frame. His bare chest seemed almost to gleam with unyielding vitality. If Tobirama Senju dies here, history will undoubtedly change, Kakuzu thought, his emerald eyes flashing with grim determination. Jutsus that would define future wars, the 4th Great Ninja War included, might never come to be. But none of that concerned Kakuzu. He had no interest in the grand arc of history, he only sought to extend his immortal existence and savor life's endless march. Obirama's gaze sharpened, his fingers tapping rhythmically against a kunai in his hand. Suddenly, all 5 clones moved in unison. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Earth style, earth flow river. Lightning style, lightning current. Wind style, vacuum sphere. 5 elemental techniques surged forward from 5 angles, each with a distinctive hue, painting the battlefield in a kaleidoscope of destruction. This display of overwhelming chakra, a hallmark of the Senju clan's unique physiology, showcased their inherent superiority. Their chakra reserves were at least 30% higher than the average shinobi, with prodigies like Tobirama pushing those limits even further. For the Senju, unleashing all 5 elemental releases simultaneously wasn't just a feat, it was natural. Kakuzu crouched slightly, his eyes cold and calculating. Against such an onslaught, the optimal strategy was to unleash his full Earth Grudge Fear form and counter each attack with equivalent or greater power. But Kakuzu had other plans. Water style, water formation wall. Twin hands formed rapid seals, erecting a barrier of water. As he retreated, his skin darkened, hardening into a black, armor-like shell, his Earth Spear technique activated. Even as the water shield absorbed most of the impact, Kakuzu was forced into a defensive retreat. His movements were swift but constrained, his options limited against the relentless attacks. Yet his expression remained unshaken. Victory wasn't determined yet. On the other side of the battlefield, Tobirama watched with an unwavering focus. He raised his kunai, its edge gleaming dangerously, and brought it to the center of his chest. His eyes burned with a deadly resolve. This ends now. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Kakuzu, midair and weaving between trees to avoid the piercing lightning style, suddenly froze. In an instant, Tobirama materialized at Kakuzu's left side. His kunai, now crackling with lightning, was poised inches from Kakuzu's chest. "It's over," Tobirama declared, his tone icy. "The fact that you forced me to use this technique speaks to your skill, but this is the end." However, Tobirama's confidence wavered as Kakuzu's eyes flashed with a predatory glint. The earlier skirmish had not been meaningless. During their first clash, when Tobirama had brushed his hand against Kakuzu's left arm, Kakuzu had anticipated this moment. Knowing Tobirama's reputation and mastery of the Flying Thunder God, Kakuzu had prepared. Sometimes, deception is the sharpest blade. Earth Grudge Fear. Mid-spin, Kakuzu's left arm detached from his body, connected by a web of black tendrils. Shunk. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed in the still forest. Tobirama's pupils dilated. He looked down to see the grotesque tendrils burrowed into his chest, narrowly missing his heart. Impossible. He predicted my technique? The pain spread like wildfire, numbing Tobirama's senses. Kakuzu's detached arm reeled back, pulling the Senju closer. Water style, water prison jutsu. With a simple hand motion, Kakuzu trapped Tobirama in a swirling sphere of water. Despite its simplicity, the jutsu's effectiveness lay in its precision. Few could break free once ensnared. Victory was within Kakuzu's grasp. History was about to change. A sphere of water engulfed both Kakuzu and Tobirama Senju. Ha! Large bubbles surged from Kakuzu's mouth within the water prison. His left arm, animated by Earth Grudge Fear, tightened its grip even further. A thick mist of blood gushed from Tobirama's wounds, dyeing the confines of the water prison a deep crimson. Tobirama's eyes widened in shock. The sharp pang of danger overwhelmed him, death was closing in fast. He had severely underestimated the man before him. Yet, years of brutal battles had honed his instincts. He forced himself to calm down, raising the kunai in his hand in an attempt to sever the threads binding Kakuzu's arm. But would Kakuzu let him? Gurgle. Gurgle. More bubbles erupted in the water prison as Kakuzu's other hand clamped down on Tobirama's wrist, stopping him from making his move. Simultaneously, Kakuzu's left arm drove in with greater force. Tobirama gasped as he inhaled a mouthful of water, his blood tainting the liquid around him. The crimson mist grew thicker with every passing second. Kakuzu's relentless left hand inched closer to Tobirama's heart. Gritting his teeth, Tobirama muttered through the strain, "Flying Thunder God Jutsu." Shwip. In an instant, Tobirama disappeared, reappearing 20 meters away at a marked location. But luck wasn't on his side. Even after the spatial shift, he remained trapped in the water prison, and Kakuzu came with him. From within the water prison, Kakuzu experienced the jarring pull of space-time ninjutsu firsthand. Relief flashed in his mind. He had gambled, and it had paid off. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu allowed the user to transport themselves, or a designated target, to a marked location. However, Kakuzu's hand had already pierced Tobirama's shoulder, and the water prison had fully saturated Tobirama's body. These connections tethered Kakuzu to his target, preventing Tobirama from escaping. Despite the suffocating pressure of fighting in close combat within the water prison, Kakuzu endured. He knew, however, that Tobirama was suffering far more. The chance to change history lay before him, now or never. Suddenly, boom. A deafening explosion shook the earth around them, reverberating across the battlefield. Chapter 24, The Big Boss. As the ancient tree branches pierced through the ground, breaking free from the water prison and tightly binding themselves, Kakuzu felt a sense of disbelief. He could feel the abundant vitality and surging life force, yet none of it was his. It belonged entirely to the massive tree before him. The branches coiled around him, rapidly siphoning away his chakra. As his strength waned, the tree grew even more robust. In mere seconds, a towering ancient tree had fully formed. So this is the legendary wood style? Kakuzu murmured, staring at the colossal tree. You're done for. My brother is here. Tobirama Senju, restrained by the wooden tendrils, struggled to speak. Moments ago, he had narrowly escaped death, only to have his chakra drained, leaving him gasping for air. No need to remind me, you useless heir. Can't beat me, so you run to your big brother? Pathetic. Tobirama seethed at Kakuzu's taunt. Useless heir? Running to his brother? Did those terms really suit the second Hokage? Unable to retort, Tobirama resigned himself to silence. If his brother hadn't arrived, he might not have survived this encounter. Taking a deep breath, he began regulating his breathing and staunching his wounds to prevent further blood loss. Soon, a figure appeared in the distance. A man with long hair cascading to his waist, wearing the Hokage's hat and robe, exuded a serene and refined aura. Behind him stood a few loyal subordinates. Hashirama Senju was here. As the Hokage, Hashirama routinely patrolled the borders to maintain diplomatic relations with neighboring nations and spread Hidden Leaf Village's message of love and peace. Upon arrival, Hashirama glanced at Kakuzu, then at Tobirama. He raised a hand, forming the tiger seal. Creak. The wooden tendrils began retracting, their creaking echoes filling the air before vanishing into the earth. The ground closed seamlessly behind them, erasing all traces of the battle. Tobirama. Hashirama began, his tone gentle yet firm. How many times have I told you? The ninja world has finally entered a rare period of peace. We must cherish this time and avoid needless fighting. As members of the Senju clan, we should lead by example, resolving conflicts through diplomacy. So why are you fighting again? Kakuzu, relieved not to be the one getting scolded, stretched his sore limbs and contemplated his next move. Escaping? Not worth it, he had no intention of creating another infamous scene. Glancing at Hashirama, Kakuzu thought to himself, Hashirama Senju. We meet again. I managed to dodge that 800-mile barrage of shuriken, only to cross paths with you like this. Fate is cruel. Meanwhile, his mind wandered to his ultimate goal, acquiring Hashirama cells to elevate his Earth Grudge Fear technique to the next level. Hashirama's lecture, reminiscent of a monk's endless sermon, finally drew a sigh from Tobirama, who had regained enough composure to stand. His subordinates quickly finished dressing his wounds. Elder brother, enough. Tobirama interjected, exasperated. That guy, he pointed at Kakuzu, he's showing all the signs of being a spy. Hashirama turned his gaze toward Kakuzu, his curiosity piqued. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he asked, are you truly a spy? A few days later, inside Hidden Leaf Village in the interrogation room, Kakuzu leaned back, rocking his chair lazily. It had been 4 hours since he'd arrived. During this time, Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi had brought him meals, decent ones at that, and instructed him to wait. He didn't mind. Free food and lodging? Not bad at all. The only downside was the temporary confiscation of his hard-earned 15 million ryo bounty, which Tobirama had claimed was dangerous materials. No way I'm letting that guy pocket it, Kakuzu thought. I'll report it to Hashirama, say I lost 20 million ryo and Tobirama took 5 million for himself. Let's see how the Senju clan enjoys their name being tarnished across the ninja world. Hey! While mulling over his plan, the door creaked open, flooding the room with light. Come with me. The Hokage wants to see you, said a female voice. The speaker was a young woman with long hair characteristic of the Senju clan, half of her face obscured by bangs. Her arm bore the Senju emblem, resembling a double-pronged hook. She was known as Senju Momoka, a prominent figure within the Senju clan. If Senju Tobirama was the clan's second-in-command, then she was undoubtedly the third. Kakuzu, unrestrained and casual, stood up effortlessly from his seat. Lead the way, beauty, he said with a smirk. Momoka shot Kakuzu a glance but didn't bother responding. Once he stepped outside, she closed the door behind her and leapt onto the rooftops with a single, fluid motion. The message was clear, she was in a hurry, and he needed to keep up. Hey, these people are bold. Aren't they worried I'll just take off? Kakuzu muttered to himself. He couldn't help but think the people of Hidden Leaf Village lacked vigilance. To be fair, they didn't have much reason to be overly cautious. The outside world posed little threat to them, Thanks to Senju Hashirama, the living legend. Who would dare to provoke Hidden Leaf Village with the first Hokage watching over it? Oh, and let's not forget Madara Uchiha, another powerhouse. With these two titans of the ninja world standing guard, it was no wonder the villagers felt at ease. Flying across the rooftops with Momoka leading the way, Kakuzu took the opportunity to survey the village. Honestly, the current Hidden Leaf Village didn't match his expectations. There was a significant difference between the Hidden Leaf Village of his imagination and the reality before him. The current year was year 6 of the new ninja era, and Hidden Leaf Village had been established for 5 years. At Kakuzu's 10 o'clock position stood the Hokage Rock, where Senju Hashirama's visage was already carved into the mountain as the first Hokage. From there, smaller houses and residences began to spread outward. However, the village still felt sparse. The streets, though neatly constructed, were lined with only a smattering of buildings here and there. Pedestrians bustled about, pushing carts, working on construction, or attending to various tasks along the roads. While there were quite a few people, the atmosphere lacked the vibrant energy of a truly thriving village. There weren't bustling markets or lively food streets to highlight the prosperity one might associate with Hidden Leaf Village's future. That said, it wasn't entirely devoid of liveliness. From his vantage point, Kakuzu spotted a corner in the southwest where many houses had been built in a uniform style. Judging by the layout, it was likely the residential area for one of the larger clans. The people there probably kept to themselves and had little interaction with the rest of the village. In short, Hidden Leaf Village still looked underdeveloped compared to the bustling metropolis it would one day become. The contrast was striking, especially for someone like Kakuzu, who had seen its eventual grandeur. It even reminded him of his home, Hidden Waterfall Village, which was even more desolate, with its abundance of thatched huts. A village is a massive system. Kakuzu thought to himself. It's only just been established, so I suppose everything is still a work in progress. Chapter 25, A Conversation in the Heart of Hidden Leaf Village. The Hokage Tower stood tall and imposing. Compared to the completed structure in memory, the current building seemed less refined. However, its solid foundation, sturdy stone walls, and decorative wooden panels hinted at its eventual grandeur. In time, with the finishing touches added by the second and third Hokage, it would become the iconic Hokage Tower known to all. Following Senju Momoka inside, the interior was noticeably devoid of guards. Instead, there were only a few standard departments common to any shinobi village: the Finance Department, Intelligence Division, Communication Bureau, and Emergency Operations Unit. While the essential departments were present, the expansive halls emphasized how few they were at this point in time. Momoka led the way up the staircase, step by step, until they reached a room on the top floor. Knock, knock, knock. Momoka rapped on the door. Come in. A voice called from within. She opened the door, entered briefly, and gave a concise report before Senju Hashirama, seated at his desk, spoke. I see. Thank you, Momoka. After this shift, return to the clan compound and get some well-deserved rest. Understood, Hokage-sama. Momoka bowed respectfully before exiting. Turning to Kakuzu, she gave him a brief glance that unmistakably signaled, it's your turn now. Kakuzu wasted no time. As someone neither of the Senju clan nor a Hidden Leaf Village shinobi, he wasn't bound by their rules or decorum. Cracking his neck slightly, he strode inside. The office was modestly furnished. An essential desk and chair for work, a long sofa and coffee table in the middle of the room, and a side chamber for hosting important guests or storing confidential documents. However, what caught Kakuzu's attention were the two distinct gazes fixed on him. Senju Hashirama's warm, friendly expression met him first. Please, have a seat, Kakuzu-dano. Hashirama said, gesturing to the chair across from him. Beside him, however, Senju Dobirama's sharp, piercing eyes locked onto Kakuzu with suspicion. Are they playing the good cop, bad cop routine? Kakuzu mused silently as he plopped unceremoniously into the offered chair. Hokage-sama, let's get to the point. Kakuzu said bluntly. Hashirama chuckled softly, setting aside a document in his hand before addressing him. Very well. After thorough investigation, we've confirmed that you're not a spy. I must apologize for the inconvenience during your stay here in Hidden Leaf Village. Hokage-sama, you're too kind. If anything, it was my fault for entering the Land of Fire without proper documentation. I've caused trouble for your village. Kakuzu replied. In truth, he wasn't overly concerned about protocol. The borderlands were still recovering from the chaos of the Warring States period. Unauthorized crossings were hardly uncommon. Your understanding is greatly appreciated. Hashirama said, smiling as he pushed a leather pouch across the table. Here are your personal belongings. Please check them for any missing items. If everything is in order, you're free to leave at your convenience. Hashirama's ever-gentle demeanor didn't falter, But Kakuzu's eyebrows twitched slightly. He's just letting me go? That's it? No gains from this trip to Hidden Leaf Village? Before Kakuzu could voice his dissatisfaction, Tobirama, who had been silently watching, spoke up. Brother, you're being far too trusting. Tobirama's blunt remark disregarded any decorum, his sharp gaze never leaving Kakuzu. Someone like him. It's foolish to let our guard down. Tobirama added. Hashirama raised an eyebrow at his younger brother before glancing at the intelligence report in his hand. The report detailed Kakuzu's history, from his time in Hidden Waterfall Village to his subsequent departure as a civilian. Notably absent were records of his battlefield exploits or mission achievements, as if someone had deliberately erased them. However, to Hashirama, such omissions held little weight. The chaos of the previous era had rendered much of the past irrelevant. Tobirama, not everything should rely on instinct alone. Listening and believing in others is how we build trust and mutual understanding. But, brother. Tobirama's frustration was evident, his logical mind clashing with his gut feeling. As he shifted slightly, the motion tugged at a wound on his left arm, causing him to wince. His pained expression betrayed the toll of recent battles. Senju Hashirama's brows furrowed slightly as he gazed at the pained expression on his younger brother's face. He seemed to realize something. He knew exactly how strong Tobirama was. Someone capable of injuring him to this extent couldn't be called an ordinary opponent. Meanwhile, Kakuzu sat quietly to the side, watching the brothers' interaction as if observing a performance. The cunning Tobirama's poor acting was almost painful to witness. Kakuzu silently mocked him in his heart. Given the circumstances, Kakuzu figured it might be time to reveal something about himself. If you insist that I've done something shady during my time here in the Land of Fire. Kakuzu began, his calm tone instantly drawing the attention of both Hashirama and Tobirama, then perhaps. I have. The brothers' eyes locked on him, clearly wondering what he would say next. Hey. Kakuzu chuckled, his gaze settling on Tobirama. After all, Tobirama, weren't we in it together? Damn it. This guy. Tobirama cursed Kakuzu inwardly. For the past 2 days, he had painstakingly brushed the matter aside, using his injuries as an excuse. And now, Kakuzu had gone and dredged it all up again. As realization dawned on Hashirama, his expression turned subtly stern as he shifted his gaze to his brother. Tobirama. You owe me an explanation. The black market had existed since the Warring States period, and as Hokage, Hashirama generally avoided meddling in its affairs. The mission Kakuzu had undertaken was merely to eliminate a rogue ninja from Hidden Stone's village, something even Hidden Stone's village hadn't protested about. There wasn't much for Hashirama to say on that front. But Tobirama going to the black market? That was another matter entirely. He was certain his brother's dealings there involved activities he wouldn't condone. Activities that, at the very least, wouldn't align with his principles. Now that the issue had come to light, Tobirama felt a headache coming on. He let out a sigh of resignation. As Hashirama's younger brother, he wouldn't face any severe consequences, but he wasn't looking forward to the inevitable lecture. Moreover, it wasn't a good idea to keep pressing Kakuzu about this matter. After a moment of silence, Tobirama wisely held his tongue. Hashirama didn't say much either. Family matters were best resolved privately, and Hashirama decided to leave it at that for now. Turning his attention back to Kakuzu, Hashirama's usual smile was replaced by a serious expression. After a brief moment of thought, he pulled out a document from his desk and slid it across the table toward Kakuzu. Kakuzu? Hashirama said, his tone steady. Whatever you've done in the past, this is a new era. Everyone has the opportunity to carve out a future for themselves. If you're willing to consider a different path, take a look at this. Kakuzu's eyes flicked over the document. It resembled a contract, with bold letters at the top spelling out the title, Hidden Leaf Village Integration Plan. Chapter 26, a scene too iconic to handle. The village's development and establishment require mutual support and growth. A village cannot exist without its people, just as people cannot thrive without their village. The two are interdependent, advancing together. There's no need to return to the chaotic, violent days of the past. That is the purpose of a village's existence. Kakuzu, if you're interested in exploring a new way of life in this era, you might consider joining the Hidden Leaf Village family. Perhaps, decades from now, the efforts we make today will forge a brighter future. Hashirama said with a warm, sunny smile. It was precisely this steadfast resolve and optimism that would lay the foundation for the peace of future generations. Lord Hokage, are you really so confident in me? Kakuzu's voice carried a hint of doubt. Haha. What's there to worry about? Hashirama laughed, his demeanor as open as his words, radiating the sincerity of a man who trusted easily. After all, the purpose of a village was to embrace diversity. Only through inclusion could it grow stronger. By the time Kakuzu left Hidden Waterfall Village, his identity had already been cleansed. Now, he was no more than a civilian ninja with a penchant for frequenting the black market, far removed from his past as a rogue ninja or spy. Frankly, worrying about him was unnecessary. Besides, if anyone was to be scrutinized, surely it would be the Hyuga clan. Over 300 members had entered Hidden Leaf Village simultaneously, their pale Byakugan eyes standing out like a sea of white. They were a self-contained clan with their own territory in the village, rarely mingling with outsiders or intermarrying with other clans. Yet, despite their insular nature, Hashirama never seemed the least bit concerned about them. Why? First, Hashirama was a man of peace and love. As long as no one rebelled, he was willing to live in harmony with anyone. Second, his immense strength rendered most concerns irrelevant. What could threaten a man like him? And finally, the most critical reason, strength commands respect, no matter where it exists. Hashirama knew Kakuzu wasn't weak, at least, not compared to ordinary people. It was why he extended the olive branch in the first place. Kakuzu rested his elbows on the table, crossing his arms to support his chin as he weighed the pros and cons of Hashirama's words. Initially, he had assumed his life would follow the original trajectory, making money in the black market. But the path of fate had already diverged significantly. While Kakuzu's love for money remained unchanged, it no longer held the top spot in his priorities. The shinobi world was extraordinary and perilous. To survive indefinitely here, one needed not only longevity but the strength to protect it. Unconsciously, Kakuzu's gaze shifted to Hashirama. This man was a walking treasure trove. Kakuzu's future plans would inevitably involve using Hashirama's cells to modify his body and overcome the limitations of Earth grudge fear, which had hindered his natural growth. However, even with such a treasure before him, Kakuzu couldn't afford to act recklessly. Any premature attempt would likely end with Hashirama crushing him effortlessly. No, patience was key. He needed to wait for Hashirama's death, then move in to claim what he needed. To do that, Kakuzu would need to stay in Hidden Leaf Village. Remaining close to Hashirama until his death would smooth the path for Kakuzu's ambitions. A faint, knowing smile crept across Kakuzu's face. Perhaps Hashirama didn't notice, but someone else did. Obirama Senju's scrutinizing gaze locked onto Kakuzu once again. It seemed Kakuzu's inner calculations had been too loud, drawing the suspicion of Hashirama's ever-alert younger brother. Kakuzu sighed inwardly. Obirama's distrust was nothing new. However, it wasn't something Kakuzu worried much about. In the end, it was Hashirama who called the shots. Whatever Tobirama thought didn't matter as long as his older brother remained in charge. Lord Hokage, I agree with your vision. If possible, I'd like to stay in Hidden Leaf Village and witness this new era you speak of. That said, it feels less like you're inviting me and more like you're forcing me to stay here. Eh? Hashirama blinked in surprise. Did I say something wrong? Please, enlighten me. Kakuzu chuckled behind his mask, then pulled back his sleeve to reveal his left arm. Lord Hokage, what do you make of this? What's this? Hashirama's expression turned serious when he saw the seal etched into Kakuzu's arm. It was a mark imbued with a unique restriction, one not easily removed by conventional means. Obirama. What are you standing there for? Help him get rid of it. Obirama glanced at the mark, then at his brother. A hint of awkwardness crossed his face as he turned away with a shrug. Flying Thunder God Jutsu might be my creation, but I haven't figured out how to erase the imprint yet. You. Hashirama was so frustrated he nearly leaped out of his chair. Kakuzu, however, was unfazed. He'd expected as much. According to the original storyline, even Minato Namikaze had stated that Flying Thunder God Jutsu marks were permanent unless one possessed a body of 6 paths level strength or devised some other extraordinary method. Kakuzu rose calmly to his feet. At the moment, he wasn't a wanted rogue ninja, nor was he a spy from another village. This Flying Thunder God seal, however, was something that required a proper explanation. Hokage-sama, The rest of Kakuzu's words caught in his throat as Senju Hashirama abruptly stood and bowed at a full 90 degrees. The 3 purple lines on his forehead made it abundantly clear that he was deeply distressed. Kakuzu could feel it, without even looking closely. He knew the man hailed as the strongest in the shinobi world was on the verge of tears. What the, Hokage-sama, I haven't even said anything yet. Do you really need to react like this? Nearby, Senju Obirama watched his older brother's display of pure despair. His expression was a mix of resignation and embarrassment as he covered his face with one hand. Clearly, this wasn't the first time he'd witnessed such behavior. Kakuzu, Sumisen, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I caused you to suffer this unjust accusation. If I could, I would atone with the highest form of ritual seppuku to make up for the harm I've done to you. But Hashirama suddenly lifted his head, his expression resembling that of a guilty child caught red-handed. But Hidden Leaf Village still needs me. I can't die yet. So Kakuzu felt his eyelid twitch. Judging from Hashirama's current state, it was clear another legendary moment was brewing. But this was not a scene Kakuzu wanted to be part of. Quickly, Kakuzu stepped forward and stopped Hashirama from smashing his forehead into the ground, cutting off the infamous Hashirama apology bow in the nick of time. He'd seen it before. Other Kage might have endured Hashirama's apologetic headbutts without issue, but they had their titles to protect them. If Kakuzu, a non-Kage, were on the receiving end of such an act, he could already imagine the fallout. In less than 3 minutes, the story would spread across Hidden Leaf Village like wildfire. You forced the Hokage to bow to you? You're done for. You're as good as dead. It wouldn't just be the Senju clan coming for him. The wrath of the entire village would be severe. At that moment, Kakuzu understood how Hashirama had managed to defeat Madara Uchiha with just his dejection. It was terrifying. After barely preventing a full-blown tragedy, Kakuzu watched as Hashirama's expression remained one of misery, self-reproach, and profound sorrow. Hokage-sama, let's just leave it at that. Consider the matter resolved. I won't hold a grudge. No, Kakuzu, this is entirely my fault. How about this? I, Senju Hashirama, owe you a personal favor. If you ever need anything, just come find me. Chapter 27. No way am I ever working a regular job. The morning sun bathed the lands of Hidden Leaf Village, signaling the retreat of darkness and the promise of a new beginning. Villagers gradually emerged, their presence breathing life into the bustling streets. Kakuzu adjusted his loose, sleeveless jacket as the crisp autumn breeze swept past him. For someone with his well-built physique, the chill was more invigorating than uncomfortable. Sh. Good morning. An elderly woman sweeping her storefront greeted Kakuzu warmly. Good morning. Kakuzu replied politely, inclining his head before continuing down the street. As he entered the main avenue of Hidden Leaf Village, the number of people around him increased significantly. Come and take a look. Today's fresh batch of 3-colored dango. Don't miss out. A street vendor, pushing his cart, enthusiastically promoted his wares to passers-by. I'll take one. Kakuzu said as he approached. Coming right up. The vendor quickly handed over the dango, his movements practiced and swift. Kakuzu took a bite, his sharp teeth easily tearing through the treat. He savored the mix of sweetness and the rich texture of the filling. It's very sweet, and the umami from the filling is delightful. For those who like sweets, this is perfect. And for those who don't, just ask for it without the syrup, it's still an excellent dish. The vendor beamed at the praise, insisting on gifting Kakuzu a few extra skewers as thanks. His enthusiasm and dedication to quality were admirable, and Kakuzu mused that, in time, the vendor might establish a successful shop in Hidden Leaf Village, passing it down through generations. Hey, big guy. Interested in making some cash? We're short on workers, 1,000 ryo a day, with meals and lodging included. You there? You've got strength to spare. Join our caravan as a guard. We're heading from the land of fire to the land of wind. The streets buzzed with offers and conversations. Though not as lively as modern times, Hidden Leaf Village had a budding charm, hinting at the growth to come. Kakuzu's ability to remain composed here stemmed from one simple fact: he wasn't a ninja of Hidden Leaf Village, he was merely affiliated. If he were truly part of the village, he'd be wearing the headband emblazoned with Hidden Leaf Village's symbol. But Kakuzu had no intention of doing so. What would becoming a Hidden Leaf Village ninja bring him? A future branded as a rogue shinobi? After all, Hidden Leaf Village's missing nin were notoriously powerful and played key roles in shaping the shinobi world, as evidenced by the Fourth Great Ninja War, largely a result of Hidden Leaf Village's internal conflicts. But Kakuzu wasn't particularly interested in such drama. Instead, he entered the village as an ordinary civilian. This, however, brought a new dilemma. Without a shinobi status, he wasn't obligated to take on Hidden Leaf Village's missions, but no missions meant no income. And no income meant no sustenance. Working a regular job? No way. A few thousand ryo a month wasn't worth his time, not for someone who could earn millions in mere weeks. Starting a business? It sounded appealing, but Kakuzu had no talent for entrepreneurship. Whether in his past life or the present, the smooth-talking nature of merchants irked him. He could confidently crush them in combat but couldn't match their business acumen. In short, working was out of the question, and starting a business wasn't viable. That left him with one option: to get creative. 2 weeks later, outside the Hokage's office, Kakuzu met Senju Hashirama once more. The two had grown familiar enough to drop formalities. Hashirama called Kakuzu by name, and Kakuzu refrained from adding honorifics. Still, it felt a bit odd to Kakuzu. Addressing the leader of Hidden Leaf Village so casually didn't sit well with him. Out of respect, he occasionally reverted to calling him Hokage-sama. Pointing to an empty plot of land, Kakuzu explained his ideas while Hashirama listened, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. The first Hokage nodded along, occasionally interjecting with suggestions. Exactly. Kakuzu, you've got some fantastic ideas. I think this is doable. But for that spot you just mentioned, perhaps we should reposition the restroom facilities. That way, it'll be easier for the workers to connect to the sewer system. Hashirama gestured enthusiastically, ensuring Kakuzu understood his reasoning. Kakuzu nodded, taking the advice seriously. As expected of Hokage-sama, your insight is unparalleled. I hadn't considered that. The two shared a common goal, bringing prosperity and innovation to Hidden Leaf Village, which made their conversation surprisingly productive. Alright, let's get started. Hashirama declared, stretching his fingers as he prepared to mold the terrain. Kakuzu stepped aside, his sharp gaze fixed on the vacant lot with a hint of anticipation. Just then, swish. Kakuzu's expression shifted. He turned his attention sharply to his left, his brows furrowing. Ah! There it is again, that scrutinizing gaze. Kakuzu sighed inwardly, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. Just as Senju Hashirama was about to act, he paused, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he turned to the new arrival. Huh? Obirama, what are you doing here? Oh, wait, you must have used the Flying Thunder God seal on Kakuzu's hand to get here, right? Perfect timing. Let me tell you, Kakuzu's about to pull off something big. Obirama frowned, his square-jawed face framed by his distinctive ninja headband radiating an air of authority without effort. Brother, why didn't you inform me about such an important matter? Only now did Obirama learn what Kakuzu had been plotting in Hidden Leaf Village, a real estate business. Reflecting on his past life and observing the current situation, Kakuzu had realized this was a golden opportunity. It was the 5th year since the founding of Hidden Leaf Village, and everything was still in its infancy. The fertile lands of Hidden Leaf Village were destined to develop into a densely populated village, that much was inevitable. If he bought a piece of land now and constructed numerous buildings, Kakuzu believed he could live a carefree life in the future, relying solely on rental income. Not only could he earn an endless stream of money, but he could also finally free himself from the drudgery of being a working man. Endless wealth, a leisurely life, and infinite longevity, wasn't his the ideal life Kakuzu had always dreamed of? Faced with Obirama's skepticism, Kakuzu raised an eyebrow and strolled forward unhurriedly. Hey, Lord Obirama, there's no need to get worked up. I'm merely preparing for Hidden Leaf Village's future. Here, take a look for yourself. Kakuzu pulled several documents from his thick briefcase. When Obirama got a clear look at the contents, his expression turned to one of utter shock. Chapter 28, Assets. Kakuzu chose a plot of land far from the Hokage Tower, an empty expanse overgrown with weeds. It lay a full mile from Hidden Leaf Village's main street, but to Kakuzu, that was hardly a concern. The way he saw it, roads didn't exist naturally, they were created by the people who walked them. Eventually, Hidden Leaf Village's population would grow, and his chosen spot would become a bustling center. Currently, Obirama Senju stood before him, holding a thick stack of documents. Every page detailed the layers of Hidden Leaf Village's approval process. Kakuzu's plan to build here had already been signed off by every relevant department. The speed of this approval, just 2 weeks, wasn't due to bribery or favoritism. Rather, Hidden Leaf Village's open policies encouraged investment and development. As long as someone's background was clean, whether they were a civilian, a ninja, or from a clan, they were welcomed. This progressive attitude had made Kakuzu's generous deposit of 10 million ryo impossible to ignore. The approval staff had wasted no time allocating him the land. But owning land wasn't enough. He also needed a qualified construction team, which promised to be another costly endeavor. And so, Kakuzu had turned to none other than the Hokage himself. With Hashirama Senju's approval, the bureaucratic process sped up further, the paperwork quickly stamped and sealed. This isn't right. Obirama put down the documents, a glint of suspicion in his eyes. Brother, haven't you noticed the plans? He's trying to build 100 houses on this land. Mama, relax, my foolish younger brother. Hashirama said with a dismissive wave of his hand. You caused this mess, so as your older brother, I have to clean it up. What would you do without me? Kakuzu raised his left hand, revealing the Flying Thunder God mark. His tone was light but edged with sarcasm. Come and go as you please, huh, Obirama-sama? It's almost like I'm a prisoner here. Obirama bristled but bit back his retort. Instead, he crossed his arms and turned his head away, clearly annoyed but unable to respond. Kakuzu chuckled at the sight before turning to Hashirama. Thank you for your help, Hokage Dano. Haha, it's no trouble at all. Hashirama scratched his head and laughed. The Senju clan owes you a favor, so it's only fair to repay it. If you hadn't came to me, who knows how long it would have taken to settle this debt. Kakuzu smiled faintly but inwardly had other thoughts. He'd considered leveraging this favor for something more valuable, like Hashirama's cells. But as carefree as Hashirama seemed, he wasn't a fool. Such a request would only plant seeds of suspicion, which could become a problem later. Practical gains were the smarter choice. "Let me see that blueprint again," Hashirama said, rolling up his sleeves. "Got it. Watch this. Wood-style, multi-household jutsu." Hashirama's feet shifted into a wide stance, and with a clap of his hands, the ground began to rumble. Towering trees erupted from the earth, their trunks twisting and stretching with precision. In seconds, a forest of construction emerged, each tree morphing to form the foundations of houses. As the dust settled, Kakuzu stared in awe. Before him stood a variety of homes, traditional Japanese courtyards, 2 to 3-story apartments, and architectural styles that blended seamlessly into Hidden Leaf Village's existing aesthetic. "Tadie. How's that?" Hashirama dusted off his hands, beaming with pride. Kakuzu's gaze lingered on the structures before him, then on Hashirama's forehead, where a single bead of sweat trickled down. One drop of sweat for such an incredible feat. If Hashirama ever went all out, creating an entire forest would be child's play. The sheer scale of his chakra reserves was overwhelming. "Thank you, Hokage Dano," Kakuzu said sincerely. "I'll visit to express my gratitude properly soon." "Haha, no need to be so formal. I'm the Hokage, it's my duty to help. And if you ever need anything, just come find me." Hashirama patted his chest with a grin, exuding his characteristic warmth and generosity. As Hashirama left, Kakuzu turned to find Tobirama still watching him intently. Those piercing eyes made Kakuzu inwardly sigh. Dealing with Tobirama was always a challenge. This was a man with exceptional perception and an almost unnerving sensitivity. His suspicion of Kakuzu had never diminished. Being under his scrutiny was nothing short of troublesome. However, little did Kakuzu know, Tobirama's gaze toward him had also changed. "This isn't a simple individual. If we hadn't crossed paths so deeply back then, but instead let him slip out of the land of fire, perhaps there wouldn't be so much cause for concern now. But no use dwelling on it," Tobirama thought before vanishing in a flash, using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Watching Tobirama disappear, Kakuzu shrugged indifferently. Whatever, he mused. His house was built, his mood was good, what more could he want? With a swift leap, Kakuzu landed on the roof. From his vantage point, he surveyed the rows of neatly constructed buildings, 100 in total. This was his first major investment since arriving in Hidden Leaf Village. Among these 100 houses, half were compact single-bedroom apartments. As for why so many single apartments were necessary, the reason was straightforward. Single apartments are the norm. Kakuzu muttered to himself. He recalled the countless characters he'd observed in his previous life. Most of them seemed to fit this pattern. Then there were many shinobi, individuals who might very well spend their entire lives alone. Their work was perilous, and they didn't want to bring unnecessary trouble to their families or loved ones. Staying single was their way of shielding others from their dangerous reality. Take Kakashi, for instance. Or Guy. It seemed that was their way of life too. But what about after their deaths? What would become of their sizable shinobi estates? Who would inherit them? The other half of the houses were slightly larger, built to accommodate families, 3 to 4 people, perhaps. Whether for Hidden Leaf Village's transient population or permanent residents, Kakuzu's real estate would have something for everyone. All that was left now was to spend a little money setting up utilities, water, electricity, plumbing, and the houses would be ready for tenants. Chapter 29, The Technology of the Hokage World at the Gates of Hidden Leaf Village. Those massive structures that would stand guard over the village for decades to come, 2 gatekeepers found themselves in an awkward situation. Today, Kakuzu was trying to leave, and they had no choice but to stop him. "Kakuzu-sama, this isn't our decision. We wouldn't dare block your way on our own." One stammered. "It's an order from the assistant Hokage. It came just a couple of days ago. If you'd like, we could ask for his confirmation first." Kakuzu's gaze shifted to the side, lips curling into a faint smirk. The so-called assistant Hokage was none other than Tobirama Senju. A few days earlier, Tobirama had installed a sensory barrier at the gates of Hidden Leaf Village, one specifically designed to react to anyone marked with his Flying Thunder God seal. The moment such a person crossed the boundary, Tobirama would sense it immediately. It didn't take a genius to see this was aimed squarely at Kakuzu. Tobirama's goal was clear, to prevent Kakuzu from accumulating wealth and property in Hidden Leaf Village to the point of monopolizing the village's economy. If left unchecked, Kakuzu's financial empire might one day turn the entire village into his personal asset. Kakuzu ran a hand through his hair, looking toward the Hokage building in the distance. Sometimes, between sharp minds, words were unnecessary. A single glance conveyed everything. This move was just the prelude, Kakuzu thought. No doubt a set of anti-monopoly regulations would soon be introduced to Hidden Leaf Village's policies. Forget it. Kakuzu finally said, his voice calm. He turned back to the gatekeepers, eyes glinting with faint amusement. I heard the assistant Hokage got scolded like a dog during the Senju clan's meeting for his dealings in the black market. Did you two hear about that? The gatekeepers exchanged uneasy glances, sweat forming on their brows. They didn't dare respond. Rumors about Tobirama's experiments and black market activities had indeed been circulating, but talking about such matters, especially in front of someone like Kakuzu, was asking for trouble. Kakuzu chuckled softly at their silence, then turned to head back into the village. There was no point in pressing them further. His current life of collecting rent wasn't particularly exciting, anyway. A new business venture was in order. But what kind of business? Kakuzu wasn't one to wander the world selling goods like an ordinary merchant. His ambitions leaned toward manufacturing, something innovative and impactful. And after some thought, he'd found the perfect idea: glassmaking. On a mountain ridge, Kakuzu held a piece of quartz in his hand. In modern terms, quartz could be refined into transparent glass of high quality. While rudimentary glasswork existed in this era, it was largely crafted from sand, resulting in a crude product that barely let light through. Kakuzu estimated that with the right processes, it wouldn't take more than 15 years for quartz glass to revolutionize the glass industry in this world. This innovation would bring about a new era of clarity and craftsmanship. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's crystal ball, used for dubious spying purposes, would look far better without the grainy imperfections of sand-based glass. Once he'd reached this conclusion, Kakuzu set his plans into motion. He didn't need to produce the glass himself, he simply needed to fund and guide its development. Quartz glass was the future, and Kakuzu was determined to lead the charge. In Hidden Leaf Village, he recruited skilled craftsmen and blacksmiths to create his first batch of quartz glass. When the work was done, the result was nothing short of extraordinary: smooth, transparent, and flawless. Compared to the primitive sand-based glass, it was a world apart. Even the craftsmen were amazed at its quality. Kakuzu, however, kept the formula for quartz glass production a closely guarded secret. Not because it was particularly difficult to replicate, given time, others could undoubtedly figure it out, but because staying ahead of the competition was key. Innovation was his weapon. Soon, Kakuzu's glass factory was ready to open its doors. He planned to dominate the market, setting a new standard for glass across the Fire Nation. After a long day of preparations, Kakuzu stretched and began the walk back to his estate. Even from a distance, the sheer size of his property, a cluster of over 100 houses, was striking. Just as he approached, his footsteps faltered. Oh? Momoka-san, to what do I owe the pleasure? Standing at his doorstep was Momoka Senju, the third most influential figure in the Senju clan. Her presence here wasn't a casual visit, it was clear she had important business with him. Momoka brushed her hair aside, revealing a face that was both delicate and commanding. Dressed in her ninja attire, one hand rested on her sword, while the other gently nudged a small child forward. My apologies for intruding, Kakuzu-san, she said, her voice firm yet polite. I need to temporarily leave this child in your care. Kakuzu's gaze shifted to the boy. He was small, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, with a lean frame and a ponytail that tied back his long hair, a common style in the shinobi world. His large, tearful eyes hinted that he'd been crying not long ago. It seemed today's real protagonist was this child. Chapter 30, the first tenant. This kid. He wouldn't happen to be one of those children Senju Tobirama brought in from outside the village for his experiments, would he? Kakuzu muttered, his thoughts drifting to the infamous Orochimaru. Talking about abducting children and conducting human experiments always seemed to lead back to that snake. Some said Orochimaru's twisted nature was due to Danzō's influence, but Kakuzu believed otherwise. If anything, Orochimaru was more inspired by Tobirama. Many of Orochimaru's experiments were built upon the foundations left by that man. Enough with the nonsense. Senju Momoka snapped, her delicate brows furrowing. Despite her frustrations, she still had to defend her clan. Patting the boy on the shoulder, her expression softened, showing a mix of concern and sympathy. This is Maraboshi Kasuke. He is from the land of forests. She began, her voice steady but tinged with emotion. The country has been torn apart by constant civil war. Years ago, during one of the conflicts, he and his mother were separated from his father. His mother, already frail, stayed behind to care for him. Meanwhile, his father was accidentally rescued by Hidden Leaf Village's border patrol ninjas. His father ended up settling in Hidden Leaf Village, becoming a ninja. While bravely fighting on the front lines, he never stopped searching for his family. A few months ago, he finally learned of their location. Hidden Leaf Village dispatched a team to bring Kasuke and his mother here safely. But tragedy struck just days before they were reunited. Momoka's voice faltered, her eyes misting over. It was clear she was a compassionate person. the barbarians of Hidden Cloud's village launched an attack on Hidden Leaf Village's frontline forces. His father sacrificed himself to protect his comrades during the retreat. When this news reached Kazekage and his mother, who were already en route to Hidden Leaf Village, she couldn't bear the blow and passed away. Now, Kazekage is here in Hidden Leaf Village, alone. He's the child of a hero. Momoka gently stroked Kazekage's hair as the boy looked up at her with tear-filled eyes that refused to fall. Despite his grief, he held back his tears, standing firm. After hearing the story, Kakuzu nodded. While he felt genuine sympathy for Kazekage, there were practical matters to address. So, you're saying you want to leave him with me because I have an empty house? Yes. Momoka confirmed. We've respected the boy's wishes. He doesn't want to go to the orphanage, so we're looking for a suitable place for him to stay. Your home is close to the Hokage's office, which makes it easier for us to keep an eye on him. Momoka's reasoning made sense. The Hidden Leaf Village orphanage was newly established and still lacked proper facilities. It was understandable that a child might not want to stay there. However, and what about his daily life? Kakuzu asked bluntly. I can't exactly take care of a kid. I've got things to do. Momoka seemed to anticipate the question. You don't need to worry. Kazekage is an exceptionally self-reliant boy. Isn't that right, Kazekage? She gave Kazekage an encouraging pat on the back. The boy immediately stepped forward and bowed deeply to Kakuzu. Kakuzu-sama, sir, it's a pleasure to meet you, he said. When he straightened up, he held out a stack of 10 crisp, 100 ryo bills. This is my rent for the month. Please accept it. I promise I won't cause you any trouble and will take care of myself. Momoka chimed in. As for his living expenses, the village won't abandon the child of a hero. He'll receive a monthly allowance of 20,000 ryo, which is more than enough for his needs. 20,000 ryo. That was about what many small shopkeepers earned in a month. More than sufficient for basic living expenses. Kakuzu looked at the boy's earnest expression and couldn't help but ruffle his hair. Taking one of the 100 ryo bills from the stack, he said, this'll do for your rent. Kazekage blinked in confusion. But why? Why? Kakuzu gazed up at the sky, pretending to think. Let's just say you're lucky. You're my first tenant. From now on, your rent will be 100 ryo a month. Kazekage's eyes sparkled with understanding, though he seemed hesitant. He bowed again, his voice steady and determined. Thank you. When I become a ninja, I'll make sure to repay the rest. Also, you won't have to worry about cleaning. I'll handle it every day. Is that so? Then I'll count on you. Kakuzu pointed toward the house. Room 002 is yours. It's right next to mine. Kazekage nodded eagerly, hefting his luggage, which was almost as tall as he was, and hurried into the house. Moments later, the sound of vigorous cleaning echoed from within. Kakuzu chuckled softly and turned his gaze elsewhere. At this moment, Senju Momoka's gaze toward Kakuzu carried a trace of appreciation. Perhaps it was his earlier act of reducing her rent that softened the perceptive Kanoyachi's impression of him, making her feel that Kakuzu wasn't such a bad person after all. Ms. Momoka, there's something you mentioned earlier that I still can't wrap my head around. Kakuzu said. What is it? Go on. She replied. Is Hidden Cloud's village really that bold? Kakuzu asked, his tone laced with doubt. When Senju Momoka mentioned that Hidden Cloud's village had launched a surprise attack on Hidden Leaf Village, Kakuzu's first reaction was disbelief. If it had been decades later, during the era of Hiruzen Sarutobi or Tsunade, when Hidden Leaf Village was relatively weaker, perhaps such an act might have made sense. But now, this was the age of Senju Hashirama, and Hidden Cloud's village had only been established for a few years. Instead of focusing on strengthening their village, they dared to provoke Hidden Leaf Village? That was nothing short of suicide. Did they not fear the day when Hashirama might show up at their gates with his colossal Buddha? Hearing Kakuzu's question, Senju Momoka's expression instantly turned icy, and the surrounding air seemed to drop several degrees. It wasn't directed at Kakuzu, but the tension was palpable. Those brutes from Hidden Cloud's village. Their heads are filled with nothing but muscle. Do you think you can reason with people like that? Momoka took a deep breath, as though trying to calm the storm brewing in her heart. In truth, there are still things I didn't fully explain earlier. Those muscle-brained fools aren't just strong, they're also full of underhanded tricks and despicable schemes. Her voice dropped slightly, filled with a cold resolve. If I could, I'd personally head to the front lines and deliver a blow so devastating they wouldn't dare to provoke Hidden Leaf Village for the next 30 years. Chapter 31, a Genjutsu that can counter the Sharingan. The establishment of nations and villages marked the dawn of a new era while shaking the foundations of the old. However, if disputes were resolved by immediate conflict, what separated this new age from the Warring States period? Hidden Leaf Village's stance has always been to resolve conflicts through dialogue. As the Hokage, Senju Hashirama tirelessly worked toward this ideal, though achieving it still seemed far away. On the borders between nations, peace was a fleeting dream. Territorial disputes were an unavoidable issue, and neither side's border guards were willing to compromise on such matters. Eventually, these tensions would erupt into conflict. The spark for these clashes could be as simple as a fabricated excuse, enough to justify a full-blown skirmish. Each side would position themselves as victims, standing on the moral high ground. Reflecting on this, it seemed typical of Hidden Cloud's village's modus operandi. When conflicts ended, the aftermath was often messy. With Hashirama overseeing Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Cloud's village had little chance of sweeping things under the rug. However, Hidden Cloud's village, being a militant village, had its own straightforward approach to resolving such issues. They might pay reparations, double or triple the usual amount. If that wasn't enough, Hidden Cloud's village's shinobi responsible for the attack would commit seppuku or even execute themselves before Hidden Leaf Village's representatives to demonstrate their resolve. To outsiders, this might seem absurd, but to the shinobi of Hidden Cloud's village, it was an honorable sacrifice. They believed that giving their all for the village, even to the point of death, was a duty without regret. Their deeds would be celebrated, and their names immortalized as heroes. This mindset was precisely why skirmishes often broke out along the Hidden Cloud's village border. Every time Senju Momoka thought about this, her teeth clenched in frustration. Ugh, the clan leader keeps preaching peace to resolve disputes, so the front lines never truly ignite. What a pity. Momoka muttered. Kakuzu smirked inwardly at the Senju Kanoichi's words, suppressing the urge to respond. Wait until your clan leader dies. The shinobi world will be consumed by flames of war again, with endless battles that will leave you exhausted. But he kept those thoughts to himself, unwilling to spoil the moment. Life and death are inevitable. We must look forward, or their sacrifices would be in vain. Anyway, let's change the topic. Kakuzu said casually. Fine. Momoka shrugged. By the way, I heard your Genjutsu is quite impressive. How does it work? Can you teach me? Huh? Momoka raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Kakuzu's question seemed to catch her off guard. As a prominent figure in the Senju clan, second only to Hashirama and Tobirama, Momoka's abilities were unquestionable. Kakuzu had initially assumed she followed the Senju tradition of leveraging their vast chakra reserves. However, he later learned from rumors that she was an exception. During the Warring States period, the Senju clan's primary adversaries were undoubtedly the Uchiha clan. Despite their immense chakra, the Senju struggled against the Uchiha's Sharingan. Chakra alone couldn't neutralize the effects of Genjutsu. Yet, in the face of these challenges, Momoka had developed Genjutsu rivaling that of the Uchiha. Her techniques often protected her clan from the Sharingan's illusions, enabling the Senju to focus their overwhelming chakra reserves on overpowering their opponents. Thanks to her achievements in combating the Uchiha, Momoka had earned her place as the third highest-ranking member of the Senju clan. Kakuzu's curiosity was piqued. What kind of Genjutsu had Momoka mastered to stand against a Sharingan? Seems like you've done your homework on me. Momoka said with a soft laugh, brushing a lock of hair behind her ear. Want to learn? She teased. Kakuzu didn't respond, smiling faintly. Even if you wanted to, I couldn't teach you. Momoka added with a slight smirk. Kakuzu wasn't surprised. A shinobi's secret techniques were their lifeline and a source of immense value. Refusing to share them was perfectly understandable, especially a Genjutsu capable of countering the Sharingan. But don't get the wrong idea. Momoka continued, sensing his thoughts. It's not that I don't want to teach you, I simply can't. Her words sparked Kakuzu's interest. When I was young, I suffered under the Sharingan's Genjutsu. It was a nightmare. Momoka said, her gaze distant. I scoured my family's archives for a way to counter the Sharingan and eventually found a secret technique in an ancient scroll. I spent 10 years mastering it, and now, it's effective against the Uchiha's illusions. But... She paused, there's a catch. This technique requires the unique physiology of the Senju clan. Even among us, no one else has successfully learned it, not even Hashirama-sama or Tobirama-sama. Is that so? Kakuzu's brow furrowed slightly as he sifted through the implications of these words in his mind. Almost immediately, he reached a conclusion. Momoka's explanation seemed to be the real truth. It made sense that Senju Momoka wouldn't want to share her secret techniques with outsiders, such a sentiment was understandable. However, after all these years, not a single member of the Senju clan had been able to replicate Momoka's extraordinary Genjutsu. Even those who had trained under her for extended periods fell short. Clearly, this was not simply a matter of bloodline, talent was just as crucial. Without both, it would be impossible to master such powerful Genjutsu. With the discussion on Genjutsu seemingly concluded, and seeing that Kakuzu had no further questions, Senju Momoka turned to leave. Just as she was about to vanish, she paused and glanced back at him. Actually, I can share one more thing with you, a discovery I made when I reached the pinnacle of Ganjutsu. She said calmly. No matter whether it's the Ganjutsu of the Sharingan or the ordinary Ganjutsu we practice, in the end, they all converge at the same peak. The reason ordinary Ganjutsu is weaker than Sharingan-based techniques is simple: the practitioner lacks the necessary proficiency. Their energy, spirit, and focus fall far short of their opponents. That's why their Ganjutsu cannot surpass it. If you're truly interested in Ganjutsu, I suggest you train in this direction. I believe you'll find the results worthwhile. With those words, Momoka didn't linger. Her long legs pushed off the ground lightly. Whoosh! In a flash, she disappeared, leaving Kakuzu standing in place, silently pondering her advice. Momoka's reasoning made perfect sense. All roads lead to Rome, some may be longer or shorter, but with persistence and unyielding effort, anyone could reach the destination eventually. And with eternal life on his side, Kakuzu was confident he'd eventually reach that pinnacle. However, his current curiosity was more of a passing thought than a genuine desire to pursue Ganjutsu mastery. Clenching his right fist and tapping it against his left palm, a trace of bitterness crept into his expression. My body. It must be modified further. Without it, I can't train properly. Kakuzu could never escape the limitations of his own body. The threads that had replaced his natural organs granted him immortality, but at the same time, they robbed him of the ability to train like others. His only path to strength was through seizing the hearts of powerful shinobi, absorbing their abilities to grow stronger. But how many such shinobi were there to hunt down? Having 5 hearts was merely the foundation. To truly grow stronger, he needed to rely on himself. It wasn't an immediate concern, but Kakuzu knew he had to resolve this issue sooner or later. Respected Hokage-sama. He muttered under his breath, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. When will you let me borrow your cells for a while? Chapter 32, Assembly Line. A month had quietly passed. Boss, thanks to your luck, we've practically struck gold this past month. Inside the glass factory, a craftsman with dark circles under his eyes excitedly held out an account ledger to Kakuzu. For the past month, their quartz glass had taken Hidden Leaf Village by storm. The new glass had completely crushed traditional sand glass, winning the wholehearted approval of the village's residents. Now, people were flocking to place custom orders every day. Kakuzu glanced at the ledger. After deducting costs, their net profit for the month was in the hundreds of thousands. While such numbers didn't impress Kakuzu, it was undeniably a good start. Hidden Leaf Village wasn't as prosperous as it would be in the future, but as the village grew, so would their earnings. Moreover, with quartz glass gaining recognition in Hidden Leaf Village, it had naturally drawn attention across the Land of Fire. According to the ledger, trading caravans passing through Hidden Leaf Village often stopped to check out the quartz glass. Some merchants were overjoyed, some contemplative, while others were uncertain, but all of them bought samples to test the market back home. Even the village's prominent clans had begun to take interest in quartz glass. Its superior transparency and brightness made it a natural upgrade for anyone who could afford it. And for these clans, upgrading meant replacing all their glass, leading to orders of dozens or even hundreds of pieces. Additionally, the Hokage's office and other administrative departments had placed large orders. One department in particular, the Biological Research Lab, ordered a staggering amount, several times more than any other. Looking at the stacks of order forms, Kakuzu could already see the potential profits, hundreds of millions, maybe even billions. That thought alone was exhilarating. Alright, stick to the original pricing for all orders. Prioritize based on who placed their orders first, no favoritism for clans or commoners. Kakuzu instructed. Oh, and for the Biological Research Lab, increase their price by 10%. Huh? Why? The craftsman blinked in disbelief. The lab was part of the village's administration and had placed such a massive order. Charging them extra instead of offering a discount seemed counterintuitive. There's no special reason. Kakuzu said calmly. They're rich. Got it. After giving his instructions, Kakuzu prepared to leave when the craftsman called out to him again. Boss. What now? Well, we might not be able to keep up with the workload. A lot of the workers are threatening to quit. Oh? Kakuzu raised an eyebrow, ready to ask why, but he quickly realized the problem. The craftsman pointed to his dark circles and began to complain. Boss, with orders piling up every day, the workload keeps growing. The rest of us haven't seen our families in over 20 days. If this keeps up, my wife might leave me. The other workers are in the same boat. We just can't take it anymore. Kakuzu raised a hand, cutting him off. The craftsman had a point. This was Kakuzu's oversight. He had anticipated that quartz glass would become popular, But he hadn't expected demand to skyrocket so quickly. With just a dozen workers trying to meet the needs of thousands of villagers, burnout was inevitable. Understood. You've all worked hard. Starting now, we'll implement a 3-shift rotation. Everyone will take turns working, resting, and spending time with family. None of those will be neglected. Also, your wages for this month will be tripled. The moment Kakuzu finished speaking, the craftsman's dark circles seemed to fade. Thank you, boss. I'll go inform everyone right away. No more complaints, they'll all know you're the best boss ever. The craftsman shook Kakuzu's hand vigorously, his face glowing with excitement, before running off to spread the news. Kakuzu smiled faintly and said nothing. Watching the bustling glass shop, he began to ponder. It's time to expand the workshop. No choice but to push through the fatigue for a few days and get this done. With that thought, Kakuzu sprang into action. His plan wasn't groundbreaking by modern standards, but in this world, it was revolutionary, setting up a factory with an assembly line. By automating key steps like crushing, weighing, mixing, melting, molding, and annealing, everything could be streamlined into a single system. Workers would only need to focus on specific tasks. This approach would not only boost efficiency but also create job opportunities for many in Hidden Leaf Village. After a few days of hard work, the factory began to take shape. Every process was carefully arranged, ensuring a continuous flow of glass production, 24 hours a day. The output wasn't just for Hidden Leaf Village but would soon reach towns across the Land of Fire. Now, Kakuzu's only concern was when the factory would need to expand again. Of course, Kakuzu didn't need to personally handle these matters. Every day, someone would deliver detailed factory performance data to him. As the boss, all he needed to do was make decisions. The rest could be delegated to his subordinates. With everything running smoothly, Kakuzu could lie back at home, assured that money would continue flowing into his hands. After ensuring everything was in order, Kakuzu stretched his neck, feeling a bit tired, and decided to head home for a good night's sleep. As soon as he stepped into his courtyard, a young but firm voice called out to him. Kakuzu-san, you're back. Looking up, Kakuzu saw the speaker. It was none other than Maraboshi Kosuke. Having not seen him for a few days, Kakuzu was genuinely pleased. Kosuke was a remarkably thoughtful child. Since he essentially lived rent-free in Kakuzu's apartment complex, he made it a point to help out whenever he could. Whenever prospective tenants showed up, Kosuke would handle the arrangements and hand over the payments to Kakuzu. And when the rooms were vacant, he would take it upon himself to clean and dust them. Kakuzu had once tried giving the boy some money as compensation for his work, but Kosuke adamantly refused. To him, being allowed to stay there for free was already a great blessing, and he wouldn't dream of accepting payment. Since Kosuke was so insistent, Kakuzu didn't push the matter further. Instead, he made it a habit to bring back some treats for the boy whenever he returned. After all, kids naturally loved snacks, and Kosuke gratefully accepted these small tokens of appreciation. In turn, he became even more diligent in helping Kakuzu manage the apartments. This time, when Kosuke saw Kakuzu return, he let out a visible sigh of relief. Rushing over, he bowed deeply and said, Kakuzu-san, you're finally back. There's a guest who wishes to see you. Chapter 33, The predecessors of the Hokage. In this world, it was considered a form of etiquette for tenants to visit their landlords upon moving in. Most people renting a place would came to greet the landlord, and over time, this custom had become widely accepted. However, this habit often left Kakuzu overwhelmed. With dozens, sometimes hundreds, of tenants under his roof, it became a chore he could hardly keep up with. Besides, Kakuzu wasn't one to fuss over formalities. Given that everyone had just moved to Hidden Leaf Village, they undoubtedly had plenty of tasks to handle. Kakuzu's policy was simple: as long as they paid their rent on time, there was no need for unnecessary pleasantries. A simple greeting in passing would suffice. But today, things were a bit different. Kakuzu-san, they insisted on meeting you, reported Maraboshi Kosuke. They? Kakuzu paused, raising an eyebrow as he turned to Kosuke. So, it wasn't just one person. Moments later, Kakuzu opened the door to his living room, where 3 young men were already seated around the central table. Upon seeing him, they immediately stood and greeted him with warm smiles, introduced by Kosuke one after another. The trio looked strikingly distinctive. One was slim with pineapple-shaped hair, another was stocky with spiky red hair, and the last had medium build and long golden hair. Inoshikacho? Kakuzu muttered instinctively. Their features and presence stirred an old memory. The 3 chuckled upon hearing the nickname. The young man with the pineapple-shaped hair stepped forward courteously. We're honored that our reputation has reached you, Kakuzu-san. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yamanaka Shikame, and these are Kimaki Chotaro and Narasha Ragu. A pleasure to meet you all. I never imagined I'd encounter the legendary clans of Inoshikacho here. Kakuzu said, his tone carrying genuine surprise. Having members of these renowned clans as his tenants was unexpected. After all, they were shinobi clans, shouldn't they have stayed on their own land? As the four gathered around the table, Kosuke dutifully served tea. Through their conversation, Kakuzu gradually pieced together the story. The Inoshikacho clans hailed from the southernmost region of the Land of Fire. Despite being relatively small in numbers compared to clans like the Senju and Hyuga, they had earned their reputation through the strength of their secret techniques and their unity. Currently, each clan had only about a dozen members, though they anticipated growing to several dozen over the coming decades. With their own settlement in Hidden Leaf Village still under construction, they had chosen to temporarily stay at Kakuzu's property. Given their modest size, relocating the entire group to Kakuzu's larger rooms was manageable. What intrigued Kakuzu the most was the balanced dynamic among the clans. They had a long-standing agreement to select clan leaders of similar age, ensuring generational harmony. The three before him, each in their early 20s, were their newly chosen clan heads. Once they were settled, the clans planned to expand their families. This also meant that familiar figures like Narashikaku, Okimeki Choza, and Yamanaka Inoyachi, the ones hailed as veterans in the main storyline, would be born in the years to come. Amid their conversation, Kakuzu noticed something peculiar about Shoraku. Nara clan leaders practice medicine. Kakuzu inquired with interest. He wasn't referring to modern medical ninjutsu or chakra healing but rather traditional medicine. He had seen Shoraku taking someone's pulse. Shoraku chuckled modestly. You flatter me. My clan used to practice medicine generations ago, and some techniques were passed down. However, with the advent of modern methods, our traditional practices are on the verge of being forgotten. Kakuzu hadn't expected to find traces of traditional medicine in this parallel world. It made him curious about the origins of the Nara clan's medical heritage. However, given the tumultuous history of the shinobi world, tracing their roots seemed unlikely. Traditional medicine is profound and timeless. Kakuzu said earnestly. If there's an opportunity, could you teach me? Perhaps it was a sense of nostalgia, a desire to connect with his roots, or simply the pursuit of a new skill. Whatever the reason, Kakuzu felt compelled to learn. Shoraku smiled generously. Of course. It's just an old art. If you're interested, I'd be happy to teach you anytime. Through this meeting, Kakuzu formed a bond with the Inoshikacho trio. In the days that followed, his routine alternated between working at a glass factory and learning traditional medicine from Shoraku. One sunny day, the courtyard glowed with warm sunlight. Kakuzu sat atop the roof, arms crossed, quietly observing the man painting below. The man, in his early 30s, was strikingly handsome. With one hand, he held a paintbrush, while the other supported a palette of vibrant oil paints. Concentrating deeply, he infused his brush with chakra and began painting swift, elegant strokes across the canvas. In no time, the scenery of the courtyard, the house and trees, came to life on the canvas. The house appeared vivid and lifelike, while the painted trees seemed to sway in the wind. Such mastery of technique. His work truly captures the spirit of the scene, Kakuzu mused. Judging from the calluses on the man's hands, it wasn't hard to tell that he was a shinobi. With the end of the Warring States period, shinobi now had more idle time. Take this man, for example, he was both Kakuzu's tenant and, by the looks of it, a skilled artist. The painting before him was already complete, but the artist dipped his brush into some white pigment. The next moment, swish. The brush in his hand moved swiftly, and the white streak sliced through the tree in the painting like a blade. Then, crack. The tree in the courtyard split in half. What the? Kakuzu shot to his feet, leaping off the rooftop in a single bound. As he landed, his knees bent slightly, and the threads of earth grudge fear extended from his arms, burrowing into the ground, ready to subdue the man at any moment. Kakuzu didn't care who this man was or what his purpose might be. What he did know, however, was that if this man decided to paint a slash through the drawing of his house, his home would likely be cleaved in two. And that was absolutely unacceptable. The man seemed to notice Kakuzu's arrival. Turning to face him, the two locked eyes for 2 seconds. Then, the man lowered his paintbrush. My apologies. He said with a polite bow. I was simply indulging in a moment of idle curiosity. I should have came to pay my respects to you days ago, but I've been tied up and didn't have the time. I deeply regret the delay. My name is Yui Kaori. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 34, Pinnacle of Illusion. Kakuzu-san, please don't misunderstand. I'm a descendant of the Yui clan. I've just arrived in the village and have no place to stay, so I've temporarily taken shelter here. I mean no harm. Yui Kaori explained hastily. The Yui clan? Kakuzu glanced at the oil painting on the easel and briefly recalled the earlier scene. The most renowned illusionists of the Land of Fire? You flatter me. Renowned is an exaggeration, we've only made modest achievements. Since the man had been able to enter the village, Kakuzu surmised he wasn't a hostile presence. He lowered his guard and stepped closer to examine the oil painting. Was that earlier scene also Genjutsu? Kakuzu instinctively formed the opposition seal, circulating his chakra through his body. The flow remained stable, there was no sign he'd fallen into an illusion. Ah! Kaori coughed twice, forcing a weak smile onto his pale face. Kakuzu-san, please don't doubt me. This is the Yui clan's ultimate Genjutsu, pinnacle illusion. Unlike typical Genjutsu, it doesn't trap the target in an illusion. Instead, it immerses the caster in the illusion. When your consciousness is fully immersed, the illusion ceases to be an illusion. It becomes an artistic concept, a state of mind where anything you imagine can materialize. Picking up a brush and palette, Kaori began painting once more. Dipping his brush into blue ink, he painted a lightning bolt striking the ground. Boom. Though the skies above Hidden Leaf Village were clear, a deafening thunderclap erupted in Kakuzu's courtyard. A chunk of earth was violently uprooted, as if struck by lightning. Kakuzu's expression betrayed his surprise. To manifest an illusion into reality, this Genjutsu was indeed formidable. However, mere moments after the strike, Kaori's complexion paled further. His brush and palette slipped from his trembling hands, clattering to the ground as his body swayed precariously. "Are you alright?" Kakuzu moved to steady him. Just then, the door to a neighboring room creaked open. A woman holding a child stepped out, clearly alarmed by the thunderclap. "Kaori, why won't you listen? I told you not to use that technique anymore, it's too much for your body." The woman approached, helping Kaori to sit down. She nodded politely at Kakuzu. "My apologies for the trouble. I'll clean up the courtyard shortly. By the way, I'm his wife." "It's no trouble at all," Kakuzu replied with a faint smile, though his gaze lingered on Kaori. Sitting on the steps, Kaori caught his breath, his face still ashen. "Forgive me for the embarrassment. Pinnacle illusion takes a severe toll on mental energy, so..." Cough cough. His words were cut off by another fit of coughing. Kakuzu didn't need further explanation. His mind wandered to a previous conversation with Senju Momoka. The human body could be divided into three aspects: the physical, the energetic, chakra, and the spiritual. These corresponded to taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu, respectively. The more powerful the genjutsu, the greater the spiritual energy consumption. Forcing oneself to use advanced genjutsu without sufficient reserves placed immense strain on the nervous system. It was clear Kaori was suffering from just such a backlash. Glancing at the child in the woman's arms, Kakuzu asked, "Does the baby have a name?" "Yes, his name is Yui Makoto." The woman replied. "Is that so?" Kakuzu's gaze turned playful. "When this child grows up, he'll probably come to understand the toll this clan's secret technique takes on the mind. I wouldn't be surprised if it's banned in his generation. Though, if Yui Kurenai had learned this technique, she wouldn't have been so easily bested by that Uchiha brat. Then again, some iconic moments would have been lost." The thought brought an enigmatic smile to Kakuzu's face. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the entrance of the quartz glass shop was abuzz with the sound of drums and firecrackers. The festive atmosphere drew a crowd of curious Hidden Leaf villagers. In half a year, the shop's success hadn't waned. The reason was simple. "I heard Lord Hashirama himself is coming, is that true? Look. Isn't that our Hokage? Oh my goodness, it really is him." For Lord Hashirama to visit personally, it must mean quartz glass has greatly benefited Hidden Leaf Village. The villagers chattered excitedly, the lively scene growing even more jubilant. At the shop entrance, Kakuzu stood ready to welcome the visitors. Dressed in his Hokage robes and hat, Senju Hashirama arrived, flanked by Senju Momoka and other members of the Senju clan. Representatives from the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans were also present to offer their congratulations. "Kakuzu, I knew I was right about you," Hashirama declared with a hearty laugh. "This quartz glass business you've started hasn't just brought immense contributions to Hidden Leaf Village, it's also created countless jobs. Now, I'm receiving letters from other nations almost daily, each one requesting to buy our quartz glass. Your innovation has truly opened the doors to peaceful exchanges between us and other countries." Ha ha ha. By the end of his speech, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Kakuzu exchanged glances with the others, and soon, they all joined in. The quartz glass Kakuzu had developed had essentially rendered traditional glass obsolete. With its affordable price, nearly everyone in the shinobi world was making the switch. Although his business ventures extended far and wide, Kakuzu scoffed at the notion that his trade was opening doors for peaceful diplomacy between Hidden Leaf Village and other nations. Sure, his operation was expensive, but he wasn't delusional enough to think it had that kind of influence. Still, the assembly lines he had introduced did solve many of Hidden Leaf Village's problems. Not only did they enhance trade relations, but they also provided jobs for countless young people. These developments even attracted more individuals to settle in the village, further contributing to its prosperity. To Hashirama, Kakuzu's contributions were significant. This time, Hashirama personally came forward to thank him, which brought Kakuzu a flood of recognition, and with it, wealth. That night, Kakuzu lay on his bed, his expression uncharacteristically serious. 1,000. 2,000. 3,000. 4,000. 1,000. 2,000. 3,000. 4,000. 1,000. 2,000. 3,000. 4,000. Kakuzu sighed. His occupational habits had kicked in again. He couldn't rest until he meticulously counted every last ryo, ensuring the total was accurate. Only then could he finally relax. Oh, by the way, those figures of 1,000, 2,000, and so on? They weren't just ryo. No, each of those numbers had a unit behind them, 10,000. Over the past 6 months, combining his earnings from rent and quartz glass sales, Kakuzu had amassed a grand total of 40 million ryo. As he stared at the scattered piles of money that glittered like stars, covering his bed entirely, Kakuzu lay back, basking in the intoxicating scent of wealth. Chapter 35, Tobirama's visit. Kakuzu glanced at the night sky, its darkness unbroken by even a sliver of moonlight. Slowly, he stood and approached a hidden panel in the floor. With deliberate care, he pulled it open, revealing a staircase leading down into the shadowy depths of a meticulously constructed cellar. Down below lay his treasure, a secure vault housing the 40 million ryo he had earned over the past 6 months. Carefully locking the fortune away, he returned upstairs and closed the panel seamlessly. It blended perfectly with the floor, leaving no trace of its presence. After securing the hidden entrance, Kakuzu's expression changed. His eyes sharpened as a low growl escaped his lips. In a sudden burst of motion, one of his stitched arms shot forward, slicing through the air toward the darkness beyond the window. "Senju Tobirama!" he roared. "Stop skulking around and show yourself." The stillness of the night shattered, and a figure stepped out of the shadows. With a flash, he appeared in the room, silver hair, piercing eyes, and the unmistakable blue armor of the second Hokage. "It's been a while, Kakuzu," Tobirama said, his voice calm yet cutting. "Your perception has improved since our last encounter." "Humphrey." Kakuzu snorted. "Spare me the small talk, Tobirama. If you're here to test me again, know this, I've had enough of your games. Tonight, it ends." He turned fully to face Tobirama, his body taut with tension and his eyes alight with battle lust. Tobirama's presence was a constant irritation, a reminder of the flying thunder god mark etched onto his body, a mark Kakuzu had been unable to remove. It was a never-present vulnerability, one Tobirama seemed intent on exploiting. Tobirama surveyed the room, his sharp eyes catching the faint traces of Kakuzu's secret. "So, this is where you keep your earnings," he said casually. "Interesting choice. Though, for someone like me, 40 million ryo isn't exactly a tempting prize." Kakuzu's fists clenched. "That's beside the point. What gives you the right to come and go as you please? This time it's money, but what if next time, I'm otherwise occupied? Imagine being interrupted mid-activity by your sudden appearance. Consider yourself lucky I didn't attack on sight." Tobirama's lips twitched in a smirk. "Is that a challenge?" "You could say that." Kakuzu growled. "Enough talk. Let's settle this. Here and now." Tobirama raised an eyebrow. "You want to find me? Here, in Hidden Leaf Village? That's hardly productive." "And what's productive, then?" Kakuzu snapped. His arms twitched as the threads beneath his skin flexed, ready to strike at any moment. Tobirama sighed, crossing his arms. "Your influence in Hidden Leaf Village has grown significantly, Kakuzu. Your monopoly on the glass industry affects nearly every household. It's also driving up costs for my laboratory." Kakuzu's eyes narrowed. "Ah, so that lab is yours. No wonder you've been tolerating the price hikes." "Indeed," Tobirama admitted. "But my patience has limits. I came to renegotiate." Kakuzu pondered for a moment. "Fine. But hear this, if you ever teleport into my home uninvited again, I'll make sure even Hashirama can't save you. Got it?" "Bold words," Tobirama replied, his tone losing its earlier mirth. "You're not exactly the most trustworthy individual. Do you really expect me to drop my guard? Then send your Anbu to spy on me." Kakuzu snapped. "But if anyone trespasses here without my permission, I'll kill them. Period." "Anbu?" Tobirama's brow furrowed. "What's that supposed to mean?" Kakuzu froze, realizing his mistake. Damn it. Hidden Leaf Village was barely 6 years old, there wasn't even a formal Anbu unit yet. "Just, you know," Kakuzu said, scrambling to cover. "Shadow operatives. Like assassins. Working in the dark. That sort of thing. Obirama's eyes glinted with sudden interest. Shadow operatives, you say? An intriguing idea. Kakuzu mentally cursed. In his attempt to deflect, he had inadvertently planted the seed for something far more troublesome. Enough of that. He said gruffly. What's your answer on the glass pricing? Obirama smiled faintly. I'll consider your terms. But don't think this conversation is over. You've given me much to think about. As Obirama vanished in a flash of light, Kakuzu slumped into his chair, muttering under his breath. He had only wanted to protect his privacy, but somehow, the encounter had created far bigger problems. Next time, he vowed, I'm installing seals to keep that bastard out. Chapter 36, Uchiha. In the 7th year of the new ninja calendar, 6 years since the founding of Hidden Leaf Village, the village bustled with vitality. After a year of effort, the lively atmosphere of Hidden Leaf Village had grown even more pronounced. Clans such as the Inuzuka and Ibarame had joined the village, not only increasing its population but also contributing significantly to its strength as ninja clans. Nestled in the northwest of Hidden Leaf Village was a small medicinal clinic. At Ractalodes, Poria, licorice. Kakuzu muttered as he took a villager's pulse with one hand, while the other jotted down the names of the herbs. Adjusting the prescription based on the pulse's indications, he finalized a formula. Old man, this is the 4 gentlemen soup from my hometown. It's excellent for symptoms like weak voice, shortness of breath, fatigue, and loss of appetite. Take care of yourself, and remember, staying calm and avoiding agitation are the keys to a long life. The villager took the prescription with heartfelt gratitude. Kakuzu-sama, you're truly a hero of Hidden Leaf Village. Not only have you set up factories to solve our livelihood issues, but you're also skilled in medicine. You've healed so many of us. On behalf of everyone, thank you. No need for thanks, old man. It's already noon, you should head home for lunch. Remember to take the medicine after eating. After seeing the villager off, Kakuzu returned to his seat. Behind him, Narasharaku approached with a chuckle. Ha! Kakuzu-sama, your reputation has spread far and wide in Hidden Leaf Village. Kakuzu glanced at him and responded with a faint smile. Over the past year, aside from overseeing his rental properties and playing a hands-off role at the factory, Kakuzu had devoted himself to learning traditional medicine under Narasharaku. In the modern world, a year of study would hardly be enough to master such a field. However, as someone who had lived 2 lifetimes, Kakuzu's learning speed was astonishing. He even recalled fragments of traditional Chinese medicine he had encountered in his past life, which, when combined with his current studies, created a synergy that propelled his progress. Now, Kakuzu was adept at various techniques, from pulse diagnosis to dietary adjustments. When he and Shoraku had idle time, they decided to open this clinic, which had turned out to be quite popular, further solidifying Kakuzu's reputation. Kakuzu-sama, it's already noon. Why don't you take a break? I'll handle the clinic this afternoon. Much appreciated, Shoraku. Kakuzu patted him on the shoulder, stood up, and left the clinic, strolling along the streets of Hidden Leaf Village. The weather was perfect, clear skies and a gentle breeze. The streets were more vibrant than they had been a year ago, with villagers bustling about and shops lining the roads. It was a scene brimming with the promise of a bright future. Kakuzu-sama, hello. Wow, it's really Kakuzu-sama. I never thought I'd run into you here. Kakuzu, I've admired you for so long, can I get your autograph? He's a true talent in our village. The praise was constant, and for good reason. After all, he had received public endorsements from Hashirama Senju himself, owned a glass factory, managed a significant portion of Hidden Leaf Village's rental properties, and now spent his days healing villagers. It was hard not to become a local celebrity. Fortunately, the admiration was still manageable, just friendly greetings and occasional autograph requests. There were no frenzied mobs like in the modern-day world of celebrities. Kakuzu returned each greeting with a polite smile, maintaining his composure as he walked through the village. Lost in thought, Kakuzu's nose caught a tantalizing aroma that brought him to a halt. His heavily modified body, thanks to the Earth Grudge Fear technique, had replaced much of his organic tissue with black threads. Some might think he no longer needed food, but that wasn't entirely true. Though most of his metabolism was artificial, his 5 hearts still required significant energy to function. This meant Kakuzu needed regular meals to sustain himself. Following the scent, Kakuzu found himself outside a ramen shop. Akiraku Ramen. To his surprise, the iconic establishment already existed in this era. Then again, it made sense, many things were passed down through generations, and Akiraku Ramen seemed to be no exception. 1 large bowl of ramen, please. Kakuzu ordered as he sat down. Coming right up. Within minutes, a steaming bowl of ramen was placed in front of him. Kakuzu took a bite of the char siu, paired with the rich broth and springy noodles. Delicious. He muttered. The flavor was extraordinary, far surpassing his expectations. Another bowl. Got it, one more coming right up. This was true ninja world cuisine. To miss out on a kairaku ramen would be an injustice. Because you ended up devouring 6 bowls before finally feeling satisfied. The flavor is excellent. Wishing you prosperous business. Thank you for the compliment, Kakuzu-san. Please come again. After placing a stack of money on the counter, Kakuzu stepped out of the ramen shop. With his hunger satisfied, he continued to wander through the streets of Hidden Leaf Village. However, as he walked further, Kakuzu began to notice something odd. There were noticeably fewer people around. What's going on? His instincts as a shinobi immediately alerted him to the subtle shift. This was, after all, a bustling part of Hidden Leaf Village, home to establishments like a kairaku ramen. Yet after turning 2 corners and crossing a couple of streets, the lively crowds had thinned considerably. The remaining passers-by moved in small groups, their expressions uneasy, even tense. Scanning his surroundings, Kakuzu quickly found the answer. On this street, one particular group of individuals stood out. They all wore identical uniforms, and on the backs of their attire was a distinct clan emblem, a design split into 2 parts, the upper half a red crescent moon, the lower half a white curved shape. From a distance, it resembled a ping-pong paddle. The Uchiha clan. Kakuzu hadn't expected his aimless wandering to bring him to the Uchiha district. Though he had been in Hidden Leaf Village for a year now, he rarely ventured near the territories of the major clans. Despite the so-called new era in the shinobi world, the divide between commoners and shinobi clans remained palpable. The tensions and barriers weren't something that could be erased overnight. The major clans had their own spaces, and they seldom mingled with outsiders. Similarly, ordinary villagers usually had no reason to venture into clan territories. Kakuzu was no exception. Places like the Uchiha or Hyuga compounds were areas he actively avoided. His avoidance wasn't due to any unspoken social rules between the clans and commoners but rather out of practicality. He didn't want trouble. For instance, if he wandered into the Hyuga compound and some mischievous child decided to activate their Byakugan to peek at him, Kakuzu couldn't guarantee that his Earth Grudge Fear technique wouldn't be exposed. Chapter 37, Mangekyō. The Sharingan, the famed dojutsu of the Uchiha clan. It is said to perceive chakra flow in the air, analyze the intricacies of advanced taijutsu, and replicate virtually any jutsu outside of Keikai. This incredible power has cemented the Uchiha clan's legendary status. However, Kakuzu was confident. No matter how powerful the Sharingan might be, it could never uncover his secret of possessing 5 hearts. Despite his assurance, Kakuzu was in no mood to linger. The Uchiha's innate arrogance made them challenging companions, and he preferred to move on quickly. By the riverbank, a young man with long hair and sharp, chiseled features sat atop a large stone. His bearing exuded pride and authority. Surrounding him were a group of children, each wearing the Uchiha clan's emblem on their clothing. The children gazed at the young man with awe and excitement. "Akira, we heard you awaken that Keikai. Can you show us? My father always says you're the best among the younger generation. We should learn from you." The legendary Mangekyō Sharingan. They say only a handful in the entire clan, aside from the clan head, can awaken it. "Akira, for the sake of our clan's strength, teach us how to unlock the Mangekyō Sharingan." The young man, known as Akira Uchiha, was 19 years old. 6 years ago, he had watched helplessly as his father was slain by a member of the Senju clan. In that moment, twin trails of blood had streamed from his eyes. When he was later rescued, his eyes had undergone a profound transformation. That day, Akira vowed to avenge his father with the power of his newly awakened eyes. Yet, not long after, the tides of history shifted. The Uchiha and Senju clans brokered peace, founding a new village and heralding a new era. In the face of this collective yearning for peace, Akira's resolve for vengeance began to waver. "Enough!" Akira's voice thundered, snapping the children out of their chatter. He leapt from the stone, his sharp tone silencing the group. Startled by his sudden outburst, the children cowered, their excitement replaced by fear. Akira sighed inwardly. He hadn't meant to lash out at them, they were just kids. He settled back onto the rock, his gaze softening as he stared into the distance. Ever since the village's founding, Akira's heart had been conflicted. He understood the value of peace, yet it left him adrift, unsure of his purpose. Days passed in a haze of idleness, his ambitions dulled. Today's anger was merely a vent for his frustration, though scolding children was far from dignified. He waved a hand dismissively. Fine. I'll show you, but just this once." "Really? Thank you." The children cheered, their enthusiasm quickly returning. Amid their excited chatter, Akira closed his eyes. Chakra flowed to his brain and concentrated in his eyes. A familiar warmth surged through them. When he reopened his eyes, the children were greeted by the sight of his Sharingan, its 3 Tomoe spinning with intensity. This was nothing new to them. The 3 Tomoe Sharingan was common enough within the clan. What they were waiting for was what came next. Watch carefully, Akira instructed. The Tomoe began to spin faster, merging and transforming. The children held their breath as the shape morphed into something entirely new. It changed. Is that the Mangekyō Sharingan? What kind of pattern is this? A 3-bladed shuriken? You idiot, it's not a shuriken. Look closer. The tips are curved and overlapping. Now that you mention it, it's much more intricate than a shuriken. Unable to agree on the design, the children eventually abandoned the debate. Akira-sama, one asked eagerly, our uncles and elders say that those who awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan gain a unique ability. What's yours? This. Akira's face paled instantly. This was the question he dreaded most, the reason he avoided others whenever possible. Though he had unlocked the Mangekyō, its true power remained elusive. He had sought advice from the clan head, only to be met with harsh criticism. Foolish boy. Blaming the piece for your inability to harness your Mangekyō's power? Stop making excuses. Return only when you can wield the power worthy of the Uchiha name. The memory of the clan head's scorn weighed heavily on Akira. Despite his pride in being an Uchiha and his joy at awakening the Mangekyō, he felt unworthy of the gift. Despite so many blessings seemingly within his grasp, why couldn't he unlock the true potential of his eyes? Akira Uchiha clenched his fists tightly. Enough, kids. Stop asking so many questions. Focus on training and strengthening the Uchiha clan. Understood? Yes. Hearing the young ones respond in unison, Akira allowed a smile to cross his face. With a wave of his hand, he signaled them to follow as they returned to the clan's base. Meanwhile, under the shade of a massive tree, Kakuzu opened his eyes. A Mangekyō Sharingan at 13. Impressive. His gaze shifted to the deep azure sky. Kakuzu recalled the tales about the Uchiha clan, specifically, the conditions required to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan. It was said that to unlock the Mangekyō, an Uchiha must endure an overwhelming trauma, either by killing someone they deeply love with their own hands or by witnessing the death of their beloved right before their eyes. This immense emotional shock would transform into a unique chakra, pushing the Sharingan to evolve into the Mangekyō. But Kakuzu had always found this explanation incomplete. During the Warring States period, where death and carnage were daily occurrences, even the Uchiha couldn't escape the constant losses of friends and family. If someone's death alone were enough to trigger the Mangekyō, wouldn't there be countless Mangekyō Sharingan users? Kakuzu had once discussed this with Senju Momoka, asking about the Uchiha and Senju clans during that turbulent era. She told him that, as far as she could remember, only Madara Uchiha had ever awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan on the battlefield. If more Uchiha had unlocked the Mangekyō, the balance of power would have been disastrous. Even with Hashirama Senju's immense strength, it would have been a monumental challenge to contain an army of Uchiha wielding such power. Kakuzu deduced that while intense emotional trauma was indeed necessary, there must be another crucial factor, innate talent. Without it, no amount of grief or anguish could force the Sharingan to evolve. In other words, every Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyō was, without exception, a prodigy. Chapter 38, Madara Uchiha. The world of shinobi is a brutal meritocracy. Talent sets the ceiling, while effort merely determines how quickly one reaches it, and no further. How I envy those brats born with bloodline limits. Kakuzu mused, his gaze fixed on the path Akira Uchiha had taken moments ago. He chuckled softly, though there was a bitter edge to his voice. Kakuzu's own talents weren't lacking. By the age of 26, he had reached the level of an elite Jonin, surpassing 95% of shinobi in the world. Yet, it was always that remaining 5%, the ones with monstrous potential, that posed the greatest challenge. Their ceilings were so absurdly high they might as well have been cheating. If I could possess their bloodlines. Maybe, decades from now, I wouldn't have to scrape by like this. Kakuzu muttered, a tinge of bitterness creeping into his smirk. The thought of the inevitable plot armor awaiting him in the future filled him with a sense of helplessness. But as he chuckled, a flash of inspiration streaked through his mind like lightning. His smile froze, his gaze turning sharply toward the path Akira had taken. What if I could have the Uchiha bloodline too? The thought planted itself in his mind like a seed, growing rapidly into an unshakable tree. The Uchiha clan, renowned for their Sharingan, wielded unparalleled ocular power. But why had no opposing clan successfully claimed it for themselves? The answer was obvious. The Uchiha protected their Sharingan fiercely. When an Uchiha fell, their eyes were immediately retrieved and secured within the clan. Even if someone managed to steal a Sharingan before it could be recovered, implanting it was no simple feat. Without the Uchiha bloodline, Wielding the Sharingan became a curse, draining chakra endlessly until the user was utterly depleted. For the Uchiha, their bloodline wasn't just a source of pride, it was a warning. Those without the blood to support the Sharingan had no right to claim it. But for someone like Kakuzu, armed with the forbidden Earth Grudge Fear technique, was this really an insurmountable challenge? The thought made his heart, or rather, his 5 hearts, pound violently. Earth Grudge Fear allowed him to steal not just hearts but the very essence of his enemies, their chakra, their abilities, their potential. If he could claim the heart of an Uchiha, would that not mean gaining their bloodline? Would that not grant him the ability to awaken the Sharingan himself? Kakuzu's breath quickened, his pupils dilating as the madness of his plan consumed him. His hands trembled, fingers twitching with anticipation as his feet turned, following the path Akira had taken. This wasn't just idle speculation anymore. This was personal. His prey wasn't the nameless Uchiha brats trailing behind Akira. They were irrelevant. Kakuzu's true target was Akira himself, a prodigy who had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. With a heart as powerful as his, Kakuzu could very well ascend to the realm of the gods. Beneath the folds of his robe, tendrils of Earth Grudge Fear writhed eagerly, burrowing into the ground and snaking toward Akira's position. Just a single strike was all it would take to claim his prize. "I'm sorry, but..." Kakuzu whispered, preparing to unleash his attack. A cold wind swept through the Uchiha compound, biting through his moment of focus. Kakuzu froze, his steps halting as clarity pierced the haze of ambition clouding his mind. This is still Hidden Leaf Village territory, he reminded himself, his eyes narrowing. And I'm in the heart of the Uchiha district. Am I underestimating my opponents? The chill in the air carried with it an unshakable logic, quelling the fire of his earlier madness. Kakuzu took a deep breath, grounding himself. This isn't the time or place to act rashly. For all the allure of the Sharingan, power demanded patience. He couldn't afford to make reckless moves in the shadow of Hidden Leaf Village's might. By the time Kakuzu had calmed himself, Akira and his entourage had disappeared into the distance. He sighed, his tendrils retreating into his sleeve as he turned to leave. "Guess I'll let this one go," Kakuzu muttered, shaking his head. But before he could take another step, the sky darkened ominously. A massive shadow fell over him, as if blotting out the sun itself. A voice, cold, commanding, and thunderous, reverberated through the air. "You!" Kakuzu stiffened. "What are you doing here?" He turned slowly to face the source of the voice. Standing before him was a man clad in a simple purple robe. His wild, spiked hair framed a face partially obscured by shadow, save for a single eye, piercing, unrelenting, and filled with quiet menace. It was him. Madara Uchiha. Kakuzu's breath caught in his throat. Of all the scenarios he had imagined, this was not how he had expected to meet the legendary Uchiha. Madara stepped forward, his gaze sharp and unwavering. "Lost, are you?" Kakuzu replied calmly, his voice steady despite the palpable tension. "I seem to have lost my way in your esteemed clan's territory." Madara's visible eye narrowed, his presence bearing down like a storm. "Is that so?" A gust of wind swept through the compound, rustling the leaves and Kakuzu's resolve. He clenched his fists, his body instinctively shifting into a defensive stance. Chapter 39, The Enemy of My Enemy. The sound of wind and the rustling of shadows filled the air as Kakuzu found himself surrounded by a group of shinobi in an instant. "To think you'd dare to trespass alone into the Uchiha clan's territory. Are you ready to die?" Akira Uchiha, who had returned, grinned wickedly. He licked his lips with a serpentine motion, his Mangekyō Sharingan spinning in his eyes, radiating a boundless desire for battle. It had been far too long since he'd experienced the thrill of combat, and Kakuzu was now the perfect target. "A face I've never seen before, appearing here in the Uchiha territory without any clear purpose, exuding faint killing intent. Everything about you screams danger. Do you really think such a flimsy excuse could fool anyone?" Madara Uchiha stopped his advance, crossing his arms. His imposing figure exuded a crushing aura that made it hard to breathe. Even Kakuzu, a veteran of countless battles, felt the oppressive weight of Madara's presence and didn't dare to relax for a second. Kakuzu's mind worked like a high-speed machine, analyzing the situation and formulating a plan to deal with his current predicament. Within seconds, he had an answer. There was only one viable option: escape. But escaping from Madara Uchiha was no easy feat. Kakuzu's method of retreat wouldn't be a simple one. He planned to die under Madara's hand, using it as a perfect cover to disappear without a trace. "Clan leader, there's no need for you to dirty your hands. Allow me to use my Sharingan's Genjutsu to make him spill the reason he's trespassed on our land." Akira offered eagerly, his Mangekyō Sharingan spinning as he prepared to act. He hadn't been in a real fight for a long time and was itching for action. However, his enthusiasm was met with a cold rebuke. "Stand down. Clan leader." Akira's face twisted in frustration, but before he could protest further, Madara cut him off with icy precision. You haven't even awakened the true power of your eyes. What makes you think you're ready for combat? Go back and reflect on your shortcomings. Madara's words hit Akira hard, leaving him staring at the ground in shame. Just as he began to sulk, a fellow Uchiha nudged him, signaling him to look up. When Akira glanced back at Madara, his eyes widened in shock. To think the clan leader would activate his 3 Tomoe Sharingan to deal with this guy. This shows the enemy isn't ordinary. His power must be considerable. The clan leader must be protecting you by not letting you face him. Hearing these words, Akira began to understand. His gaze toward Kakuzu changed, a flicker of respect now present. To force the clan leader to use the 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Who exactly is this guy? Madara's Sharingan spun with deadly precision as he lowered his arms and began walking forward. His sharp gaze tried to trace Kakuzu's chakra flow, but its erratic nature was unreadable, a clear sign that Kakuzu wasn't ordinary. In those seemingly calm eyes of Kakuzu, Madara recognized something deeply familiar, eyes that had witnessed the carnage of the Warring States period. Kakuzu was undoubtedly a battle-hardened warrior, one who had survived endless bloodshed. Madara didn't consider Kakuzu his equal but treated him with the respect of a cautious warrior. Activating the 3 Tomoe wasn't just a tactical choice, it was a show of respect for the upcoming fight. Madara quickened his pace. Kakuzu raised his arms defensively, preparing for the inevitable clash. Then, whoosh! Madara came to an abrupt halt. Kakuzu's expression didn't waver, but he immediately sensed the presence of someone behind him. The nearby Uchiha clan members took a moment longer to react, turning to see the newcomer with wary expressions. You! Who the hell are you? What do you want? Ignoring the questioning voices, the newcomer directed his gaze straight at Madara. Madara, do you intend to commit murder in the middle of the village? Madara's narrowed eyes betrayed a flicker of complexity, killing intent, suppressed rage, and a hint of restraint. Obirama sent you. What brings you here? Madara's tone was anything but friendly, dripping with disdain. Madara, that's my question for you. What are you doing? Tobirama retorted, his voice steady and unyielding. A man like Tobirama didn't fear Madara's wrath, he had earned his place through strength and cunning. Kakuzu turned his head slightly to glance at Tobirama, his gaze silently conveying his thoughts. Tobirama, you finally used the Flying Thunder God for something good. Tobirama, unfazed, kept his focus on Madara. This man is an intruder, of unknown identity and purpose, in Uchiha territory. As the clan leader, shouldn't I investigate? Madara demanded. Unknown identity? Tobirama's tone turned sharp. Madara, how long has it been since you last walked the streets of Hidden Leaf Village? This is Kakuzu. He's been in the village for over a year now. He's the owner of the glassworks, a doctor at the medical clinic, and, incidentally, an assistant in my biological research lab. Tobirama Senju emphasized the words Hidden Leaf Village. As he spoke, enunciating them with deliberate weight. To an ordinary listener, it might not have seemed out of the ordinary. However, to Madara Uchiha, the words carried an entirely different undertone. His gaze grew colder, his hostility simmering just beneath the surface. Yet, this one word, Hidden Leaf Village, managed to quell the urge to strike that had been rising within Madara. Despite everything, those words still held profound significance to him. Kakuzu, on the other hand, was visibly perplexed as he shot a glance at Tobirama. Hidden Leaf Village's biological research facility? It was known that Tobirama oversaw its operations. Beyond the hefty fees Kakuzu had charged them for reinforced glass, profiting handsomely in the process, there didn't seem to be much of a connection. What assistant? Kakuzu thought, his brow furrowing. A new position in Hidden Leaf Village? Unable to immediately discern the truth, he settled on a pragmatic stance. Following the principle of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Kakuzu was certain of one thing, for now, he and Tobirama shared a common front. As the tense standoff dragged on, the surrounding crowd grew larger. SHFF. 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 The distinctive sound of ninja footsteps echoed across rooftops and treetops. These were no ordinary shinobi. They wore armor instead of the standard Hidden Leaf Village forehead protectors, and their faces were obscured by unique masks. Weapons in hand, they remained alert, maintaining a protective perimeter while keeping a close eye on Tobirama. It was clear that they were ready to intervene at a moment's notice. For those with insider knowledge, the presence of these masked warriors would be unmistakable. They were the newly formed Anbu. Chapter 40, a new roll. The birds in the sky chirped merrily, flitting from branch to branch before settling back down. Their cheerful melodies echoed, and their lively eyes observed the passers-by below. The gathering in the Uchiha compound had finally dispersed. Clan leader, why did you let them leave so easily? Akira Uchiha's voice carried the mix of frustration and anger as he looked at Madara Uchiha. However, Madara simply stood silently, arms crossed, gazing out at the tranquil waters of the Naka River. Why? Why? Clan leader, that Senju Obirama, what right does he have to strut around like he owns our land? Akira demanded again, his voice rising with each word. But Madara remained silent, his eyes fixed on the rippling surface of the river. Akira, however, wasn't one to give up easily. Like a stubborn ox, he refused to back down. Ever since we came to Hidden Leaf Village, the Uchiha clan has lost its former glory. I don't even understand why we founded this village in the first place. Enough. Madara's roar cut through the air, loud and commanding, leaving Akira stumbling back in shock. Swallowing hard, Akira stared at his leader in disbelief. It had been a long time since he had seen Madara lose his temper. When Madara turned to face him, the Tomoe in his Sharingan spun, transforming into the intricate design of the Mangekyō Sharingan. The subtle shift alone was enough to make Akira's blood run cold. He knew then that Madara's anger was genuine. Lowering his head immediately, Akira didn't dare utter another word, silently awaiting judgment. Time seemed to stretch endlessly before the sound of Madara's retreating footsteps reached Akira's ears. Go back. Madara said, his voice distant. When Akira finally lifted his gaze, Madara's figure was already a shadow, growing smaller with every step. The elongated silhouette painted a picture of profound loneliness and isolation. Akira was young, one of the clan's more passionate members, and a devoted follower of Madara. His youthful fervor often made him reckless, nostalgic for the Warring States era. Madara couldn't entirely fault him for feeling this way. As Madara walked away, his expression hardened. His eyes drifted upward to the Hokage rock, visible even from here. Once, he and Hashirama Senju had stood atop that cliff, vowing to create a brighter future for the land. They had dreamed of founding a village that would end the endless cycle of bloodshed and chaos. Now, Hidden Leaf Village stood as a testament to their dream. Peace had seemingly taken root. Negotiations replaced battles, treaties replaced blades. It was a world that, on the surface, appeared exactly as Madara had envisioned. Yet, there was one thing he had never anticipated. At the village's founding, when the clans gathered to vote, almost everyone had chosen Hashirama to be the Hokage. The man who had built the village alongside him, who had stood as his equal in power, was all but forgotten. Even when it came to appointments for other positions of authority, the majority of the clan sided with the Senju. Obirama, Hashirama's brother, was deemed the most suitable candidate for Hokage's assistant. Madara's name had been left out entirely. This wasn't due to a lack of respect. On the contrary, Madara's name carried immense weight. To many, he was a symbol of unparalleled strength, much like Hashirama. But while Hashirama's kindness and unwavering vision for peace earned admiration, Madara's stern demeanor and ever-present scowl created a barrier. In times of war, such traits were invaluable, inspiring awe and fear in equal measure. But in this new era of peace, they made Madara an outsider. A long, heavy sigh escaped his lips as his footsteps echoed in the quiet streets. His Mangekyō Sharingan faded, his eyes returning to their natural state. Madara knew the truth. If he humbled himself and sought common ground with the other clans, perhaps things would change. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. The pride that coursed through his veins, the pride of the Uchiha, wouldn't allow it. The Uchiha were a proud clan, often difficult for others to approach. Since the founding of the village, many had commented on the challenges of dealing with them. Madara, now older, had a heart that held space only for a select few, his family, his clan, and his old friend Hashirama. This impasse seemed insurmountable. It wasn't something that could be broken or untangled. It was the dilemma that defined Madara's existence. Despite it all, Madara cherished peace. The memory of his brother Izuna dying in his arms still haunted him, a reminder of the horrors of the warring era. This made him treasure the fragile peace they had achieved, even if it wasn't the peace he had dreamed of. The streets grew quieter as the night deepened. The silhouette of Madara, proud and unyielding, stretched long against the ground. From above, it was clear, he stood apart from the world around him, a man caught between his ideals and the reality of the world he had helped shape. From afar, a sharp gaze cut through the distance. Senju Obirama, you've finally used your Flying Thunder God Jutsu correctly for once. Spare me the sarcasm. Obirama handed a document to Kakuzu, his tone curt. Here's your new appointment letter. Just say yes or no. Kakuzu unfolded the document, his eyes scanning its contents. Sure enough, it was an official letter of appointment, complete with the Hokage's seal. The message was simple, they wanted him to take up a position as an assistant in the biological research lab. Hey! This seal, this isn't the Hokage's doing, is it? Obirama closed his eyes, choosing silence over an answer. His lack of response spoke volumes. Kakuzu's lips curled into a faint smirk, but he didn't press further. Instead, he raised another question. Why me? Obirama lowered his crossed arms, opening his eyes slowly to meet Kakuzu's gaze. He studied him for a few moments, knowing full well that platitudes like for the sake of the village or for Hidden Leaf Village's future wouldn't sway a man like Kakuzu. No, honesty was his best bet here. You're not of Hidden Leaf Village. I see. The statement was simple yet carried weight. Obirama wasn't referring to Kakuzu's residency but rather his lack of deep roots in Hidden Leaf Village. He wasn't tied to any of the major clans, nor was he burdened by the politics and history that came with them. That made him a useful asset, someone who could act without overthinking alliances or consequences. And Obirama added, you're bold. You're not afraid to experiment with unconventional ideas. Kakuzu chuckled dryly, turning slightly away from Obirama. After a moment of silence, he posed a final question. What's in it for me? Chapter 41, The Hidden Leaf Village F4 appears. A sharp cry pierced the sky as a brown hawk, a message scroll tied securely to its leg, spread its wings and soared into the clouds. Trained through countless exercises, these birds followed designated routes, delivering messages to their intended destinations with unwavering precision. From high above, the hawk's keen eyes surveyed the sprawling village below, Hidden Leaf Village. Even at such an altitude, the bird could make out the intricate details of the village's streets and buildings. Hidden Leaf Village appeared as a massive arc, its entirety visible from the hawk's vantage point. Yet, the bird understood that this was only a perspective offered by the skies. Walking through the village was a wholly different experience. The residential area of Hidden Leaf Village occupied just a third of the village's expanse. The rest was taken up by administrative zones, training grounds, dense forests in the rear mountains, and restricted zones inaccessible to both ordinary civilians and many shinobi. Deep within the village, Senju Obirama and Kakuzu ventured into a secluded forest. After navigating several concealed turns, they arrived at an opening that revealed a staircase descending into the earth. Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he took in the sight. Despite his mercenary-like pragmatism, the mysterious allure of this hidden space piqued his interest. Without waiting for an explanation, he stepped forward and began descending the staircase. The steps were shallow, 20 at most, leading to a second underground level. Upon entering, Kakuzu immediately noticed how different this subterranean world was from the one above. The walls were painted a sterile white, illuminated by electric lights suspended from the ceiling. Beneath the lights, an array of glass equipment and tools were meticulously arranged on tables. Kakuzu brushed his fingers across the surface of the quartz glass instruments, a faint chill radiating from them. A faint smirk played on his lips. It was all too clear to him what Senju Obirama was up to. Don't misunderstand, Obirama said, coughing lightly before addressing Kakuzu's unspoken thoughts. This isn't some clandestine operation. This is Hidden Leaf Village's Biological Research Laboratory, 2nd Division. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with sarcasm. 2nd Division? Sounds more like your personal workshop. Obirama didn't respond, which only confirmed Kakuzu's suspicion. It was unlikely that Senju Hashirama knew about this secret lab. Relax. I'm not judging you, Kakuzu said, waving a hand dismissively. Progress requires sacrifices. Clinging to moral high ground only leads to stagnation. His eyes roamed over the various lab tables and equipment. But tell me, how did you manage to move all this down here? Flying Thunder God Jutsu? Obirama shook his head, motioning to a corner of the lab. Kakuzu followed his gaze and noticed 3 children busy cleaning equipment and sweeping the floor. You used kids as cover? That's low, even for you, Obirama. Kakuzu said, half in jest. They're hyperactive enough at that age to avoid suspicion. Clever. Obirama rolled his eyes but said nothing. Instead, he clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the 3 children. They immediately stopped what they were doing and approached. These 3 are my students, Obirama explained. Introduce yourselves. The first child stepped forward, a boy of average height with a lean build. His upright posture and earnest expression radiated an unmistakable sense of justice and optimism. Kakuzu-sama, he said, bowing respectfully. I've heard of your prowess from Obirama-sensei. It's an honor to meet someone capable of sparring with my teacher. I'm Saratobi Hiruzen, eldest of the Saratobi clan. As Hiruzen introduced himself, the girl beside him glanced at him with an affectionate look before turning her gaze to Kakuzu. She smiled sweetly, her demeanor exuding the charm of a teenage girl. Kakuzu-sama, my name is Midikoto Koharu, she said, bowing gracefully. I'm in the same team as Hiruzen. I look forward to learning from you in the future. Her gaze flickered back to Hiruzen as she subtly inched closer to him. Finally, the third boy stepped forward. Taller than the other 2, his thin frame and sharp features gave him a more aloof air. His initial glance at Hiruzen and Koharu carried a hint of disdain and competitiveness, but he quickly masked it. He bowed deeply to Tobirama before addressing Kakuzu. Kakuzu-sama, your reputation precedes you. I've heard of your exploits from both my teacher and the elders. If possible, I'd like to seek your guidance in the future. I am Shimura Danzō of the Shimura clan. Please take care of me. As the three finished their introductions, Kakuzu found himself at a rare loss for words. The scene before him was completely at odds with his expectations, leaving him momentarily dazed. His thoughts raced as he tried to reconcile the impressions of these young students with the harsh world he knew. Tobirama, oblivious to Kakuzu's internal conflict, spoke up. What's the problem? I'm just having my students help with a few tasks. Chapter 42, The Tragic Danzō. They say, the child chose the man. But reality had only given Kakuzu the chance to judge Sarutobi Hiruzen from his elder years, retroactively imagining what he must have been like in his youth. If someone claimed that Hiruzen had been a bright and handsome child, Kakuzu would believe it. After all, Hiruzen came from a prestigious ninja clan and was groomed as the next Hokage. His upright, heroic features as an adult seemed perfectly in line with that trajectory. However, his slight build and short stature made it clear why Tobirama often teased him by calling him monkey. Then there was Danzō. The man who would one day become infamous as Hidden Leaf Village's Shadow King. Always tangled in the dirtiest of the shinobi world's deeds. Seeing him as he was now, a tall, handsome young man with a sharp jawline and an unyielding spirit in his eyes, was a shock to Kakuzu's soul. Add his noble background into the mix, and Kakuzu couldn't help but think, damn, this guy was the original tall, rich, and handsome archetype. And Koharu Utatane? Who would have guessed that the future stern, sharp-tongued Hidden Leaf Village elder was once a charming, graceful young lady radiating youthful sweetness. Every now and then, she'd sneak coy glances at Hiruzen, her infatuation with him written all over her face. Logically, there was nothing strange about this. Everyone has a youth, after all. Hiruzen had always been the model student, Koharu a beautiful classmate, and Danzō a proud and ambitious rival. The issue lay in how much these youthful images clashed with the impressions Kakuzu had of the Hidden Leaf Village elders he'd come to know. Was this the work of time, the ultimate butcher's knife? Or was Masashi Kishimoto just cruel, never bothering to draw a single panel of their younger days for posterity? What's wrong? You look like something's bothering you. Tobirama's calm voice broke through Kakuzu's thoughts. The second Hokage's sharp gaze noticed his companion's odd expression. Before Kakuzu could come up with an answer, Danzō approached them, carrying a tray of steaming tea. Tobirama-sensei, Kakuzu-sama, please have some tea. Danzō said with a slight bow, his movements precise and deliberate. Kakuzu accepted the tea with a small smile, taking a sip to moisten his throat and mask his awkwardness. Your students are truly remarkable. Kakuzu remarked with an air of approval. Every one of them looks promising. Tobirama took a slow sip of his tea, nodded slightly, and replied, they're decent. For the village to grow, we need fresh blood. These three will undoubtedly lead Hidden Leaf Village into the future. Oh, absolutely. With their talents, they're sure to make their mark on the shinobi world. Kakuzu replied lightly. As they spoke, Danzō returned, this time with a tray of neatly arranged fruits. Kakuzu-sama, Tobirama-sensei, please enjoy these fruits. He said, his voice humble as he placed the tray before them. Leave it there. Tobirama instructed. Danzō bowed again and stepped back, returning to his task of diligently mopping the floor. Kakuzu picked up a slice of apple, savoring its fresh sweetness. Watching Danzō work up a sweat with his mop, Kakuzu couldn't suppress an amused smirk. This guy's putting on a show. Not just for me, but especially for Tobirama. Danzō's every move seemed calculated to impress, aiming to leave the best possible impression on his teacher and their guest. Hiruzen, on the other hand, didn't bother with theatrics. He quietly focused on polishing glassware with a steady hand, not looking for attention. Koharu, meanwhile, was the laziest of the three. She hardly put any effort into the chores and spent most of her time sneaking love-struck glances at Hiruzen. If Koharu's infatuation with Hiruzen were a headline decades later, it'd probably cause a major scandal in Hidden Leaf Village, Kakuzu mused. Especially with Hiruzen's wife, Hueco, around. But for now, it's just the innocent stirrings of a teenage heart. Perfectly normal. As time passed, they all grew older and learned to bury such feelings. You've got three impressive disciples, but which one do you favor most? Kakuzu asked suddenly, his tone light. It was an innocent question, but one that put Tobirama in a difficult position. A teacher shouldn't show favoritism among their students, at least not openly. Tobirama's expression turned thoughtful as he picked up his tea again. After a long pause, his sharp eyes swept over the trio before he finally spoke. 3-man teams. 2 males, 1 female. It's not just about balance but also competition. They'll challenge and push each other to grow stronger. Tobirama said firmly. So this is where Hidden Leaf Village's iconic team structure originated, Kakuzu thought, intrigued. The arrangement had its merits, fostering camaraderie and rivalry alike. But it wasn't hard to imagine the potential for love triangles and conflicts arising from such close proximity. Kakuzu kept that thought to himself. Tobirama, a war-hardened veteran of the Warring States period, had undoubtedly seen worse during his own upbringing. To him, this approach might indeed lead to a love triangle, but it wasn't a big deal. If someone couldn't handle even this much, they had no business being a ninja. Looking at his three disciples, Senju Tobirama spoke again. My favorite is Hiruzen. He's neither arrogant nor impatient. Despite his young age, he has a steady mind. Most importantly, I see something in him that reminds me of my brother, a sense of love and peace. These are qualities I could never hope to achieve in my lifetime. Kakuzu stared intently at Senju Tobirama. He could tell that beneath Tobirama's calm words, there was a trace of melancholy. Even though Tobirama often berated his older brother, Senju Hashirama, those who had fought and survived through countless battles knew the weight behind his emotions. He, too, had witnessed too much death. If true understanding between people could ever be achieved, the world would undoubtedly know real peace. But Tobirama knew he wasn't capable of bringing such a vision to life. That hope, the seed of peace, had only ever appeared in his elder brother. And now, in Saratobe Hiruzen, he glimpsed the same potential. People desire most what they lack. And for the countless ninjas of the Warring States period, this potential for peace was their ultimate dream. Kakuzu calmly drained his cup of tea. As someone from the same era, he understood Tobirama's thoughts. Staring at his reflection in the empty cup, Kakuzu broke the silence. What about that boy over there? He was referring to Danzō. As for Koharu Udatane, Kakuzu didn't even bother mentioning her. A ninja who swooned over love the moment they stepped into the room had clearly been mentally disqualified by Tobirama already. Hey! Tobirama chuckled softly, turning the teacup in his hand. If someone is too obsessed with winning, don't you think they've already lost? Oh? Is that so? Kakuzu replied, his tone unreadable. Half an hour later, the lab was nearly spotless. Alright, that's enough for today. Thank you all. Head back and review the tasks I've left for you. In a few days, I'll personally guide you through some drills. Tobirama instructed as he stood. Saratobe Hiruzen bowed respectfully to both Tobirama and Kakuzu. Understood, sensei. Kakuzu-sama, goodbye. He said before leaving to complete Tobirama's assignments. Koharu Udatane eagerly followed suit, bidding farewell with a cheerful smile. Hiruzen, wait for me. Lastly, Danzo stepped forward. Formal as ever, he bowed deeply to both Tobirama and Kakuzu. Kakuzu-sama, Tobirama-sensei, I will take my leave as well. Please rest assured that I will complete your instructions to the letter. During the upcoming drills, I'll deliver results worthy of your expectations. Watch me. After his heartfelt declaration, Danzo turned to leave. Wait. Kakuzu called out. Danzo stopped immediately, turning back with another polite bow. Lord Kakuzu, is there something else? Kakuzu smiled faintly, his sharp eyes studying the boy. No, nothing in particular. I just thought that since you talk so much, you might as well keep going. What's your dream? Chapter 43, The Hidden Leaf Village Conference TCH. Danzo muttered to himself, what is my dream? He repeated the question, his voice low and contemplative. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened with determination. He looked at Kakuzu and Tobirama Senju with unwavering conviction. My dream is simple. I want to become a Hokage like Lord Hashirama. I want to protect the village, guard over Hidden Leaf Village, and nurture the next generation so they can thrive under my care. Every child had a grand dream, and this time, Danzo's tone was resolute. It wasn't mere posturing in front of Tobirama, he genuinely wanted to become Hokage. Hey! Not a bad ambition. One day, you'll achieve it. Work hard, study diligently, and strive to claim that title as soon as you can. Kakuzu encouraged, his words resonating with Danzo. Filled with renewed energy, Danzo eagerly bid farewell to Kakuzu and Tobirama. Kakuzu glanced at Tobirama out of the corner of his eye, but the second Hokage remained motionless, his gaze distant as he watched Danzo leave. His expression betrayed no particular change. It was clear, Danzo's passionate declaration hadn't swayed Tobirama's impression of him. To be fair, it made sense. Among the children graduating from the Ninja Academy, many nurtured the same ambition, to become Hokage. Yet, there could only be one village leader, chosen based on merit and suitability. For the Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobirama, their preferred candidate had always been the sunny boy. Hiruzen Saratobi. That left little room for someone like Danzo. Years later, Danzō would still harbor regret, believing his failure to step up and volunteer for the rear guard during a critical mission had cost him the Hokage title. This regret haunted him until his death at Sasuke's hands. Imagine, if Danzō had been bold enough to step forward then, "Sensei, leave the rear guard to me. You all go ahead." Tobirama might have smiled, relieved. "Danzō, you truly embody the will of fire. I was right about you. We'll leave this to you. Hiruzen, let's go." Alas, history didn't play out that way, and Danzō carried this regret to his grave. Truly, he was a tragic figure in Hidden Leaf Village's history. But enough of that. Kakuzu refocused his thoughts, intending to chat with Tobirama about something else when a child suddenly darted out from the lab. The boy rushed past without even a greeting, shouting as he ran, "Koharu! Wait for me. Don't leave me behind." Kakuzu raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the scene. "You have another student?" Tobirama sighed, rubbing his forehead with a weary expression. "Graduated with Hiruzen's class. Not part of our team, though. He came on his own initiative." "That's Mitakato Hamura." "Ah, right." Kakuzu nodded as recognition dawned. "So the Hidden Leaf Village 4 are all here now. Quite a formidable group. And judging by what he just said, is this guy a simp? Running after you detain Koharu all day?" Tobirama shook his head in mild exasperation. Koharu liked Hiruzen, while Hamura chased after Koharu. Meanwhile, Danzō watched it all with a cold, detached gaze. Quite the tangled web. Yet, it was their rich experiences in youth that allowed them to maintain such enduring relationships later in life. Time flowed on, and Kakuzu's life gradually settled into a routine. Day in and day out, he worked steadily, his days mundane but fulfilling. 2 months later, on a quiet morning, knock, knock, knock. Kakuzu was savoring sushi for breakfast when someone knocked at his door. "Come in," he called. The door swung open, revealing a youthful face with a cheerful smile. It was none other than Maraboshi Kazekage. Kazekage stepped inside, hefting a leather briefcase and placing it firmly on the table in front of Kakuzu. "Kakuzu-san, here's the rent from the 146 tenants this quarter. I just finished collecting the last payment. Please, take a look." Kakuzu chuckled, setting the briefcase aside without opening it. Kazekage had been managing the apartment complex like a dedicated steward ever since he'd moved in. "Sit down and eat something," Kakuzu offered, retrieving another plate of sushi from the fridge. With a soft beep from the microwave, the aroma of freshly heated food filled the room. "Thank you. Itadakimasu." Kazekage clasped his hands together in gratitude before eagerly digging in. As they ate, they chatted casually. "How's academy?" Kakuzu asked. Kazekage had arrived in Hidden Leaf Village with aspirations of becoming a ninja. He'd enrolled in the academy the previous year. "Thanks to your support, I've already mastered Shuriken Jutsu and basic Hidden Leaf Village-style Taijutsu. With a bit more practice, I think I'll be ready to learn the 3 basic jutsus next semester. 1 technique per semester, huh? Not bad." Kakuzu nodded, pleased. Just then, another knock came at the door. This time, the visitor was also a familiar face. "Shoraku, you're just in time. Care for some food?" Kakuzu gestured toward an empty seat, but Shoraku shook his head, smiling politely. "No, thank you. I've already eaten. I came to inform you, we're expected at today's meeting." Whenever significant events occurred, the Hokage would convene the clan leaders and key figures for a council. These gatherings were known as Hidden Leaf Village Conferences. "Kakuzu, you really are something else. I genuinely admire you." Shoraku shot Kakuzu a look of sincere respect. The Hidden Leaf Village Conference primarily targeted the village's upper echelon and major ninja clans. Although the Nara clan hadn't been in Hidden Leaf Village for long, they were a legitimate ninja clan, with at least half their members stationed on the front lines to defend the village. Their weight in the conference was considerable. Kakuzu, on the other hand, was different. He had always been a lone wolf. Even after arriving in Hidden Leaf Village, he didn't live as a traditional shinobi. While Kakuzu had gained a notable reputation in the village, he was still considered an outsider. For someone like him to participate in a high-level meeting alongside the village's decision-makers was undeniably impressive, enough to earn Shoraku's admiration. Kakuzu gave a carefree smile as he slowly chewed the last piece of sushi on his plate. The truth behind his attendance was simple, it all boiled down to a deal with Tobirama Senju. Tobirama had invited Kakuzu to assist in his laboratory, and in return, Kakuzu had demanded some benefits. Tobirama, being who he was, had plenty of bargaining chips. Most would have chosen his most valuable ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God. After all, it was undeniably powerful and flashy. However, Kakuzu didn't make that choice. While the Flying Thunder God technique was indeed extraordinary, mastering it required a prerequisite, yin release chakra as a foundation. Without it, no amount of effort would yield results. This limitation explained why, decades after Tobirama invented the technique, only Minato Namikaze had managed to learn it. Minato was the only one who naturally possessed yin release. Since Kakuzu didn't have yin release, he saw no point in wasting his time on something unattainable. Instead, he opted for more practical benefits. First, Kakuzu demanded permission to continue purchasing property in Hidden Leaf Village. This request immediately darkened Tobirama's expression. He feared that Kakuzu's relentless acquisitions might one day make the entire village his. However, after some thought, Tobirama reasoned that Hidden Leaf Village was too vast for Kakuzu to completely buy out, so he grudgingly agreed. Even so, Tobirama imposed strict limits, forbidding Kakuzu from using money earned through the black market to fund these purchases. Additionally, the Flying Thunder God seal allowed Tobirama to track Kakuzu whenever he left the village. Kakuzu accepted these conditions without complaint. The second benefit Kakuzu sought was access to Hidden Leaf Village's decision-making circle. In a world where shinobi wielded immense power, Kakuzu wasn't particularly interested in authority. His motive was to guard against Tobirama's schemes and ensure he wouldn't be led by the nose. This arrangement allowed them to cooperate in specific domains while maintaining mutual caution elsewhere. Tobirama had little reason to refuse. Giving Kakuzu a seat in the decision-making circle without granting him actual power made him more of an observer than a participant. After brief consideration, Tobirama agreed. In the end, Kakuzu and Tobirama established a delicate balance, a collaboration in certain areas and a mutual vigilance in others. Chapter 44, Pride and Power. After quickly finishing breakfast, Kakuzu reminded Kazekage to focus on his studies before heading out with Nara Shoraku. As part of the Nara clan, their compound in Hidden Leaf Village had already been constructed, and Shoraku had moved there with his clan. Fortunately, their clan's territory wasn't far from Kakuzu's home. The two often collaborated on traditional medicine, maintaining a good relationship. As they stepped outside, two familiar faces awaited them. Kakuzu waved in greeting. Chotaro, Shikame, long time no see. Kakuzu-san, good to see you. Kakuzu, you've become quite the celebrity in Hidden Leaf Village, haven't you? Haha. Okimeki Chotaro and Yamanaka Shikame returned his greeting with laughter. The four men, chatting and joking, made their way to the Hokage building. Soon, Senju Momoka came out to greet them. Gentlemen, I appreciate you taking the time to come here, especially on your day off. Oh, it's no trouble at all, especially with Ms. Momoka accompanying us. All fatigue just evaporates. Kakuzu's casual comment drew hearty laughter from Nara Shoraku and the others, while Senju Momoka shot him a disapproving look. Ordinarily, she would have responded with a ganjutsu to teach Kakuzu lesson, but today wasn't the time. With a small huff, she regained her composure and smiled, leading Kakuzu and the leaders of the Inoshikacho clans into the largest conference room. This was Kakuzu's first time attending a meeting of Hidden Leaf Village's highest officials. Expecting something formal and prestigious, he was stunned when the doors opened. Clamor, laughter, chatter, and boisterous conversations filled the air. What is this, a marketplace? Kakuzu muttered to himself. For a moment, he thought they had entered the wrong room, but a closer look confirmed otherwise. It made sense, given the number of people present. On the left side of the room sat the head of the Unyuzuke clan, marked by the red facial markings and a loyal dog at their side. Beside them was the head of the Aburame clan, wearing a coat and sunglasses, fully covering themselves. In the center were two middle-aged men enjoying tea and deep in conversation, Saratobe Hiruzan's and Shimura Danzo's fathers. Their camaraderie seemed to reflect the bond between their sons. In a more isolated corner sat someone keeping a deliberate distance from the crowd. One look at the distinct white eyes revealed their identity, a member of the Hyuga clan. However, this wasn't Hyuga Tenin, the current head of the clan, who was stationed on the front lines. Instead, it was his son, Hyuga Rutan, a young man barely in his 20s. In another section, a group of unassuming elders caught Kakuzu's attention. Okimeki Chotaro leaned in to explain. These are the taijutsu masters of Hidden Leaf Village. Most of the village's current training techniques come from them. Kakuzu nodded thoughtfully. The sheer diversity in the room underscored how many clans had joined Hidden Leaf Village. It wasn't surprising to encounter unfamiliar faces, given that this story took place decades before the events of the original series. Seating was meant to be casual, Senju Hashirama's way of fostering unity and breaking down barriers. Only the two seats at the very front were reserved for specific individuals. Kakuzu and Shoraku chose seats closer to the front and began chatting with others. More representatives from various clans trickled in as the meeting progressed. Then, the room fell silent as the doors opened again with a resounding bang. Silver-haired and exuding an air of authority, Senju Tobirama entered, his sharp eyes scanning the room. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Well, it's been a while since I've seen everyone gathered like this. It's a pleasure to be here today. The room erupted in enthusiasm. Haha, Tobirama-sama, come join us. Good to see you again, Assistant Hokage. As expected, Tobirama-sama truly has the aura of a Hokage. Tobirama's demeanor relaxed as he exchanged greetings and made his way to a seat in the front row, directly across from Kakuzu and his group. Once the pleasantries ended, Kakuzu leaned toward him with a curious question. Hey, why aren't you sitting up there? Kakuzu gestured toward the two seats at the front. It was customary for the Hokage to sit in the main position, with Tobirama as the assistant in the adjacent seat. Tobirama's decision to join the regular seating struck Kakuzu as odd. Tobirama shrugged nonchalantly. No idea. I was only informed about this meeting last minute. It's my brother's arrangement. Is that so? Kakuzu exchanged a glance with Shoragu, both of them puzzled. There was a faint sense of unease and doubt in those words, but it quickly dissolved. Bang! The doors were pushed open again, and another presence stepped in, a powerful one. Clad in a simple purple robe, with wild, explosive hair, a towering figure, and a gaze that commanded attention, Madara Uchiha had arrived. This was no ordinary meeting in Hidden Leaf Village. Representatives from the various clans were present, and naturally, the founding clans couldn't be excluded. The arrival of Madara Uchiha brought the entire hall to a standstill. Conversations ceased mid-sentence, and some even held their breath. As dozens of pairs of eyes locked onto him, Madara experienced a rare and unusual sensation. As the Uchiha clan head, he was accustomed to the gaze of his kin. Be it dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of eyes, it never fazed him. But today was different. These gazes carried a distinct weight, a meaning that diverged from the love and pride of his clan. Some looked on with hostility, others with caution, and still others with scrutiny. A myriad of emotions swirled in the room. But none of these people shared the same blood, the same passion for the Uchiha name, as his own kin did. Madara's hands, hanging at his sides, tightened slightly. He wasn't a fool. He understood perfectly well the intent behind those stares. These clan leaders were observing him, waiting for Madara Uchiha to make his stance known before they decided on theirs. If he were to act rationally, Madara knew he should raise his hand, flash a polite smile, and greet the assembly amicably. He even tried, for a fleeting moment, to lift his hand. But it felt impossibly heavy, as if it were weighed down by lead. Tick. Tock. Time dragged on. The pride and honor of the Uchiha demanded action. As clan leader, he couldn't just stand there indefinitely. Gritting his teeth, Madara prepared to make a decision. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a few pairs of eyes filled with unbridled hostility. In that instant, something clicked. Uchiha. There was no need to bow, no need to pander to others. The Uchiha only needed to be true to themselves, to see the path ahead with clarity, using their own eyes. Why should he lower himself to win their approval? Humphrey. Madara let out a soft chuckle, almost inaudible, as he began to stride forward. Tap. 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 The sound of his footsteps echoed in the silent hall. Whoosh. Reaching the front, Madara pulled out a chair and sat down. His choice of seat, right beside the Hokage's, caused Senju Tobirama's brow to furrow slightly. The other clan leaders exchanged subtle glances, their expressions shifting. Did this mean that today's meeting had been jointly convened by Madara Uchiha and the Hokage? No one dared speak. Instead, they communicated through fleeting looks. Kakuzu, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed on Madara, who now sat with his eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. For a moment, Kakuzu felt that Madara resembled someone else in the room. He let out a quiet breath and shifted his gaze to Senju Tobirama. These two men, he mused, were cut from a similar cloth. Madara, however, was stronger, a fact heavily influenced by the indomitable will of Indra's spirit. This strength and arrogance made him an undeniable force, yet it also condemned him to a life of unease in a world built on human connections. Tobirama, in contrast, lacked the overwhelming strength of his elder brother. Deprived of such power, he'd resorted to becoming a master manipulator, working from the shadows. In times of peace, Madara's unyielding strength ironically placed him at a disadvantage. Chapter 45, Tailed Beasts and Forbidden Jutsus. The oppressive atmosphere in the hall seemed to intensify with Madara Uchiha's arrival, but it was quickly dispersed by a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. My sincerest apologies, everyone. I can't believe I'm late this time. Truly, forgive me. Please don't hold it against me. Senju Hashirama strode into the hall, draped in his Hokage robes and wearing the signature Hokage hat. Mistaking the silence for dissatisfaction with his tardiness, he kept bowing and apologizing, his affable demeanor filling the room with a warmth only he could bring. In truth, who could dislike this goofball of a Hokage? The clan representatives rose one after another, smiling as they greeted Hashirama. Even Kakuzu, seated near the corner, couldn't help but recall a meme from his previous life: if an intern makes a joke, it's unprofessional. But if the boss does, it's a sign of approachability. And indeed, Hashirama's lightheartedness was infectious, lifting the previously heavy mood in the hall. Taking his seat at the head of the table, Hashirama gave a brief smile to Madara, who remained composed and silent beside him, then gestured for quiet. Senju Tobirama, seated below, immediately understood and motioned for the room to settle down. Hashirama, not one for unnecessary preamble, went straight to the point. Everyone, the current peace we enjoy in the shinobi world has been hard-earned. It is something I, and I believe all of you, deeply cherish. But peace is fragile, and to ensure it lasts, I propose we take action. I plan to capture the 9-tailed beasts roaming the shinobi world. The room fell into stunned silence. Don't worry about the details, Madara and I will handle the task ourselves. Madara's half-lidded eyes flickered open for a moment. He didn't speak, but the quiet intensity of his gaze seemed to affirm Hashirama's words. Hashirama, sensing the room's hesitation, attempted to appear more democratic. Of course, if anyone has objections, please feel free to voice them now. His words were met with awkward smiles. Oppose him? And suggest what instead? That someone else should take on this monumental task? Even Tobirama, his calculating younger brother, furrowed his brows in silence. The tailed beasts were legendary creatures, powerful forces of nature that most couldn't hope to confront. No one in the room dared to suggest otherwise. The proposal was approved without debate. Excellent. Hashirama clapped his hands. Now, about village administration during my absence. He turned to Tobirama. You'll oversee Hidden Leaf Village as acting Hokage. For any major issues, convene the clans and reach a consensus. In case of emergencies, send word using the usual channels. Oh, and here. Hashirama handed Tobirama a flying thunder god kunai. If anything urgent comes up, use this to summon me immediately. A week later, under the watchful eyes of Hidden Leaf Village's citizens, Hashirama and Madara departed. Each carried a massive scroll on their backs, waving farewell to the crowd as they began their mission to capture the tailed beasts. Meanwhile, life in Hidden Leaf Village continued as usual. Or mostly. In a dimly lit laboratory, Kakuzu was busy at work, surrounded by experimental apparatus and small animal test subjects. You're wasting no time, are you? Kakuzu remarked, glancing at Tobirama, who stood observing him. Holding a test tube in one hand and a pipette in the other, Kakuzu carefully added a drop of liquid. A wisp of green smoke curled from the mixture, which he promptly poured into a nearby machine. His fingers danced over the keyboard as data streamed across the screen. Tobirama didn't react to the jab, his sharp eyes fixed on Kakuzu's meticulous movements. Have you finished reading the anatomical texts I compiled? Tobirama finally asked. Kakuzu smirked, his tone laced with casual confidence. What do you think? Tobirama frowned. Kakuzu's learning speed was unnerving, too fast to be natural. What had taken Tobirama years to study and refine, Kakuzu seemed to master in months. Unbeknownst to Tobirama, Kakuzu's previous life had given him a foundational understanding of anatomy and biology. While he wasn't an expert back then, his familiarity with the concepts gave him a significant head start in this world. With the right resources, catching up was inevitable. But Kakuzu had no intention of explaining that. In the laboratory, Kakuzu adjusted the computers and experimental equipment with an air of familiarity. These were technologies he had mastered in his previous life, what could possibly be difficult about them now? With a few keystrokes, a report printed out. This is the latest experimental data. Kakuzu announced, handing the sheet over. It outlines the maximum amount of chakra the human body can rapidly gather and disperse in the shortest time possible. Tobirama Senju took the report and immediately cross-referenced it with a carefully prepared calibration chart. His attention to detail was meticulous, and Kakuzu joined him at the workstation, making comparisons as they worked. The current research project stemmed from one of Tobirama's bold hypotheses about ninjutsu. For most shinobi, innovating a new jutsu was a personal journey, trial and error conducted through training alone. Tobirama, however, had built an extensive laboratory for rigorous experimentation. Kakuzu understood the deeper reason. Tobirama wasn't merely studying ninjutsu, he was delving into the realm of forbidden jutsus. The line separating the two was clear. Traditional ninjutsu adhered to the natural principles of chakra manipulation, utilizing elemental affinities or variations in chakra form. These methods, honed over generations, were safe for the average shinobi. In rare cases, a powerful yet dangerous jutsu might be classified as forbidden jutsu due to its severe side effects. But Tobirama's approach diverged from tradition. He sought to observe the rapid fluctuations of chakra within the body, to explore how chakra could be swiftly gathered and dispersed. It was an unorthodox and perilous method, one that even Hashirama had been hesitant to attempt on himself. The risks were too great, and so the experiments continued. For 3 months, Tobirama and Kakuzu refined their research. Finally, they devised a method to rapidly gather and disperse chakra. The day had come to test their findings. At a secluded training ground on the outskirts of Hidden Leaf Village, Tobirama and Kakuzu stood alone. Kakuzu sat calmly in a chair, one hand holding a pocket watch while the other rested on the arm of his seat. "Begin," Kakuzu said, clicking the stopwatch. Tobirama stepped forward. Following their conclusions from the experiments, he knew that guiding chakra through traditional hand seals would not suffice for this technique. After extensive debate and adjustments, they had settled on a single solution. Raising both arms, Tobirama crossed his fingers in front of his chest. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Chapter 46, Researching Senju. Hashirama in the dense forest, birds scattered in panic, their dark silhouettes blotting out the sky. This was no routine migration. Instead, it was a reaction to a large group of intruders trespassing into their territory. Boom. 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 Puffs of white smoke erupted in quick succession, and one after another, Senju Tobirama's shadow clones appeared. Their identical expressions and synchronized movements made them indistinguishable from one another, as if copied and pasted. Not bad. A total of 168 clones. Kakuzu's sharp gaze swept across the sea of duplicates before finally landing on the original, the only one emanating an aura of independent thought. "Think you can keep going?" Kakuzu asked, his voice laced with challenge. Tobirama shot him a sharp glare, his tone tinged with irritation. "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" "Of course I can." His eyes narrowed as he focused, drawing chakra from within and dispersing it outward once more. "Ha!" With a forceful shout, the air around him seemed to ripple. More and more clones materialized, their presence overwhelming. This time, not only were the birds driven away, but even the ground-dwelling insects and reptiles scurried to escape. A quick glance revealed over 800 clones scattered throughout the area. "All right, that's enough. Make some space." Kakuzu stood and nonchalantly pushed aside the clones obstructing his path. His steps were deliberate as he approached the original Tobirama. Despite the uniformity of the clones, spotting the real one wasn't hard. After all, the original was the one drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Standing before Tobirama, Kakuzu reached into his ninja pouch and pulled out a notebook and a soldier pill. He tossed the pill over with a smirk. Pathetic. A child could do better. The jab nearly caused Tobirama to choke as he swallowed the pill. Slowly, color returned to his face, and he straightened up, though still visibly exhausted. "Why don't you try it then?" Tobirama retorted, his tone defiant despite his fatigue. "Relax." Kakuzu chuckled. He recalled a certain technique Naruto had once used, Naruto Uzumaki 2000 combo. From the name alone, it implied 2000 shadow clones. Whether that number was exaggerated or not, it made Tobirama's 800 seem insignificant. "All right, enough talk. Dispel them," Kakuzu ordered, flipping open his notebook. Tobirama nodded and exhaled deeply. Boom. 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 One by one, the clones vanished in puffs of smoke, their chakra returning to the original. The air seemed to shift as the concentrated energy flowed back, creating a faint gust. "Chakra gathers and disperses quickly," Kakuzu murmured, scribbling notes. "Each shadow clone is a physical entity sustained by chakra. When dispelled, their experiences and remaining chakra return to the original." He continued jotting down observations about the mechanics, benefits, and side effects of the multi-shadow clone jutsu. While the technique itself wasn't inherently complex, the precise control over chakra distribution was crucial. Overextend, and the original could end up completely drained, a fatal mistake in battle. "Can you handle that many thoughts flooding your mind at once?" Kakuzu asked, glancing at Tobirama. "It's manageable. But use sparingly," Tobirama replied, massaging his temple. In summary, mastering the multi-shadow clone jutsu required an abundant chakra reserve and mental resilience. For someone like Naruto or Hashirama, blessed with enormous chakra pools and unwavering resolve, it was a different story. For others, however, it could easily become a double-edged sword. Not long after, the two returned to their underground laboratory. "Teacher, have some water." "Kakuzu-sama, tea for you." Danzo entered, carrying a tray with drinks. His demeanor was polished, his movements precise. One had to admit, Danzo was nothing if not attentive. The moment he heard his teacher wasn't feeling well, he came rushing to offer his assistance. While his actions might seem calculated, there was no denying his sincerity. "Not bad, not bad. Keep this up, and you'll pave the way for your future as Hokage," Kakuzu said, accepting the tea with a nod of approval. "Yes, Kakuzu-sama. I will work even harder," Danzo replied earnestly, the spark of ambition flickering in his eyes. Kakuzu's words had clearly ignited his dreams of becoming Hokage. What Danzo failed to notice, however, was the faint trace of amusement in Kakuzu's expression.